Section 24 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 13, Roundabout to India, Part 1. Baku looks the inartistic, businesslike place it is, occupying the base of brown, verdureless hills. Scarcely a green thing is visible to relieve the dull, drab aspect roundabout, and only the scant vegetation of a few gardens relieves the city a trifle itself. To the left of the city the slopes of one hill are dotted with neatly kept Christian cemeteries, and the slopes of another display the disorderly multitude of tombstones characteristic of the graveyards of Islam. On the right are seen numbers of big iron petroleum tanks, similar to those in the oil regions of Pennsylvania. Numbers of petroleum schooners are riding at anchor in the harbor, and 2 or 3 small steamers are moored to the dock. Our steamer moves up alongside a stout wooden wharf. The gangplank is ran out, and the passengers permitted to file ashore. A cordon of police prevents them passing down the wharf, while custom house officers examine their baggage. We are, of course, merely in transit through the country. More than that, the Russian authorities seem anxious, for some reason, to make a very favorable impression upon us two Central Asian travelers. So a special officer comes aboard, takes our passports, and with an excessive show of politeness refuses to take more than a mere formal glance at our traps. A horde of ragamuffin porters struggle desperately for the privilege of carrying the passengers' baggage. Poor, half-starved wretches, they seem reminding me, in their rags and struggles, of desperate curs quarreling savagely over a bone. American porters strive for passengers' baggage for the sake of making money. With these Russians it seems more like a fierce resolve to obtain the wherewithal to keep away starvation. Burly policemen, armed with swords, like the gendarmerie of France, and in blue uniforms, assail the wretched porters and strike them brutally in the face, or kick them in the stomach, showing no more consideration than if they were maltreating the merest curs. Such brutality on the one hand, and abject servility and human degradation on the other, is to be seen only in the land of the Tsar. Servility, it is true, exists everywhere in Asia, but only in Russia does one find the other extreme of coarse brutality constantly gloating over it and abusing it. Our stay in Baku is limited to a few hours. We are to take the train for Tiflis the same afternoon. As we land at 2 o'clock, so can spare no time to see much of the city or of the oil refineries. Summoning one of the swarm of drosky drivers that beset the exit from the wharf, we are soon tearing over the Belgian blocks to the Hotel de l'Europe. The Russian drosky driver, whether in Baku or in Moscow, seems incapable of driving at a moderate pace. Over rough streets or smooth he plies the cruel whip, shouts vile epithets at his half-wild steed, and rattles along at a furious pace. Baku is the first Europeanized city, either or I have been in for many months. The rows of shops, the saloons, drug stores, barber shops, and above all, the hotels, how we appreciate it all after the bazaars and wretched serais of Persia. We patronize a barber shop and find the tonsorial accommodations equal in every respect to those of America. One of the chairs is occupied by a Cossack officer. He is the biggest dandy in the way of a Cossack we have yet seen. Scarce had we thought it possible that one of these hardy warriors of the Caucasus could blossom forth in the make-up that bursts upon our astonished vision in this Baku barber chair. The top boots he wears are the shiniest of patent leather from knee to toe. Lemon-colored silk or satin is the material of the long, gown-like coat that distinguishes the Cossack from all others. His hair is parted in the middle to a hair, and smoothed carefully with perfumed pomade. His mustache is twirled and waxed, his face powdered and eyebrows penciled. A silver-jointed belt, richly chased, encircles his waist, and the regulation row of cartridge pockets across his breast are of the same material. He wears a short sword, the hilt and scabbard of which display the elaborate wealth of ornament affected by the Circassians. During the forenoon we take a stroll about the city afoot, but the wind is high and clouds of dust sweep down the streets. A Persian in gown and turban steps quietly up behind us in a quiet street and asks if we are mollahs. We know his little game, however, and gruffly order him off. The houses of Baku are mostly of rock and severely simple in architecture. They look like prisons and warehouses mostly, massive and gloomy. Everywhere hovers the shadow of the police. One seems to breathe dark suspicion and mistrust in the very air. The people in the civil walks of life all look like whipped curs. They wear the expression of people brooding over some deep sorrow. The crape of dead liberty seems to be hanging on every doorknob. Nobody seems capable of smiling. One would think the shadow of some great calamity is hanging gloomily over the city. Nihilism and discontent run riot in the cities of the Caucasus. Government spies and secret police are everywhere, and the people on the streets betray their knowledge of the fact by talking little and always in guarded tones. Our stay at the hotel is but a few hours, but 11 domestics range themselves in a row to wait upon our departure and to smirk and extend their palms for tips as we prepare to go. No country under the sun save the Caucasus could thus muster 11 expectant menials on the strength of one meal served and but 3 hours' actual occupation of our rooms. Another wild Jehu drives us to the station of the Tiflis and Baku Railway, and he loses a wheel and upsets us into the street on the way. The station is a stone building, strong enough almost for a fort. Military uniforms adorn every employee, from the supercilious station master to the ill-paid wretch that handles our baggage. Mine is the first bicycle the Tiflis and Baku Railroad has ever carried. Having no precedent to govern themselves by, and, withal, ever eager to fleece and overcharge, the railway officials charge double rates for it, that is, twice as much as an ordinary package of the same weight. No baggage is carried free on the Tiflis and Baku Railroad, except what one takes with him in the passenger coach. The cars are a compromise between the American style and those of England. They are divided into several compartments, but the partitions have openings that enable one to pass from end to end of the car. The doors are in the end compartments, but lead out of the side, there being no platform outside nor communication between the cars. The seats are upholstered in gray plush and are provided with sliding extensions for sleeping at night. Overhead is a second tier of berths unfolds for sleeping. No curtains are employed. The arrangements are only intended for stretching oneself out without undressing. The engines employed on the Tiflis and Baku Railway are without coal tenders. They burn the residue of petroleum, which is fed to the flames in the form of spray by an atomizer. A small tank above the furnace holds the liquid, and a pipe feeds it automatically to the fire box. The result of this excellent arrangement is spontaneous conversion into flame, a uniformly hot fire, cleanliness aboard the engine, a total absence of cinders, and almost an absence of smoke. The absence of a tender gives the engine a peculiar bob-tailed appearance to the unaccustomed eye. The speed of our train is about 20 miles an hour, and it starts from Baku an hour behind the advertised time. For the first few miles unfenced fields of ripe wheat characterize the landscape, and a total absence of trees gives the country a dreary aspect. The day is Sunday, but peasants, ragged and more wretched looking than any seen in Persia, are harvesting grain. The carts they use are most peculiar vehicles, with wheels 8 or 10 feet in diameter. The tremendous size of the wheels is understood to materially lighten their draught. After a dozen miles the country develops into barren wastes, as dreary and verdureless as the deserts of Seistan. At intervals of a mile the train whirls past a solitary stone hut occupied by the family of the watchman or section hand. Sometimes a man stands out and waves a little flag, and sometimes a woman. Whether male or female, the flag signaller is invariably an uncouth bundle of rags. The telegraph poles consist of lengths of worn out rail, with an upper section of wood on which to fasten the insulators. These make substantial poles enough, but have a makeshift look, and convey the impression of financial weakness to the road. The stations are often quite handsome structures of mingled stone and brickwork. The names are conspicuously exposed in Russian and Persian and Circassian. Beer, wine, and eatables are exposed for sale at a lunch counter, and peddlers vend boiled lobsters, fish, and fruit about the platforms. On the platform of every station hangs a bell with a string attached to the tongue. When almost ready for the train to start, an individual, invested with the dignity of a military cap with a red stripe, jerks this string slowly and solemnly thrice. Half a minute later another man in a full military uniform blows a shrill whistle. Yet a third warning in the shape of a smart toot from the engine itself, and the train pulls out. Full half the crowd about the stations appear to be in military uniform. The remainder are a heterogeneous company, embracing the modern Russian dandy who affects the latest Parisian fashions, the Circassians and Georgians in picturesque attire, and the ever-present ragamuffin moujik. At one station we pass an institution peculiarly Russian, a railway prison car conveying convicts eastward. It resembles an ordinary box car, with iron grating toward the top. We can see the poor wretches peeking through the bars, and the handcuffs on their wrists. Outside at either end is a narrow platform, where stands, with loaded guns and fixed bayonets, a guard of 4 soldiers. Once or twice before dark the train stops to replenish the engine's supply of fuel. Elevated iron tanks containing a supply of the liquid fuel take the place of the coal sheds familiar to ourselves. The petroleum is supplied to the smaller tank on the engine through a pipe, as is water to the reservoir. Such villages as we pass are the most unlovely clusters of mud hovels imaginable. Only the people are interesting, and the life of the railway itself. The Circassian peasantry are picturesque in bright colors, and the thin veneering of Western civilization spread over the semi-barbarity of the Russian officials and first-class passengers is an interesting study in itself. We have been promising ourselves a day in Tiflis, the old Georgian capital, and now the headquarters of the Russian Army of the Caucasus, which our friends of the French Scientific Party said we would find interesting. We find it both pleasant and interesting, for here are all modern improvements of hotel and street, as well as English telegraph officers, one a former acquaintance at Teheran. Tiflis now claims about 160,000 inhabitants, and is situated quite picturesquely in the narrow valley of the Kur. The old Georgian quarters still retain their Oriental appearance: gabled houses, narrow, crooked streets, and filth. The modernized, or European, portion of the city contains broad streets, rows of shops in which is displayed everything that could be found in any city in Europe, and street railways. These latter were introduced in 1882, and at first met with fierce antagonism from the drosky drivers, who swarm here as in every city in Russia. These wild Jehus of the Caucasus expected the tramcars to turn out the same as any other vehicle. 4 people were killed by collisions the first day. Severe punishment had to be resorted to in order to stop the hostility of the drosky drivers against the strange innovation. The day is spent in seeing the city and visiting the hot sulphur baths, and in the evening we attend a big bal masque in a suburban garden. A regimental band of 50 pieces plays "Around the World" by order of Prince Nicholas F., who exerts himself to make things pleasant for us in the garden. The famed beauties of Georgia, Circassia, and Mingrelia, masked and costumed, promenade and waltz with Russian officers, and sometimes join Circassian officers in a charming native dance. We spend our promised clay in Tiflis, enjoy it thoroughly, and then proceed to Batoum. The Tiflis railway station is a splendid building, with fountains and broad nights of stone terrace leading up to it from the street behind. Our drosky driver rattles up to the foot of these terraced approaches at 8 A.M. and draws up a steed with an abruptness peculiar to the half wild Jehus of the Caucasus. The same employee of the Hotel de Londres who had mysteriously hailed us by name from the platform as our train glided in from Baku the morning before, accompanies us to the depot now. All English travelers in Russia are supposed to be millionaires, all Americans possessed of unlimited wealth. Bearing this in mind, our Russian Armenian henchman has from first to last been most assiduous in his attentions, paying out of his own pocket the few odd kopecks to porters carrying our luggage up from drosky to depot, in order to save us bother. The station is crowded with people going away themselves or seeing friends off. As usual, the military overshadows and predominates everything. Between civilians and the wearers of military uniforms one plainly observes in a Russian Caucasus crowd that no love is lost. The strained relationship between the native population and the military aliens from the north is generally made the more conspicuous by the comparative sociability of the Georgians among themselves and kindred people of the Caucasus. Circassian officers in their picturesque uniforms and beautifully chased swords and pistols mingle sociably with the civilians, and are evidently great favorites. But that the blue-coated, white-capped Russians are hated with a bitter, sullen hatred requires no penetrating eye to see. The military brutality that crushed the brave and warlike people of Georgia, Circassia, and Mingrelia, and well nigh depopulated the country, has left sore wounds that will take the wine and oil of time many a generation to heal completely up. With an inner consciousness of duty well done and services faithfully rendered, our friend from the hotel flicks off our seats in the car with the tail of his long linen duster. Not that they need dusting, but as a gentle reminder of the extraordinary care he has bestowed upon us, in little things as well as in bigger, during our brief acquaintance with him. He dusts them off. That last attentive flick of his coat tail is the finishing touch of an elaborate retrospective panorama we are expected to conjure up of the valuable services he has rendered us, and for which he is now justly entitled to his reward. The customary 3 bells are struck, the inevitable military-looking official blows shrilly on his little whistle, and still the train lingers. Lastly, the engine toots, however, and we pull slowly out of Tiflis. The town lies below us to the left. The river Kur follows us around a bend. The train speeds through deep gravel cuttings, and when we emerge from them the Georgian capital is no longer visible. Between Baku and Tiflis the Caucasus Railway runs for the most part through a flat, uninteresting country. Wastes as dreary and desolate as the steppes of Central Russia or the deserts of Turkestan sometimes stretched away to the horizon on either side of the track. At other points were gray, verdureless slopes and rocky buttes, or saline mud flats that looked like the old bed of some ancient sea. Occasional oases of life appeared here and there, a few wheat fields and a wretched mud-built village, or a picturesque scene of smoke-browned tents, gaily dressed nomads, and grazing flocks and herds. At night we had passed through a grassy steppe, a facsimile of the rolling prairies of the West. Though but the 6th of June, the country was parched and the grass dried, as it stood, into hay by the heat and drought. We saw at one point a wide sweep of flame that set the darkening sky aglow and caused the railway rails ahead to gleam. It was a steppe on fire, another reproduction of a far western prairie scene. All this had changed as we woke up an hour before reaching Tiflis. The country became green, lovely, and populous in comparison. The people seemed less ragged, poverty-stricken, and wretched. The native women wore garments of brightest red and blue. The men put on more style, with their long Circassian coats and ornamental daggers, than I had yet observed. East of Tiflis the Caucasus halfway may, roughly speaking, be said to traverse the dreary wastes of an Asiatic country, west of it to wind around among the green hills and forest-clad heights of Europe's southeastern extremity. Lovelier and more beautifully green grows the country, and more interesting, too, grow the people and the towns as our train speeds westward toward Batoum and the Black Sea coast. Everything about the railway, also, seems to be more prosperous and better equipped. The improvised telegraph poles of worn out lengths of rail seen east of Tiflis give place to something more becoming. Sometimes we speed for miles past ordinary cedar poles, procured no doubt from the mountain forests near at hand. Occasionally are stretches of iron poles imported from England, and then poles composed of two iron railway rails clamped together. For much of the way we see the splendidly equipped Indo European Telegraph Company's line, the finest telegraph line in the world, equipped with substantial iron poles throughout, and with every insulator covered with an iron cap in countries where the half civilized natives are wont to do them damage. This line runs through the various countries of Europe and Asia to Teheran, Persia, where it joins hands with the British government line to India. Following along the valley of the river Kur, our train is sometimes rattling along up a wild gorge between rugged heights whose sides are bristling with dark coniferous growth, or more precipitous with huge jagged rocks and the variegated vegetation of the Caucasus strewn in wild confusion. Again we emerge upon a peaceful grassy valley, lovely enough to have been the happy valley of Rasselas, and walled in almost completely with forest-clad mountains. Through it, perhaps, there winds a mountain stream, fed by welling springs and hidden rivulets, and on the stream is sure to be a town or village. An old Georgian town it would be, picturesque but dirty, built, too, with an eye to security from attack. One town is particularly noteworthy, not a very large town, but more important, doubtless, in times past than now. Out of the valley there rises a rocky butte, abrupt almost as though it were some monstrous vegetable growth. On the summit of this natural fortress some old Georgian chief had, in the good old days of independence, built a massive castle, and nestling beneath its protecting shadow around the base of the butte is the town, a picturesque town of adobe and wattle walls and quaint red tiles. So intensely verdant is the valley, so thickly wooded the dark surrounding mountains, so brown the walls, so red the tiles, and so picturesque the elevated castle, that even K goes into raptures, and calls the picture beautiful. The improvement in the Russian telegraph line, perhaps, owes something to its brief association with the invading stranger from England, and now among the sublime loveliness of this Caucasian Switzerland one finds the station houses built with far more pretence to the picturesque than on the barren steppes toward Baku and the Caspian. Here is the Caucasia of our youthful dreams, and the mystic hills and vales whence Mingrelian princes issued forth to deeds of valor in old romantic tales. Urchins, small mountaineers, more picturesquely clad than anything seen in Alpine Italy, even now offer us little baskets of wild strawberries at 10 kopecks a basket, strawberries they and their little brothers and sisters have gathered this very morning at the foot of the hills. The cuisine at the lunch counters embraces fresh trout from neighboring mountain streams, caught by vagrant Mingrelian Isaac Waltons, who bring them in on strings of plaited grass to sell. Humorous scenes sometimes enliven our stops at the stations. The Russian warnings for travelers to seek the train before it is everlastingly too late cover fully a minute of time. First come 3 raps of a bell suspended on the platform. Afterward a station employee blows a little whistle, and lastly comes a toot from the engine itself, by way of an ultimatum. Once this afternoon a woman leaves the train to enter the waiting room for something. Just as she is entering, the station man rings the bell. The woman, evidently unaccustomed to railway travel, rushes hastily back to the train. Everybody greets her performance with good-natured merriment. Finding the train not pulling out, and encouraged by some of the passengers, the woman ventures to try it again. As she reaches the waiting room door, the station man blows a shrill blast on his whistle. The woman rushes back as before. Again the people laugh, and again words of encouragement tempt her to venture back again. This time it is the toot of the engine that brings that poor female scurrying back across the platform amid the unsympathetic laughter of her fellow passengers, and this time the train really starts. From this it would appear that too many signals are quite as objectionable at railway stations as not signals enough. Every stoppage at a lunch counter station, or where vendors of things edible come on the platform, gives us opportunity to turn our minds judiciously upon the civilization of our fellow first class passengers. They present a curious combination of French fashion and polite address, on the one hand, and want of taste and ignorance of civilization's usages on the other. Gentlemen and ladies, dressed in the latest Parisian fashions, stand out on the platform and devour German sausage or dig their teeth into big chunks of yellow cheese with the gusto of half-starved barbarians. We double our engines, our compact, tenderless petroleum-burning engines, at the foot of the Suran Pass. At its base a stream disappears in an arched cave at the foot of a towering rocky cliff, and I have bethought me since of whether, like Allan Quatermain's subterranean stream, it would, if followed, reveal things heretofore unseen. And so we climb the lovely Suran Pass, rattle down the western slope upon the Black Sea coast, and reach Batoum at 11 p.m. As the chief mercantile port of the Caucasus, Batoum is an important shipping point. By the famous Berlin Treaty it was made a free port, but nothing is likely to remain free any length of time upon which the Russian bear has managed to lay his greedy paw. Consequently, Batoum is now afflicted with all sorts of commercial taxes and restrictions, peculiar to a protective and autocratic semi-oriental government. Notwithstanding this, however, ships from various European ports crowd its harbor, for not only is it the shipping point of Baku petroleum, but also the port of entry for much of the Persian and Central Asian importations from Europe. An oil pipe line is seriously contemplated from Baku to replace the iron tank cars now run on the railroad. Big fortifications are under headway to protect the harbor, its strategic importance as the terminus of the Caucasus Railway and the shipping point for troops and war material making Batoum a place of special solicitation on the part of the Russian military authorities. R. and I walk around and take a look at the fortification works, as well as one can do this, but no strangers are allowed very near, and we are conscious of close surveillance the whole time we are walking out near the scene of operations. A pleasant day in Batoum, and we take passage aboard a Messageries maritime steamer for Constantinople. Late at night we depart, amid the glare and music of a violent thunderstorm, and in the morning wake up in the roadstead of Trebizond. To fully realize the difference between mock civilization and the genuine article, one cannot do better than to transfer from a Russian Caspian steamer to a Messageries Maritimes. The Russian affect French methods and manners in pretty much everything, but the thinness and transparency of the varnish becomes very striking in contrast aboard the steamers. The scenery along the Anatolian coast is striking and lovely in the extreme as we steam along in full view of it all next day. It is mountainous the whole distance, but the prospect is charmingly variable. Sometimes the mountains are heavily wooded down to the water's edge, and sometimes the slopes are prettily checkered with clearings and cultivation. More and more lovely it grows next day as we pass Samsun, celebrated throughout the East for Chibouque tobacco; Sinope, memorable as the place where the first blow of the Crimean War was delivered; and on the morning of the third day, Inobilly, the town of wines. End of Section 24. Recording by William Tomko. Section 25 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 13. Roundabout to India, Part 2. On the evening of the third day we lay off the entrance to the Bosphorus till morning, when we steamed down that charming strait to Constantinople. It is almost a year since I took, in company with our friend Shelton Bey, a pleasure trip up the Bosphorus and gazed for the first time on its wondrous beauties. I have seen considerable since, but the Bosphorus looks as fresh and lovely as ever. While yielding as full a measure of praise to the Bosphorus as any of its most ardent admirers, I would, however, at the same time, recommend those in search of lovely coast scenery to take a coasting voyage along the southern shore of the Black Sea in June. I have no hesitation in saying that the traveler who goes into raptures over the beauties of the Bosphorus would, if he saw it, include the whole Anatolian coast to Batoum. Several very pleasant days are spent in Constantinople, talking over my Central Asian adventures with former acquaintances and seeing the city. But as these were pretty thoroughly described in Volume 1, there is no need of repetition here. With many regrets, I part company with R., who has proved a very pleasant companion indeed, and set sail for India. The steamers of the Khedivial Line, plying between Constantinople and Alexandria, have their mooring buoys near the Stamboul side of the Golden Horn, between Seraglio Point and the Galata Bridge. During the forenoon, Shelton Bey, R., and I had taken a caique and sought out from among the crowd of shipping in the harbor the steamship Behera, of the above-mentioned line, on which I have engaged my passage to Alexandria, so that we should have no difficulty in finding it in the afternoon. In the afternoon the Behera is found surrounded by a swarm of caiques, bringing passengers and friends who have come aboard to see them off. These slender-built craft are paddling about the black hull of the steamer in busy confusion. A fussy and authoritative little police boat seems to take a wanton delight in increasing the confusion by making sallies in among them to see that newly arriving passengers have provided themselves with the necessary passports, and that their baggage has been duly examined at the custom house. All is bustle and confusion aboard the Behera, and in 2 hours after the advertised time, pretty prompt for an Egyptian-owned boat, a tugboat assists her from her moorings, paddles glibly to one side, and in 10 minutes Seraglio Point is rounded, and we are steaming down the Marmora with the domes and minarets of the Ottoman capital gradually vanishing to the rear. People whose experience of steamship travel is confined to voyages in Western waters, and the orderliness and neatness aboard an Atlantic steamer, can form little idea of the appearance aboard an Oriental passenger boat. The small foredeck is reserved for the use of first and second class passengers. The remainder of the deck room is pretty well crowded with the most motley and picturesque gathering imaginable. Arabs and Egyptians returning from a visit to Stamboul, pilgrims going to Mecca via Egypt, Greeks, Levantines, and Armenians, all more or less fantastically attired and occupying themselves in their own peculiar way. The nomadic instinct of the Arabs asserts itself even on the deck of the steamer. Ere she is an hour from Stamboul, they may be seen squatting in little circles around small pans of charcoal, cooking their evening meal in precisely the same manner in which they are wont to cook it in the desert, leaving out, of course, the difference between camel chips and charcoal. The soothing bubble bubble of the narghileh is heard issuing from all sorts of quiet corners, where dreamy-looking Turks are perched cross-legged, happy and contented in the enjoyment of their beloved water pipe and in the silent contemplation of the moving scenes about them. As we ply our way at a 10-knot speed through the blue waves of the Marmora, and the sun sinks with a golden glow below the horizon, the spirit moves one of the Mecca pilgrims to climb on top of a chicken coop and shout "Allah il" for several minutes. The dangling ends of his turban flutter in the fresh evening breeze, steaming out behind him as he faces the east, and flapping in his swarthy face as he turns round facing to the opposite point of the compass. His supplications seem to be addressed to the dancing, white-capped waves, but the old Osmanlis mutter "Allah, Allah" in response between meditative whiffs of the narghileh, and the Arab and his fellow Mecca pilgrims swell the chorus with deep-fetched sighs of Allah, Ali Akbar. A narrow space is walled off with canvas for the exclusive use of the female deck passengers, and in this enclosure scores of women and children of the above-named nationalities are huddled together indiscriminately for the night, packed, I should say, closer than sardines in a tin box. Male sleepers and family groups are sprawled about the deck in every conceivable position, and in walking from the foredeck to the after cabins by the ghostly glimmer of the ship's lanterns, one has to pick his way cautiously among them. Woe to the person who attempts this difficult feat without the aid of a good pair of sea legs. He is sure to be pitched head foremost by the motion of the vessel into the bosom of some family peacefully snoozing in a promiscuous heap, or to step on the slim, dusky figure of an Arab. The ubiquitous Eurasian, who can speak a leetle Inglis, soon betrays his presence aboard by singling me out and proceeding to make himself sociable. I am sitting on the foredeck, perusing a late copy of a magazine which I had obtained in Constantinople, when that inevitable individual introduces himself by peeping at the corner of the magazine, and, with a winning smile, deliberately spells out its name, and soon we are engaged in as animated a discussion of the magazine as his limited knowledge of English permits. After listening with much interest to the various subjects of which it treats, he parades his profuse knowledge of Anglo-Saxon athletics by asking, "Does it also speak of ball-foot?" The cuisine in both first and second class cabins aboard the Egyptian liners is excellent, being served after the French style, with several courses and wine ad libitum. At our table is one solitary female, a Greek lady with an interesting habit of talking and gesticulating during meal times, and of promenading the foredeck in a profoundly pensive mood between meals. I have good reason to remember her former peculiarity, as she accidentally knocks a bottle of wine over into my soup plate while gesticulating to a couple of Levantines across the table. She is a curious woman in more respects than one. She always commences to pick her teeth at the beginning of the meal, and between courses she sticks the little wooden toothpick, pen fashion, behind her ear. Being Greek, of course, she smokes cigarettes, and being Greek, of course, she is also arrayed in one of those queer-looking garments that resemble an inverted cloth balloon, with the feet protruding from holes in the bottom. She sometimes absent-mindedly keeps the toothpick behind her ear while promenading the deck, and I have humbly thought that a woman promenading pensively back and forth in the national Greek costume, smoking a cigarette and with a wooden toothpick behind her starboard ear, was deserving of passing mention. The chief engineer of the ship is an Englishman with a large experience in the East. He has served with the late lamented General Gordon in the suppression of the slave trade in the Red Sea, and was anchored in Alexandria harbor during the last bombardment of the forts by the English ships. The best thing about the whole bombardment, he says, was to see the enthusiasm aboard the Yankee ships. The rigging swarmed with men, waving hats and cheering the English gunners, and whenever a more telling shot than usual struck the forts, wild hurrahs of approval from the American sailors would make the welkin ring again. There was no holding the Yankee sailors back when the English were preparing to go ashore, the old engineer continues, a gleam of enthusiasm lighting up his face, and it was arranged that they should go ashore to protect the American consulate. Only to protect the American consulate, you know. And the engineer winks profoundly, and thinking I might not comprehend the meaning of a profound wink, he winks knowingly as he repeats, "Only to protect the American consulate, you know." The engineer winds up by remarking, "That little affair in Alexandria harbor taught me more about the true feeling between the English and Americans than all the newspaper gabble on the subject put together." We touch at Smyrna and the Piraeus, and at the latter place a number of recently disbanded Greek soldiers come aboard. Some are Albanian Greeks whose costume is sufficiently fantastic to merit description. Beginning at the feet, these extremities are encased in moccasins of red leather, with pointed toes that turn upward and inward and terminate in a black worsted ball. The legs look comfortable and active in tights of coarse gray cloth, but the pièce de résistance of the costume is the kilt. This extends from the hips to the middle of the thighs, and instead of being a simple plaited cloth like the kilt of the Scotch Highlanders, it consists of many folds of airy white material that protrude in the fanciful manner of the stage costume of a coryphée. A jacket of the same material as the tights covers the body, and is embellished with black braid. This jacket is provided with open sleeves that usually dangle behind the immature wings, but which can be buttoned around the wrists so as to cover the back of the arm. The head gear is a red fez, something like the national Turkish headdress, but with a huge black tassel that hangs halfway down the back, and which seems ever on the point of pulling the fez off the wearer's head with its weight. At noon of the 5th day out we arrive in Alexandria harbor, to find the shipping gaily decorated with flags and the cannon booming in honor of the anniversary of Her Majesty Queen Victoria's coronation. Alexandria is the most flourishing and Europeanized city I have thus far seen in the East. That portion of the city destroyed by the incendiary torches of Arabi Pasha is either built up again or in process of rebuilding. Like all large city fires, the burning would almost seem to have been more of a benefit than otherwise, in the long run, for imposing blocks of substantial stone buildings, many with magnificent marble fronts, have risen, phoenix-like, from the ashes of the inferior structures destroyed by the fire. After seeing Constantinople, Teheran, or even Tiflis, one cannot but be surprised at Alexandria, surprised at finding its streets well paved with massive stone blocks, smoothly laid and elevated in the middle after the most approved methods, surprised at the long row of really splendid shops in which is displayed everything that can be found in a European city, surprised at the swell turnouts on the Khedivial Boulevard of an evening, surprised at the many evidences of wealth and European enterprise. In the yet unfinished quarters of the city, houses are going up everywhere. The large gangs of laborers, both men and women, engaged in their erection, create an impression of beehive-like activity, and everybody looks happy and contented. After so many surprises comes a feeling of regret that this commercial and industrial rose, that looks so bright and flourishing under the stimulating influence of the English occupation, should ever again be exposed to the blighting influence of an Oriental administration. Red-coated Tommy Atkins, stalking in conscious superiority down the streets, or standing guard in front of the barracks, is no doubt chiefly responsible for much of this flourishing state of affairs in Alexandria, and the withdrawal of his peace, ensuring presence, could not fail to operate adversely to the city's good. The many groves of date palms rising up tall and slender, vying in gracefulness with the tapering minarets of the mosques, and with their feathery foliage mingling with and overtopping the white stone buildings, lends a charm to Alexandria that is found wanting in Constantinople, albeit the Osmanli capital presents by far the more lovely appearance from the sea. Massive marble seats are ranged along the Khedivial Boulevard beneath the trees, and dusky statues, in the scant drapery of the Egyptian plebe, are either sitting on them or reclining at lazy length, an occasional movement of body alone betraying that they are not part and parcel of the tomb-like marble slabs. The tall, slim figures of Soudanese and Arabs mingle with the cosmopolitan forms in the streets. Nubians, black as ebony, their skins seemingly polished, and their bare legs thin almost as bean poles, slouch lazily along, or perhaps they are bestriding a diminutive donkey, their long bony feet dangling idly to the ground. All the donkeys of Alexandria are not diminutive, however. Some of the finest donkeys in the world are here, large, sleek-coated, well-fed looking animals that appear quite as intelligent as their riders, or as the native donkey boys who follow behind and persuade them along. These donkeys are for hire on every street corner, and all sorts and conditions of people, from an English soldier to a lean Arab, may be seen coming jollity-jolt along the streets on the hurricane deck of a donkey, with a half-naked donkey boy racing behind, belaboring him along. The population of Alexandria is essentially cosmopolitan, but, considering the English occupation, one is scarcely prepared to land so few English. The great majority of Europeans are Germans, French, and Italian, nearly all the shopkeepers being of these nationalities. But English language and bullish money seem to be almost universally understood, and probably the Board of Trade returns would show that English commerce predominates, and that it is only the retail trade in which the foreign element looms so conspicuously to the fore. An English evening paper, the Egyptian Gazette, has taken root here, and the following rather humorous account of a series of camel races, copied from its pages, serves to show something of how the sporting proclivities of the English army of occupation enlist the services of even the awkward and ungainly ships of the desert. 5:15 p.m. Camel race for gentlemen riders. Once round and a distance. Sweepstakes. 10 shillings. Don Juan, a fine, long-maned, fast-looking dromedary, started first favorite. Commodore Goodrich, K.N., our popular naval transport officer, being as good a judge of the ship of the desert as he is of a man of war. There was some difficulty at the post to get the riders together, owing to the fractiousness of Don Juan, who, with Colbert the Devil, ridden by Surgeon Pork, did not seem quite agreed about the professional beauty, ridden by Surgeon Moir. At the start, Shaitan, written by Mr. Airy, E.N., shoved to the front, closely followed by Surgeon Robertson's mother-in-law, who, with Lieutenant Shuckburg's Purely Patience, Mr. Dumreicher's First Love, and Surgeon Hale's Microbe, rather shut out Don Juan. They kept this order until rounding Tattenham Corner, when Mr. Dumreicher brought his camel to the front, proving to his backers that he meant business with his First Love, and won a splendid race by her neck, Don Juan making a good second, with Professional Beauty about a length behind. 6:15 p.m. Camel race for sailors and soldiers. Once round and a distance. First prize 10 shillings, second 5 shillings, third 2 shillings 6 pence. 11 competitors turned up for this race, which was very well contested, although one of the camels appeared to think it too much trouble to run, and quietly squatted down immediately after the start, and could not be induced to join his fellows. Abdel Hal Hassin of the Coast Guard came in first, with Wickers of the Royal Artillery second, and Simpson of the Commissariat and Transport Corps third. Second camel race for gentlemen riders. This was got up on the course by a sporting naval officer. 5 camels started, G.O.M., Hardington, Gochin, Chamberlain, and Unionist. This looked a certainty for G.O.M., as all but Unionist were in the same stable. However, the jockey seemed to have been got at, for although G.O.M. got away with a good start, yet rounding the second corner he was shut out by a combined effort of Hardington, Goshen, Chamberlain, and Unionist, the latter winning, amid thunders of applause, by 30 lengths. Egypt is preeminently the land of backsheesh, and Alexandria, as a chief port of arrival and departure, naturally comes in for its share of this annoying attention. From ship to hotel, and from hotel to railway station, the traveler has to run the gauntlet of people deeply versed in the subtle arts and wiles of backsheesh diplomacy. At any time, as you stroll down the street, some native will suddenly bop up like a sable ghost beside you, point out something you don't want to see, and brazenly demand backsheesh for showing it. Cook's tourists' office is but a few hundred yards from my hotel. I have passed it before and know exactly where it is, but one of these dusky shadows glides silently behind me until the office is nearly reached, when he slips ahead, points it out, and with consummate assurance demands backsheesh for guiding me to it. The worst of it is there is no such thing as getting rid of these pests. They are the most persevering and unscrupulous blackmailers in their own small way that could be imagined. People whom you could swear you never set eyes on before will boldly declare they have acted as guide or something, and dog your footsteps all over the city. Most of them are as humble as Uriah Heep himself in their annoying importunities, but some will not even hesitate to create a scene to gain their object, And as the easiest way to get rid of them, the harassed traveler generally gives them a coin. In leaving by the train, after one has baksheeshed the hungry swarm of hotel servitors, baksheeshed the porter who has doggedly persisted in coming with you to the station, regardless of repeatedly telling him he wasn't wanted, baksheeshed the baggage man, and bolted almost like a hunted thing into the railway carriage from a small host of people who want baksheesh, one because he happened to detect your wandering gaze in search of the station clock and eagerly pointing out its whereabouts, another because he has told you, without being asked, that the train starts in 10 minutes, another because he pointed out your carriage, which for a brief transitory instant you failed to recognize, and others for equally trivial things, for which they all seem keenly on the alert. You shut yourself in with a feeling of relief that must be something akin to escaping from a gang of brigands. King Baksheesh evidently rules supreme in Egypt yet. My route to India takes me along the Egyptian railway to Suez, thence by steamer down the Red Sea to Aden and Karachi. A passenger train on this railway consists of carriages divided into classes as they are in England, the first and second class cars being modelled on the same lines as the English. The third class cars, however, are mere boxes provided with seats, and with iron bars instead of windows. Nice airy vehicles these, where the conditions of climate render airiness desirable, but it must be extremely interesting to ride in one of them through an Egyptian sandstorm. At the Alexandria station, an old wrinkle-faced native, bronzed and leathery, almost as an Egyptian mummy, pulls a bell rope 3 times. The conductor comes to the car window for the second time and examines your ticket. The engine gives a cracked shriek and pulls out. As the train glides through the suburbs, one's attention is arrested by well-kept carriage drives, lined and overarched with feathery palm tree groves and other evidences of municipal thrift. From the suburbs we plunge at once into a rich and populous agricultural country, the famed Nile Delta, of which a passing descriptive glimpse will not here be considered out of place. Cotton seems to be the most important crop as seen from the windows of my car, and for many a mile after leaving Alexandria we glide through luxuriant fields of that important Egyptian staple. Interspersed among the darker green of the growing cotton are fields of young rice, sometimes showing bright and green in contrast to the darker shade of the cotton, and sometimes being represented by square areas of glistening water, beneath which the young rice is submerged. The Nile Delta is a network of irrigating ditches from end to end. Large canals, big enough to float barges, and on which considerable commerce is carried, tap the Nile above the delta, and traversing it in all directions, furnish water to systems of smaller ditches and canals, and these again to still smaller channels of distribution. The water in these channels is all below the surface, and a goodly proportion of the whole teeming population of the delta is engaged between seed time and harvest in pumping the life-giving water from these ditches into the small surface trenches that conduct it over their fields and gardens. The water-pumping fellahs, ranged along the network of canals, often at intervals of not more than 100 yards, create an impression of marvelous industry pervading the whole scene, as the train speeds its way alongside the larger canals. The pumping in most cases is done by men or buffaloes, and the clumsy-looking but effective Egyptian water-wheel, a rough wooden contrivance that as it revolves raises the water from below and pours it from holes in the side into a wooden trough from whence it flows over the field. Small rude shelters are erected close by, beneath which the attendant fellah can squat in the shade and keep the meek and gentle but lazy buffaloes up to their task by constant threats and bellicose demonstrations. Most of these animals are blindfolded, a contrivance that, no doubt, inspires them to pace round and round their weary circle with becoming perseverance, inasmuch as it tends to keep them in perpetual fear of the dusky driver beneath the shade. People too poor, or with holdings too small, to justify the employment of oxen in pumping water, raise it from the ditches themselves, with buckets at the end of long well sweeps. In some localities one can cast his eye over the landscape and see scores of these rude sweeps continually rising and falling, rising and falling. A few windmills are also used for pumping, but the wind is a fickle thing to depend on, and his utter dependence on the water supply makes the Egyptian agriculturist unwilling to run such risks. Steam engines, both stationary and portable, are observed at frequent intervals. Both the engines and the coal for fuel have to be imported from England, but they evidently pump enough water to repay the outlay, otherwise there would not be so many of them in use. It must be a rich, productive soil that can afford the expensive luxury of importing steam engines and coal from a distant market to supply it with water for irrigation. The sediment from the Nile, which settles in the canals and ditches, is cleaned out at frequent intervals, and spread over the fields, providing a new dressing of rich alluvial soil to annually stimulate the productive capacity of the soil. In the larger cotton fields, the dusky sons and daughters of Egypt are seen strung out in long rows, wielding cumbersome hoes, reminding one of old plantation days in Dixie, or they are paddling about in the inundated rice fields like amphibious things. Swarms of happy youngsters are splashing about in the canals and ditches. All about is teeming with life and animation. End of section 25. Recording by William Tomko. Section 26 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 13, Roundabout to India, Part 3. Villages are populous and close together. They are, for the most part, mere jumbles of low, mud houses with curious domed roofs, and they rise above the dead level of the delta like mounds. Many of these villages have probably occupied the same site since the days of the Pharaohs. The debris and rubbish of centuries have accumulated and been built upon again and again as the unsubstantial mud dwellings have crumbled away, until they have gradually developed into mounds that rise like huge molehills above the plain, and on which the present houses are built. Near each village is a graveyard, also forming a mound-like excrescence on the dead level of the surrounding surface. At intervals the train passes some stately white mansion, looking lovely and picturesque enough for anything, peeping from a grove of date palms or other indigenous vegetation. The tall, slender palms, with their beautiful, feathery foliage, lend a charm to the sunny Egyptian landscape, with its golden dawns and sunsets, that is simply indescribable. There seems no reason why every village on the whole delta should not be hiding its ugliness beneath a grove of this charming vegetation. Further east, near Fanta, nearly every village is found thus embowered, and date palm groves form a very conspicuous feature of the landscape. One need hardly add that here the fellaheen look more intelligent, more prosperous, and happy. At all the larger stations women come to the train with roast quails stuffed with rice, which they sell at 6d. apiece, and at every station along the line children bring water in the porous clay bottles of the country. This latter is badly needed, for the train rattles along most of the time in a stifling cloud of dust that penetrates the car and settles over one in incredible quantities. During the afternoon we pass the battlefield of Tel el Kebre, the train whisking right through the center of Arabi Pasha's earthworks. Near the battlefield is a little cemetery where the English soldiers killed in the battle were buried. The cemetery is kept green and tidy, and surrounded by a neat iron fence. Amid the gray desert that begins at Tel el Kebre, this little cemetery is the only bright spot immediately about. From Tel el Kebre to Suez the country is a sandy desert, where sand fences, like the snow fences of the Rocky Mountains, have been found necessary to protect the railway from the shifting sand. On this dreary waste are seen herds of camels, happy, no doubt, as clams at high tide, as they roam about and search for tough camel thorn shrubs that here and there protrude above the wavy ridges of white sand. Put a camel in a pasture of rich, succulent grass, and he will roam about with a far-away, disconsolate look and an expression of disgust. But here, on the glaring white sands of the desert, with nothing to browse upon but prickly dry shrubs, he is in the seventh heaven of a camel's delight. Very curious it looks as we approach Suez to see the spars and masts of big steamers moving along the ship canal, close at hand, without seeing anything of the water. The high dumps, representing the excavations from the canal, conceal everything but the masts and the top of the funnels even when one is close by. Several days are spent at Suez, waiting for the steamer which we will call the Mandarin, on which I am to take passage to Karachi. Suez is a wretched hole, although there is a passably good English hotel facing the waterfront. It is the month of Bairam, however, and there is consequently a good deal of picturesque life in the native quarters. Suez seems swarming with guides, and as I am, for the greater part of a week, the only guest at the hotel, they show me far more attention than a dozen people would know what to do with. Some want to take me to see the place where Moses struck the rock. Others urge me to visit the spot where the Israelites crossed the Red Sea, both these places being suspiciously handy to Suez. Donkey boys dog one's footsteps with their long-eared chargers, whenever one ventures outside the hotel. I'm the Peninsular and Oriental donkey boy, sir, Jimmy Johnson. I have a good donkey, sir. When you want to ride, ask for Jimmy Johnson. To all this, sundry seductive offers are added, such as a short trial trip along the Bund. The Mandarin comes along on July 7th, and a decidedly stably smell is wafted over the waters towards us as we follow behind her with the little launch that is to put me aboard when the steamer condescends to ease up and allows us to approach. The Mandarin, owing to the quarantine, has kept me waiting several days at Suez, and when at last she steams out of the canal and we give chase with the little launch and finally range alongside, the whole length of the deck is observed to be bristling with ears. Some particularly hopeful agent of the Indian government has been sanguine enough to ship 140 mules from Italy to Karachi during the monsoon season. On the deck of a notoriously rolling ship, and with nothing but temporary plank fittings to confine the mules. The mules are ranged along either side of the deck, 70 mules on each side, heads facing inward, and with posts and a 2-inch plank separating them from the remainder of the deck, and into stalls of 6 mules each. Cocoanut matting is provided for them to stand on, and a plank nailed along the deck for them to brace their feet against when the vessel rolls. Nothing could be more happily arranged than this, providing the mules were unanimously agreed about remaining inside the railed-off space, and providing the monsoons had agreed not to roll the Mandarin violently about. With unpardonable short-sightedness, however, it seems that neither of these important factors in the case has been seriously considered or consulted, and, as an additional insult to the mules, the plank in front of them is elevated but 4 feet 6 above the deck. They are a choice lot of 4-year-old mules, unbroken and wild, harum-scarum and skittish. Well-fed 4-year-old mules are skin-full of deviltry under any circumstances, and ranged like so many red herrings in their boxes, with no exercise and every motion of the ship jostling them against one another, they very quickly develop a capacity for simon-pure cussedness that cause the officers of the ship no little anxiety from day to day, and a good deal more anxiety when they reflected on the weather that would be encountered on the Indian Ocean. The officers of the Mandarin are excellent seamen. They are perfectly at home and at their ease when it comes to managing a vessel, but their knowledge of mules is not so profound and exhaustive as of vessels. In short, their experience of mules has hitherto been confined to casually noticing meek and sober-sided specimens attached to the street cars of certain cities they have visited. 3 Italian muleteers have been hired to assist and instruct the coolies in feeding and watering the mules, and to supervise their general welfare. The 3 muleteers is an excellent arrangement, providing there were but 3 mules, but unfortunately there are 140, and before they had been aboard the Mandarin 2 days it became apparent that they ought to have engaged an equal number of Italians to keep the mules out of devilment. Uneasy in their minds at the wild restlessness and seemingly daredevil and inconsiderate pranks of their long-eared and unspeakable charges, the officers are naturally anxious to avail themselves of any stray grains of enlightenment concerning their management they might perchance drop on to by appealing to persons they come in contact with. Accordingly, one of them approaches me, the only passenger aboard, except some Hindus returning home from a visit to the Colinderies, and asks me if I understand anything about mules. I modestly own up to having reared, broken, driven, and generally handled mules in the West, whereat the officer is much pleased, and proceeds to unburden his mind concerning the animals aboard the ship. Fine young mules, he says they are, and in reply to a question of what the government of India is importing mules from Europe for, instead of raising them in India, he says he thinks they must be intended for breeding purposes. Understanding well enough that all this is quite natural and excusable in a seafaring man, I succeed in checking a rising smile, and gently but firmly convince the officer of the erroneousness of this conclusion. The officer is delighted to find a person possessing so complete a knowledge of mules, and I am henceforth regarded as the oracle on this particular subject, and the person to be consulted in regard to sundry things they don't quite understand. Between the 2-inch plank and the awning overhead is a space of about 3 feet. The mate says he is trifling misty as to how a 16-hand mule can leap through this small space without touching either the plank or the awning, and yet, he says, there is hardly a mule on board that has not performed this seemingly miraculous feat over and over again, and a good many of them make a practice of doing it every night. This jumping mania makes him feel uneasy every night, the mate goes on to explain, for fear some of the reckless and light-heeled cusses should make a mistake and jump over the bulwarks into the sea. The bulwarks are no higher than the plank, yet, while half the mules were found outside the plank every morning, none of them had happened to jump outside the bulwarks so far. Many of the mules, he says, were putting in most of their time bulldozing their fellows, and doing their best to make their life unbearable, and the downtrodden specimens seem so desperately scared of the bulldozers that he expects to see some of them jump overboard from sheer fright and desperation. At this juncture we are joined by another officer, and the mate joyfully informs him that I am a man who knows more about mules than anybody he had ever talked mule with. His brother officer is delighted to hear this, as he has been uneasy about the mules' appetites. They would devour all the hay and coarse feed they could get hold of, but didn't seem to have their constant hankering after grain that he had always understood to be part and parcel of a horse's and, consequently, a mule's nature. He knows something about horses, he says, for his wife keeps a pony in Scotland, and the pony would leave hay at any time to eat oats and bran. Consequently, he thinks there must be something radically wrong with the mules, and yet they seem lively enough. In fact, they seem lively. The two salts are also troubled somewhat in their minds at the marvelous kicking powers and propensities of the mules. One says he could understand an animal kicking to defend himself when attacked in the rear, or when anything tickled its heels, but the mules aboard the Mandarin had their heels in the air most of the time, and they battered away at one another, and pounded the iron bulwarks without the slightest provocation. "Yes," chimes in the other officer, "and more than that, I've seen 'em throw their heels clear over the bulwarks, kicking at a white-capped wave. If you'll believe me, sir, actually kicking at a white-capped wave. That happened to favor them with a trifle of spray. I say, I have no doubt what the officer says is true, and not necessarily exaggerated." And the officer says, "No, there is no exaggeration about it. You'll see the same thing yourself before you've been aboard 12 hours. There'll be hell to pay aboard this ship when we strike the monsoons." After explaining to the officers that there are not men enough, nor bulldozing and tyrannical mules enough aboard the Mandarin to scare the timidest mule of the consignment into jumping over the bulwarks into the sea, that it is quite natural for mules to prefer hay to bran and oats, and that it is as natural and necessary for a 4-year-old mule to kick as it is to breathe, they thank me and say they shall sleep sounder tonight than they have for a week. The heat, as we steam slowly down the Red Sea, is almost overpowering at this time of the year, July. A universal calm prevails. Day after day we glide through waters smooth as a mirror, resort to various expedients to keep cool, and witness fiery red sunsets every evening. Every day the deck presents a scene of animation, from the pranks and vagaries of our long-eared cargo. All goes well with them, however, as we glide along the placid bosom of the Red Sea. The oppressive heat has a wilting effect even on the riotous spirits of the young mules. They still exhibit their mulish contempt for the barriers reared so confidingly around them, and develop new and startling traits of devilment every day. But it is not until we leave Aden and the long swells come rolling up from the monsoon region that the real fun begins. The Mandarin lurches and rolls awfully, making it extremely difficult at times for any of the mules to keep their feet. Each mule seems to think his next neighbor responsible for the jostling and crowding, and the kicking and squealing is continuous along both lines. While battering away at each other, each mule seems to be at the same time keeping a loose eye behind him for the oncoming waves, and swells that occasionally curl over the bulwarks and irritate them in the rear. Most of the mules seem capable of kicking at their neighbors and at a wave at the same time, but it is when their undivided attention is centered upon the crested billow of a swell that sweeps alongside the ship and flings a white, foamy cataract at the business end of each mule as it advances, that their marvelous heel-flinging capacity becomes apparent. Each mule batters frantically away as a wave strikes him, and the rattle of nimble and indignant hoofs on the iron bulwarks follows the wave along from one end of the ship to the other. One of the most arrogant and overbearing of the animals aboard is a ginger-colored mule stationed almost amidships on the starboard side. This mule soon develops the extraordinary capacity of casting its eye over the heaving waste of waters and distinguishing the particular wave that intends coming over the bulwarks long before it reaches the vessel. The historical arrogance of Canute's followers in thinking the waves would recede at his command is nothing in comparison to the cheeky assumption of this ginger mule. This mule will fold back its ears, look wild, and raise its heels menacingly at a white-crested wave when the wave is yet 100 yards away. And on the second day out from Aden its arrogance develops in such an alarming degree that it bristles up and lifts its heels at waves that its experience and never-flagging observation must have taught it wouldn't come half-way up the bulwarks. Now and then a mule will be caught off his guard and be flung violently to the deck, but the look of astonishment dies away as it nimbly regains its feet and gives place to angry attack on its neighbor and a half reproachful, half apprehensive look at the sea. So far, however, the mules seem to more than hold their own, and all oblivious of what is before them, they are comparatively happy and mischievous. But on the night of the third day out from Aden, the full force of the monsoon swells strikes the Mandarin, and true to her character, she responds by rolling and pitching about in the trough of the sea in a manner that fills the mules with consternation, and ends in their utter collapse and demoralization. Planks break and give way as the whole body of mules are flung violently and simultaneously forward, and before midnight the mules are piled up in promiscuous and struggling heaps, while tons of water come on deck and wash and tumble them about in all imaginable shapes and forms. All hands are piped up and kept busy tying the mules' legs, to prevent them regaining their feet only to be flung violently down again in the midst of a struggling heap of their fellows. There is only one mule actually dead in the morning, but the others are the worst used up, discouraged lot of mules I ever saw. Mules that but the day before would nearly jump out of their skins if one attempted to pat their noses, now seem anxious to court human attention and to atone for past sins. Many of them are pretty badly skinned up and bruised, and a few of them are well nigh flayed alive from being seesawed back and forth about the deck. It is not a pleasant picture to dwell upon, and it would be much pleasanter to have to record that the mules proved too much for the monsoon. But truth will prevail, and before we reach Karachi the monsoon has scored 14 mules dead and pretty much all the others more or less wounded. But this is no discredit to the mules. In fact, I have greater respect for the staying qualities of a mule than ever before, since the monsoon only secures 10% of them for the sharks after all. A week from Aden and 14 days from Suez we reach Karachi. The tide happens to be out at the time, and so we have to lay to till the following morning, when the Mandarin crosses the bar and drops anchor preparatory to unloading the now badly demoralized mules into lighters. Karachi bids fair to develop into a very prominent seaport in the near future. The extension of the frontier into Beloochistan gives Karachi a strategic importance as the port of arrival of troops and war material from England. Not less is its importance from a purely commercial view, for down the Indus Valley Railway to Karachi for shipment come the enormous and yearly increasing wheat exportations from the Punjab. Thus far my precise plans have been held in abeyance until my arrival on Indian soil. Whether I would find it practicable to start on the wheel again from Karachi, or whether it would be necessary to proceed to the northeast, I had not yet been able to find out. At any rate, it is always best to leave these matters until one gets on the spot. The result of my investigations at once proves the impossibility, even were it desirable, of starting from Karachi. The Indus River is at flood, inundating the country, which is all so jungly and wild and without roads. The heat throughout Scinde in July is something terrific, and to endeavor to force a way through flooded jungle with a bicycle at such a time would be little short of madness. Under these conditions I decide to proceed by rail to Lahore, the capital of the Punjab, whence I am told there will be a good road all the way to Calcutta. As the crow flies, Lahore is nearer to Furrah than Karachi is, so that my purpose of making a continuous trail will be better served from that point anyhow. It is an interesting jaunt by rail up the Indus Valley, but one's first impression of India is sure to be one of disappointment by taking this route. It is a desert country, taken all in all, this historic Scinde, through which, however, the Indus Valley makes a narrow streak of agricultural richness. The cars on the railroad are provided with couscous tatties to mollify the intense heat. They are fixed into the windows so that the passengers may turn them on round from time to time to raise the water from the lower half to the top, whence it trickles back again and cools the heated air that percolates through. The heat increases as we reach Rohri and Sukhar, where passengers are transferred by ferry across the Indus. The country seems a veritable furnace, cracking and blistering with heat. At Sukhar our train glides through some rich date palms, the origin of which, legend says, were the date stones thrown away by the soldiers of Alexander the Great. They seem to have taken root in congenial soil, anyway, for every tree is heavily laden with ripe and ripening dates. Reclining under the date trees or wandering about are many dusky sons and daughters of Scinde, the latter in bright raiment and with children in no raiment whatever. The heat, the fruitful date palms, and the lotus-eating natives combine to make up a truly tropical scene. Much of the country population seems to be nomadic or semi-nomadic, dwelling in tents with which they remove to the higher ground when the Indus becomes inundated and return again to the valley to cultivate and harvest their crops. They seem a picturesque people mostly, sometimes strangely incongruous in the matter of apparel, as for instance, one I saw wearing a white breechcloth and hussar coat. This was the whole extent of his wardrobe, for he had neither shoes, shirt, nor hat. Water buffaloes are wading and swimming about in the overflowed jungle, browsing off bulrushes and rank grass. Youngsters are sometimes seen perched on the buffaloes' backs, taking care of the herd. About Multan the aspect of the country changes to level, barren plain, and this, as we gradually approach Lahore, gives place to a cultivated country of marvelous richness. Here one first sees the matchless kunkah roads traversing the country from town to town, the first glimpse of which is very reassuring to me. It is July 28th when I at length find myself in Lahore. The heat is not only well nigh unbearable, but dangerous. Prickly heat has seized hold upon me with a promptness that is anything but agreeable. The thermometer in my room at Clark's Hotel registers 108 degrees at midnight. A punkah wallah is indispensable night and day. A couple of days are spent in affixing a new set of tires to my wheel and seeing something of the lions of Lahore. The Shalimar Mango Gardens, a few miles east of the city, and Shah Jehan's fort, museum, etc., are the regular things to visit. In the museum is a rare collection of ancient Asiatic arms, some of which throw a new light on the origin of modern firearms. Here are revolving muskets that were no doubt used long before the revolving principle was ever applied to arms in the West. But our narrative must not linger amid the antiquities of Lahore, fascinating as they may, peradventure, be. End of section 26. Recording by William Tomko.
Section 27 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Craig. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 14, Part 1. Through India. The heat is intense, being at the end of the heated term at the commencement of the earliest monsoons. It is certainly not less than 130 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun, when at 3 p.m. I mount and shape my course towards Amritsar, some 35 miles down the Grand Trunk Road. In such a temperature and beneath such a sun, it behooves the discreet Caucasian to dress as carefully for protection against the heat as he would against the frost of an Arctic winter. The United States Army helmet, which I have constantly worn since obtaining it at Fort Sidney, Nebraska, has now to be discarded in favor of a huge pith solar topee, an inch thick and but a little smaller than an umbrella. This overshadowing headdress imparts a cheerful mushroom-like aspect to my person, and casts a shadow on the smooth whitish surface of the road as I ride along. It well nigh obliterates the shadow of the wheel and its rider. Thus sheltered from the rays of the Indian sun, I wheel through the beautifully shaded suburban streets of Lahore, past dense thickets of fruitful plantains, across the broad switchyard of the Sindhi, Delhi, and Punjab Railway, and out onto the smooth level surface of the Grand Trunk Road. This road is, beyond a doubt, the finest highway in the whole world. It extends for nearly 1,600 miles, an unbroken highway of marvelous perfection, from Peshawar on the Afghan frontier to Calcutta. It is metalled for much of its length with a substance peculiar to the country known as kunkah. Kunkah is obtained almost anywhere throughout the land of the 5 rivers, underlying the surface soil. It is a sort of loose nodular limestone, which when wetted and rolled cements together and forms a road surface smooth and compact as an asphaltum pavement, and of excellent wearing quality. It is a magnificent road to bicycle over. Not only is it broad, level, and smooth, but for much of the way it is converted into a veritable avenue by spreading shade trees on either side. Far and near, the rich Indian vegetation, stimulated to wear its loveliest garb by the early monsoon rains, is intensely green and luxuriant. And through the richly verdant landscape stretches the wide, straight belt of the road, far as eye can reach, a whitish streak, glaring and quivering with reflected heat. The natives of the Punjab, the most loyal perhaps of the Indian races, are beginning to regard the Christian Sabbath as a holiday, and happy crowds of people in holiday attire are gathered at the Shalimar Mango Gardens, a few miles out of Lahore. Beyond the gardens, I meet a native in a big red turban and white clothes en route to Lahore on a bone shaker. He is pedaling ambitiously along with his umbrella under his left arm. As we approach each other, his swarthy countenance lights up with a glad, fraternal smile, and his hand touches his turban in recognition of the mystic brotherhood of the wheel. There is a mysterious bond of sympathy recognizable even between the old native-made bone shaker and its Punjabi rider and the pale-faced Ferengi Sahib mounted on his graceful triumph of Western ingenuity and mechanical skill. The free display of ivories as we approach, the expectation of fraternal recognition so plainly evident in his face, and the friendly and respectful rather than obsequious manner of saluting, tell something of that leveling tendency of the wheel we sometimes hear spoken of. The park-like expanse of country on either hand continues as mile after mile is reeled off. The shady trees, the ruins, the villages, and the roadside cosminars, with the perfect highway leading through it all. What more could wheelmen ask than this? A wayside police chowkee is now seen ahead, a snug little edifice of brick beneath the sacred branches of a spreading peepul. A 6-foot Sikh in the red and blue turban and neat blue uniform of the Punjab Soldier Police stands at the door and executes a stiff military salute as I wheel past. A row of conical white pillars and a grass-grown plot of ground, containing a few bungalows and camping space for a regiment, indicate a military reservation. These spaces are reserved at intervals of 10 or 12 miles all down the Grand Trunk Road. The distance from each represents a day's march for Indian troops in time of peace. A bend in the road, and the bicycle sweeps over a substantial brick bridge, spanning an irrigating canal large enough to float a 3-masted schooner. The bridge and the ditch convey early evidence of English enterprise no less conspicuous than the road itself. Neatly trimmed banks and a tropical luxuriance of overhanging vegetation give the long, straight reach of water the charming appearance of flowing through a leafy tunnel. Under the stimulus of the monsoon rains and the more than tropical heat, the soil seems bursting with fatness, and earth, air, and water are teeming with life. The roadway itself is swarming with pedestrians, trudging along in both directions. Some there are with the inevitable umbrellas held above their heads, but more are carrying them under their arms as though in lofty contempt of 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Vehicles jingle past by the hundred, filled with villagers who have been visiting or shopping at Lahore or Amritsar. Their light bamboo carts are provided with numbers of little brass cymbals that clash together musically in response to the motion of the vehicle. The occupants are fairly loaded down with silver jewelry, and for color and picturesqueness generally, it is safe to assume that not even Solomon in all his glory was arrayed like one of these. The women particularly seem to literally revel in the exuberance of bright clothing adorning their dusky proportions. The profusion of jewelry, the merry jingle-jangle of the cymbals, the more than generous heat, and the seeming bountifulness of everything. These Sikh and Jatni merrymakers early impressed me as being particularly happy and light-hearted people. Splendid wheeling though it be, it soon becomes distressingly apparent that propelling a bicycle has now to be considered in connection with the overpowering heat. Half the distance to Amritsar is hardly covered, and the riding time scarcely 2 hours, yet it finds me reclining beneath the shade of a roadside tree more used up than 5 times the distance would warrant in a less enervating climate. The greensward around me as I recline in the shade is teeming with busy insects, and the trees are swarming with the beautiful winged life of the tropical air. Flocks of parakeets with most gorgeous plumage, blue, red, green, gold, and every conceivable hue, flit hither and thither or sweep past in whirring flight. Some of the native pedestrians pause for a moment and cast a wondering look at the unaccustomed spectacle of a sahib and a bicycle reclining alone beneath a wayside tree. All salaam deferentially as they pass by, but there is a refreshing absence of the spirit of obtrusion that sometimes made life a burden among the Turks and Persians. In his disgust at the aggressive curiosity of the Persians, Captain E., my companion from Meshed to Constantinople, had told me, "You'll find when you get to India that a sahib there is a sahib." And the strikingly deferential demeanor of the natives I have encountered on the road today forcibly reminds me of his remarks. The myriads of soldier ants crossing the road in solid phalanx or climbing the trees, the winged jewels of the air flitting silently here and there, the picturesque natives and their deferential salams, all these only serve to wean one's thoughts from the oppressive heat for a moment. At times one fairly gasps for breath and looks involuntarily about in forlorn search for some place of escape, if only for a moment, from the stifling atmosphere. A feeling of utter lassitude and loss of ambition comes over one. The importance of accomplishing one's object diminishes, and the necessity of yielding to the pressure of the fearful heat and taking things easy becomes the all-absorbing theme of the imagination. A supreme and heroic effort of the will is necessary to arouse one from the inclination to remain in the shade indefinitely, regardless of everything else. No sort of accommodation is to be obtained this side of Amrita, however, so waiting until the dreadful power of the sun is tempered somewhat by his retirement beneath the trees, I resume my journey, making several brief halts in deference to an overwhelming sense of lassitude ere completing the 35 miles. Owing to these frequent halts, it is after dark when I arrive at Amrita, a thoroughly wilted individual and suffering agonies from the prickly heat aggravated by the feverish temperature superinduced by the exertion of the afternoon ride. My khaki suit and underclothes hold almost as much moisture as though I had just been fished out of the river, and my dry-drained corporeal system is clamorous for the wherewithal to quench the fires of its feverish heat as I alight in the suburbs of Amrita and inquire for the dak bungalow. A willing native guides me to a hotel where a smooth-mannered Parsi boniface accommodates sahibs with supper, charpoy, and chota hazari for the small sum of 4 rupees. Punkawallas, paniwallas, sweepers, etc., extra. A cooling douche with water kept at a low temperature in the celebrated porous bottles, a change of underclothing, and a punkawalla vigorously engaged in creating our artificial breeze soon changed things for the better. All these refreshing and renovating appliances, however, barely suffice to stimulate one's energy up to the duty of jotting down in one's diary a brief summary of the day's happenings. The punkah of India is a long, narrow fan, suspended by cords from the ceiling. Attached to it is another cord which finds its way outside through a convenient hole in the wall or window frame. For the magnificent sum of 3 annas, 6 cents, the hopeful punkawalla sits outside and fills the room with soothing, sleep-inducing breezes for the space of a day or night, by a constant seesawing motion of the string. Few Europeans are able to sleep at night or exist during the day without the punkawalla's services, for at least 9 months in the year. The slightest negligence on his part at night is sufficient to summon the sleeper instantly from the land of dreams to the stern reality that the dusky imp outside has himself dropped off to sleep. A pardonable imprecation delivered in loud, threatening tones, or in the case of a person vengefully inclined, or once too often made a victim, a stealthy visit to the open door, a well-aimed boot, and the pendulous punkah again swings to and fro, banishing the newly awakened prickly heat, and fanning the recumbent figure on the charpoy with grateful breezes that quickly send him off to sleep again. A slight fall of rain during the night tempers somewhat the oppressive heat, and the zephyrs of the prevailing monsoons blow stiffly against me as I pedal southward in the early morning. The rain has improved rather than injured the Kunkah road, and it is, moreover, something of a toss-up as to whether the adverse wind is advantageous or otherwise. On the one hand, it exacts increased muscular effort to ride against it, but on the other, its beneficent services as a cooler are measurably apparent. One needs only to traverse the Grand Trunk Road for a few days in order to obtain a comprehensive idea of India's teeming population. Vehicles and pedestrians throng the road again this morning, pouring into Amritsar as though to attend some great festival. The impression of some festive occasion obtains additional colors from parties of musicians who keep up a perpetual tom-tomming on their drums as they trudge along. The object of their noisiness is apparently to gratify their own love of the sounding rattle of the drums. At the police chowkee of Gundiala, 10 miles from Amritsar, a halt is made for rest and a drink of water. To avoid trampling on the caste prejudices or the sanctimonious religious feelings of the natives, everybody drinks from his hands, or from a cheap earthenware dish that may afterwards be smashed. The Sikhs and Mohammedans of the Punjab are far more reasonable in this matter than are the Brahmins and other ultra-holy idolaters of the country farther south. Among the Hindus, where caste prejudices exist throughout all the strata of society, to avoid the awful consequences of touching their lips to a vessel out of which some unworthy wretch a shade less holy has previously drunk, the fastidious worshipper of Krishna, Vishnu, or Kamadeva always drinks from his hands, unless possessed of a private drinking vessel of his own. The hands are held in position to form a trough leading to the mouth, while an assistant pours water in at one end. The recipient receives it at the other. No little skill and care is required to prevent the water running down one's sleeve. The average native seems to think the human throat a gutter down which the water will flow as fast as he can pour it into the hands. The flowing yellow flood of Beas River, now at flood and spreading itself over the width of a mile, makes an impassable break in my road soon after midday. A ferry boat usually plies across the stream, but by reason of the broad area of overflow and the consequent difficulty of working it, it is moored up for the time being. Fortunately, the Sindhi, Punjab, and Delhi Railroad crosses the river on a fine bridge nearby, with a regular ferry train service in operation. Repairing thither, I find in charge of the ferry train an old Anglo-Indian engineer who prevails upon me to accept his hospitality for the night. Hundreds of natives pass the night round about the railway station, waiting to cross the bridge on the first morning train. Nowhere else in the world does a gathering of people present so picturesque and interesting a sight as in sunny Hindostan. These people gathered about the Beas River station looked more like a company rigged out for the spectacular stage than the ordinary everyday mortals attending to the prosaic business of life. The nose rings worn by many of the women are so massive and heavy that silken cords are attached and carried to some support on the head to relieve the nostril of the weight. The rims of the ears are likewise grievously overburdened with ornaments. These unoffending appendages are pierced with a number of holes all round the rim from lobe to top. Each hole contains a massive ring, almost large and heavy enough for a bracelet, the weight of which pulls the ear all out of shape. Simple yet gaudy costumes prevail, garments of red, yellow, blue, green, olive, and white, with gold tinsel, drape the graceful forms of these dusky Sikh or Jatni belles, and not a whit less picturesque and party-colored are the costumes of their husbands, brothers, and fathers. Fine fellows mostly, tall, straight, military-looking men with handsome faces and fierce mustachios. Not a few thoroughbred Jats are mingled in the crowd, the stout-built, thick-limbed Jats, the warlike race with the steel or silver discus surmounting their queer pyramidal headdress. Under the independent government of their people by the gurus or ruler priests of the last century, and particularly under the regulations of the celebrated Guru Govind, every Sikh was considered a warrior from his birth, and was always required to wear steel iri some form or other about his person. The Jats being the most enterprising and warlike tribe of the territory, acknowledging the rule of the Gurus and the religious teachings of the Adi Granth as their faith, takes a special pride in commemorating the bravery and warlike qualities of their ancestors by still wearing the distinguishing steel quoits on their heads. Sesame or banyan trees, shading 20 yards width of luxuriant greensward on either side of the road, and each and every tree sheltering groups of natives resting, idling, washing their clothes in some silent pool, or tending a few grazing buffaloes, form a truly Arcadian scene for mile after mile next day. These buffaloes are huge, unwieldy animals with black, hairless hides, strong and heavy almost as rhinoceroses. In striking contrast to them are the aristocratic little cream-colored Brahmani cows, with the curious big camel hump on their withers. These latter animals are pampered and revered and made much of among the Brahmins. Mythology has it that Brahma created cows and Brahmins at the same time, and the cow is therefore an object of worship and veneration. Taken all in all, the worship of the Hindus has something eminently rational about it. Their worship is frequently bestowed upon some of the tangible object that contributes directly to their material enjoyment. It is very much like going back to the first principles of gratitude for direct blessings received to worship Mother Ganga, the noble stream that brings down the moisture from the Himalayas to water their plains and quicken into life their needy crops, or to worship the gentle bovine that provides them daily with milk and cheese and ghee. Wonderful legends are told of the cow in Hindu mythology. The Ramayana tells of a certain marvelous cow owned by a renowned hermit. The hermit, being honored by a visit from the king, who had with him a numerous retinue, was sorely puzzled how to provide refreshments for his princely guests. The cow, however, proved herself equal to the emergency, and obedient to her saintly lord, viands to suit each taste outpoured. Honey she gave, and roasted grain, mead, sweet with flowers and sugar cane, each beverage of flavor rare. And food of every sort were there, hills of hot rice and sweetened cakes, and curdled milk and soup in lakes, vast beakers flowing to the brim, with sugared drink prepared for him, and dainty sweetmeats deftly made before the hermit's guests were laid. In all Brahmin communities are sacred bulls, allowed to roam at their own sweet will among the crops and help themselves. Chawal and doodh, rice and milk, is obtained at noon from a village eating stall. The rice is dished up to all customers in basins improvised from a broad banyan leaf, so that nobody's caste may be jeopardized by handling spoons or dishes that others have touched. Most of the natives manage to eat with their fingers, but they bring for the sahib a stiff green leaf which is bent into the form of a scoop and made to answer the purpose of a spoon. The milk is served in valueless earthenware basins that are tossed into the street and broken after being once used. There is a regular caste of artisans in India whose hereditary profession is the manufacture of this cheap pottery. Almost every village has its family of pottery makers who manufacture them for the use of the community. The people are curious about the bicycle and the sahib's peculiar manner of traveling without the usual native servant and eating rice at an ordinary village stall. They are, however, far from being in the least obtrusive or annoying. On the contrary, their respectfulness and conservatism is something to admire. Although they gather about the bicycle in a compact ring, not a hand in all the company is meddlesome enough to touch it. Through the smooth kunkah-laid bazaars of Julandhar, so different from the unridable bazaars we have heretofore been made familiar with, and I wheel past the Queen's Garden and into the cantonment along lovely avenues and perfect roads. The detachment of Royal Artillery, whose quarters my road leads directly past, is composed largely of the gallant sons of Erin, and as I wheel into the cantonment, an artilleryman seated on a harpony beneath a spreading neem tree sings out to his comrades, "Be jabbers, boys! Here's the Yankee what's traveling around the world with a bicycle." I have with me a letter of introduction to an officer stationed at Julandhar. Upon inquiry, however, I find that he is absent at Simla on leave. Desirous of seeing something of Tommy Atkins in his Indian quarters, I therefore accept an invitation to remain at the barracks of the Royal Artillery until ready to resume my journey in the morning. At this season of the year, an Indian cantonment presents the appearance of a magnificent park. The barracks are large, commodious structures built with a view to securing the best results for the health and comfort of the troops. No soldiers in the world are so well fed, housed, and clothed as the British soldiers in India, and none receive as much pay except the soldiers of the United States Army. That they are justly entitled to everything that can contribute to their happiness and welfare goes without saying. For actual service rendered and the importance of the responsibilities resting on their shoulders, it is little enough to say that the British soldiers in India are entitled to a greater measure of consideration than the soldiers of any other army in existence. This little army of 50 or 60,000 men is practically responsible for the good behavior of 1/6 of the world's population, saying nothing of affairs without. And in addition to this is the wearisome round of existence in an Indian barrack, the enervating climate, and the ennui so poisonous to the active Anglo-Saxon temperament. After all that is said for or against the Anglo-Indian army, the unprejudiced critic cannot fail to admit that they are the finest body of fighting men in existence, a force against which it would be impossible for an equal number of the soldiers of any other country to contend. That the old dominant spirit of the British soldier is yet rampant as ever may be seen perhaps plainer in the cantonments of India than anywhere else. The manifest superiority of Tommy Atkins as a fighter stands out in bold relief against the gentle populations of India, who regard him as the very incarnation of war and warlike attributes. His own confidence in his ability to whip all the multitudinous enemies of England put together is as great today as it ever was, and nothing would suit him better than a campaign against the military colossus of the North in defense of the British interests in India he now so faithfully guards. The interest in my appearance is deepened by my recent adventures in Afghanistan, and letters partly descriptive of the same that have appeared in late issues of the Indian press. A mile or so from the artillery barracks are the quarters of a detachment of the Connaught Rangers. A couple of non-commissioned officers in the Rangers, I am happy to discover, are wheelmen, and when the tidings of the around-the-world rider's arrival reaches them, they wheel over and endeavor to have me become their guest. The Royal Artillery boys refuse to give their protege up, however, and the rivalry is compromised by my paying the Rangers a visit and then coming back to my first entertainer's quarters for the night. The evening is spent pleasantly in telling stories of camp life in India and Afghanistan. Some of the soldiers present have been recently stationed at Peshawar and other points near the northern frontier, and tell of the extraordinary precautions that had to be adopted to prevent their rifles being stolen at night from the very racks within the barracks rooms where they were sleeping. An officer at the cantonment claims to have cured himself of enlarged spleen, the bane of so many Anglo-Indian officers, by daily riding on a tricycle. He then disposed of it to advantage to a native gentleman who had noticed the marvelous improvement it had wrought in his health, and who was also affected with the same disease. The native also cured himself, and now firmly believes the tricycle possessed of some magic properties. Release of punkah-wallahs are provided for the barracks, a number of punkahs being connected so that one coolie fans the occupants of a dozen or more charpoys. In talking about these useful and very necessary servants, some of the comments indulged in by the gentleman who first invited me into the barracks are well worth repeating. Be jabbers, and yous have to kape awake all night to swear at the lazy devils in order to get a wink of sleep. And the moment yous drop asleep, yous are awake, are choice specimens heard, in reference to the punkah-wallah's confirmed habit of dozing off in the silent watches of the night. The two wheelmen of the Connaught Rangers accompany me 5 miles to the Bain River ferry in the cool of early morning. They would have escorted me as far as Umballa, they say, had they known of my coming in time to arrange leave of absence. 25 miles of continuously smooth and level kunkah bring me to Phillour, a Mohammedan town of several thousand inhabitants. The fort of Phillour is a conspicuous object on the left of the road. It was formerly an important depot of military supplies, and in the time of Sikh independence was regarded by them as the key to the Punjab. Since the mutiny, it has dwindled in importance as a military stronghold, but is held by a detachment of native infantry. A mile or so from Phillour is a splendid girder railway bridge crossing the river Sutlej. The outflow of the river extends for miles, converting the depressions into lakes and the dry ditches into sloughs and creeks. Resting under the shade of a peepul tree, I while away a passing hour watching native fishermen endeavoring to beguile the finny denizens of the overflow into their custody. Their tactics are to stir up the water and make it muddy for a space around, so that the fish cannot see them. They then toss a flat disk of wood, so that it falls with an audible splash a few yards away. This maneuver is intended to deceive the fish into thinking something edible has fallen into the water. Woe betide the guileless fish, however, whose innocent, confiding nature is thus imposed upon, for swish goes a circular drop net over the spot, from the meshes of which the luckless captive tries in vain to struggle. The river Sutlej has its source in the holy lake of Manas Sarovara, in Tibet's most mountainous regions, and for several hundred miles its course leads through mighty canyons, grand and rugged as the canyons of the Colorado and the Gunnison. It is upon the upper reaches of the Sutlej that the celebrated swing bridges called karorus are in operation. A karorus consists of a bagar grass or yak hair rope stretched from bank to bank, across which passengers are pulled, suspended in a swinging chair or basket. The karorus is also largely patronized by the swarms of monkeys inhabiting the foothill jungles of the Himalayas. Nothing could be more congenial to these festive animals than the Blondin-like performance of crossing over some deep roaring gorge along the swaying rope of a karorus. Like other rivers of the level Punjab plains, the Sutlej has at various times meandered from its legitimate channel. 8 miles south of its present bed, the large and flourishing city of Ludhiana once stood on its bank. Ludhiana and its dak bungalow provides refreshments and a 3-hour siesta beneath the cooling and seductive punkah, besides an interesting and instructive tete-a-tete with a Eurasian civil officer spending the day here. Among other startling confidences, this olive-tinted gentleman declares that to him the punkah is unbearable, its pendulous, swinging motion invariably making him seasick. Through a country of alternate sandy downs and grazing areas, my road leads at length through the territory of the Rajah of Sirhind. Picturesque and impressive fortresses and high, crenellated stone walls around the villages give the Rajah's little dominion here a most decided medieval appearance, and dark, dense patches of sugar cane attest the marvelous richness of the sandy soil, wherever water can be applied. Moreover, as if to complete the interesting picture of a native prince's rule, on the road is encountered a gaily dressed party in charge of some youthful bigwig on a monster elephant. A thick striped mattress makes a soft platform on the elephant's broad back, and here the young voluptuary squats as naturally as on the floor of his room. Some of the attendants are dancing along before him, noisily knuckling tambourines and drums, while others trudge alongside or behind. The elephant regards the bicycle with symptoms of mild apprehension and swerves slightly to one side. The police officer of the Kermandala Chowki, just off the Rajah of Sirhind's territory, voluntarily tenders me the shelter of his quarters, just as the sun is finishing his race for the day by painting the sky with fanciful tints and streaks. The long, straight avenue which I have wheeled down for miles hereabout runs east and west. The sun, rotund and fiery, sets immediately in the perspective of the avenue, and at his disappearance there shoot from the same point iridescent javelins that spread fan-like over the whole heavens. A sight never to be forgotten is the long white road and the ribs of the glorious celestial fan meeting together in the vista-like distance. And oh, for the brush and palette and genius of a turner! One of the rainbow-tinted javelins splits the crescent moon and holds it to toast before the glowing sunset fires, like a piece of green cheese. End of section 27. Section 28 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Craig. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 14, Part 2, Through India. The heat of the night is ominously suggestive of Shed's popularly conceived temperature, and in the absence of the customary punkah and nodding, seesawing wallah, a villager is employed to sit beside my charpoy and agitate the air immediately about my head with a big palm-leaf fan. But sleep is next to impossible. The morning finds me feeling but little refreshed, and with a decided yearning to remain all day long in the shade instead of taking to the road. Not a moment's respite is possible from the oppressive heat. An hour in the saddle develops a sensation of grogginess and an amphibian inclination for wallowing in some roadside tank. South of Sirhind, the country develops into low, flat jungle, with much of it partly overflowed. The road through these semi-submerged lowlands is an embankment rising many feet above the general level and provided with numerous culverts and bridges to prevent the damming of the waters and the danger of washing away the road. The jungle is full of busy life. The air is thick with the low murmuring hum of busy insect life. Birds shriek, whistle, call, hoot, peep, chirp, and sing among the intertwining branches, and frogs croak hoarsely in the watery shallows beneath. Noises, too, are heard that would puzzle, I would venture to say, many a scholarly book-wise and specimen-wise naturalist to define as coming from the articulatory organs of bird, beast, or fish. The slow, measured sweep of giant wings beating the air is heard above, and the next moment a huge bustard floats down through the trees and alights in a moist footing of jungle grass and water. The little Brahmin village at the railway station of Rajpaura is reached in the middle of the afternoon, but it provides little or nothing in the way of accommodation for a European. The chowkidar of the dak bungalow blandly declares his inability to provide anything eatable for a sahib, and the Eurasian employees at the railway station are unaccommodating and indifferent, owing to the travel-stained and ordinary appearance of my apparel. The Eurasians, by the by, impress me far less favorably as a race than do the better-class full-blood natives. It seems to be the unfortunate fate of most mixed races to inherit the more undesirable qualities of both progenitors, and the better characteristics of neither. No less than the mongrel populations of certain West Indian islands, the Spanish-speaking republics, and the mulattoes of the southern states, do the Eurasians of India present in their character eloquent argumentation against the error of miscegenation. A little Brahmin village is anything but an encouraging place for a traveler to penetrate in search of eatables. A thin yellow-skinned Brahmin with a calico fig leaf suspended from a coconut fiber waist-string, and the white and red tattooing of his holy caste on his forehead, presides over a big lump of guduku, a preparation of tobacco, rose leaves, jaggery, bananas, opium, and cardamom seed, used for hookah smoking, and his double performs the same office for sickly warm goat's milk and doughy and leavened chapatis. Uninviting as is the prospect, one is compelled, by the total absence of any alternative, to patronize the proprietor of the latter articles. As I step inside his little shed-like establishment to see what he has, he holds up his hands in holy trepidation at the unhallowed intrusion, and begs me to be seated outside. My entrance causes as much consternation as the traditional bull in the china shop, the explanation of which is to be found in the fact that anything I might happen to touch becomes at once defiled beyond redemption for the consumption of native customers. With the weather wiltingly hot, doughy chapatis and lukewarm, unstrained, strong-tasting goat's milk can scarcely be called an appetizing meal, and the latter is served in the usual cheap earthenware platter, which is at once tossed out and broken. The natives of India are probably less concerned about their stomachs than the people of any other country in the world. They seem to delight in fasting and growing thin and emaciated. Their ordinary meal is a handful of parched grain and a few swallows of milk or water. Among the ascetic Brahmins are many specimens reduced by habitual fasting and general meagreness of diet to the condition of living skeletons, yet they seem to enjoy splendid health and live to a shriveled old age. The Brahmin shopkeeper squats contentedly among his wares, passing the hours in dreaming meditation and consoling pipes of Gudukku. Nothing seems to disturb his calm serenity any more than the reposeful expression on the countenance of a marble Buddha could be effective. Nothing but the approach of a sahib towards his shop. It is interesting to observe the mingled play of politeness, apprehension, and alarm in the actions of a Brahmin shopkeeper at the appearance of a blundering but withal well-meaning sahib among his wares. Knowing from long experience that the Englishman would on no account wilfully injure his property or trample wantonly on his caste prejudices, he is at his wit's end to comport himself deferentially and at the same time prevent anything from being handled. Money has to be placed where the Brahmin can pick it up without incurring the awful danger of personal contact with an unhallowed Kafir. The 50 miles that from the splendid condition of the roads I have thought little enough for the average day's run is duly reeled off as I ride into the splendid civil lines and cantonment of Umballa at dusk. But my few days' experience on the roads of India have sufficed to convince me that 50 miles is entirely beyond the bounds of discretion. It is, in fact, beyond the bounds of discretion to be riding any distance in the present season here. 50 miles is overcome today only by the exercise of almost superhuman willpower. The average native, when asked for the dak bungalow, is quite as likely to direct one to the post office, the kuchari, or any other government building, from a seeming inability to discriminate between them. At the entrance to Umballa, one of these hopeful participants in the blessings of enlightened government informs me, with sundry obsequious salams, that the dak bungalow is 4 miles farther. So thoroughly has my 50-mile ride used up my energy that even this 4 miles, on a most perfect road, seems utterly impossible of accomplishment. Besides which, experience has taught that following the directions given would very likely bring me to the post office, and farther away from the dak bungalow than ever. Above the trees, not far away, is observed the weathercock of a chapel spire, plainly indicating the location of a European quarter. Taking a branch road leading in that direction, I discover a party of English and native gentlemen playing a game of lawn tennis. Arriving on the scene just as the game is breaking up, I am cordially invited to come in and take a peg. To the uninitiated, a peg is a rather ambiguous term, but to the Anglo-Indian its interpretation takes the seductive form of a big tumbler of brandy and soda, a long drink, than which nothing could be more acceptable in my present fagged-out condition. No hesitation is therefore made in accepting, and under the stimulating influence of the generous brandy and soda, exhausted nature is quickly recuperated. While not an advocate of indiscriminate indulgence in alcoholic stimulants, after an enervating ride through the wilting heat of an Indian day, I am convinced that nothing is more beneficial than what Anglo-Indians laconically describe as a peg. This very opportune meeting results, naturally enough, in a pressing invitation to stay over and recruit up for a day, a program to which I offer no objections, feeling rather overdone and in need of rest and recuperation. Mine hosts are police commissioners, having supervision over the police district of Unabala. One of their number is on the eve of departure for his summer vacation in the Himalayas, and in honor of the event, several guests call round to partake of a champagne dinner, the sparkling Pommery Sec being quaffed ad libitum from pint tumblers. At the present time, no surer does water seek its level than the after-dinner conversation of Anglo-Indian officials turns into the discussion of the great depreciation of the silver rupee and its relation to the exchange at home. As the rate of exchange goes lower and lower, and no corresponding increase of salary takes place, the natural result is a great deal of hardship and dissatisfaction among those who, from various causes, have to send money to England. From the Anglo-Indians' daily association with Orientals and the peculiarly subtle understandings, it is perhaps not so surprising to find an occasional flight of fancy brought to bear upon the subject that would do credit to a professional romancer. One ingenious young civil officer present evolves a deep scheme to get even with the government for present injustice that for far-reaching and persistent revenge speaks volumes for the young gentleman's determination to carry his point. His brilliant scheme is to retire on a pension at the proper time, live to the age of 80 years, and then marry a healthy girl of 16. As the pension of an Anglo-Indian government officer descends to his surviving widow, the ingenuity and depth of this person's reasoning powers becomes at once apparent. He proposes to take revenge for the present shortcomings of the government by saddling it with a pension for 100 years or more after his retirement from active service. Tusked and antlered trophies of the chase adorning the walls, and panther and tiger skins scattered about the floor, attest the police commissioner's prowess with the rifle in the surrounding jungle. The height of every young Englishman's ambition when he comes to India is to kill a tiger. Not until with his own rifle he has laid low a genuine Tigris indicus and handed its striped pelt over to the taxidermist does he feel entitled to hold his chin at a becoming elevation and to indulge in the luxury of talking about the big game of the jungle on an equality with his fellows. Among the pets of the establishment are a youthful black bear that spends much of its time in climbing up and down a post on the lawn, a recently captured monkey that utters cries of alarm and looks badly frightened when approached by a white person, and a pair of spotted deer. These, together with several hunting dogs that delight in taking wanton liberties with the bear and deer, form quite a happy though not altogether trustful family party in the grounds. The day's rest does me a world of good, and upon resuming my journey the voice of my own experience is augmented by the advice of my entertainers, in warning me against overexertion and fatigue in so trying a climate as India. It has rained during the night, and the early morning is signaled by cooler weather than has yet been experienced from Lahore. Companies of tall Sikhs, magnificent-looking fellows in their trim khaki uniforms and monster turbans, are drilling within the native infantry lines as I wheel through the broad avenues of one of the finest cantonments in all India, and English officers and their wives are taking the morning air on horseback. This splendid cantonment contains no less than 7,220 acres, and might well be termed a magnificent park throughout. It is in the hilly tracts of the Ambala district that the curious custom prevails of placing infants beneath little cascades of water, so that the stream of water shall steadily descend on the head. The cool water of some mountain rivulet is converted into a number of streams appropriate for the purpose by means of bamboo ducts or spouts. The infants are brought thither in the morning by their mothers and placed in proper position on beds of grass. The trickling water pouring on their heads keeps the brain cool, and is popularly supposed to be efficacious in the prevention of many infantile diseases peculiar to the country. Children not subjected to this curious hydropathic treatment are said to generally die young, or grow up weaklings in comparison with the others. A sudden freshet in the ordinarily shallow and partially dry bed of the Dongli River tells of the heaviness of last night's rainstorm among the hills. and compels a halt of a couple of hours until the rapidly subsiding water gets low enough to admit of fording it with a native bullock gharry. A branch of the same stream is crossed in a similar manner, and yet a third river, a few miles farther, has to be crossed on a curious raft made of a number of buoyant earthenware jars fixed in a bamboo frame. A splendid bridge spans the swollen torrent of the more formidable Markunda, and the well-metalled highway now cuts a wide, straight swath through inundated jungle. A big wild monkey, the first of his species thus far encountered on the road, utters a shrill squeak of apprehension at seeing the bicycle come bowling down the road, and in his fright he leaps from the branches of a roadside tree into the shallow water and escapes into the jungle with frantic leaps and bounds. Traveling leisurely and resting often for 30 miles, the afternoon brings me to the small town of Peepli, where a dak bungalow provides food and shelter of a certain kind. The sleeping accommodation of the dak bungalow may hardly be described as luxurious. Ants and other insects swarm in myriads, and lizards drag their slimy length about the timber of the walls and ceiling. The wild jungle encroaches on the village, and the dak bungalow occupies an isolated position at one end. The jungle resounds with the strange noises of animals and birds, and a friendly native who speaks a little English confides the joyful information that the deadly cobra everywhere abounds. For the first time it is cool enough to sleep without the services of the punkawalla, and not a soul remains about the dak bungalow after nightfall. The night is dark and cloudy, but not by any means silent, for the noises of the night are multitudinous and varied, ranging from the tuneful croaking of innumerable frogs to the yelping chorus of the jackals, the weird nocturnal concert of the Indian jungle, a musical melange far easier to imagine than describe. About 10 o'clock, out from the gloomy depths of the jungle near by is suddenly heard the unmistakable caterwauling of a panther, followed by that cunning arch-dissembler's inimitable imitation of a child in distress. As though awed and paralyzed by this revelation of the panther's dread presence, the chirping and juggling and preening and yelping of inferior creatures cease as if by mutual impulse moved, and the pitter-patter of little feet are heard on the clay floor of my bungalow. The cry of the forest prowler is repeated, nearer than before to my quarters, and presently something hops up on the foot of the charpoy on which my recumbent form is stretched, and still continues the pattering of feet on the floor. It is pitchy dark within the bungalow, and uncertain of the nature of my strange visitant, I kick and queak at him and scare him off, but evidently terrorized by the appearance of the panther, the next minute he again invades my couch. To have one's room turn nolens volens into the place of refuge for timid animals, hiding from a prowling panther which is not unlikely to follow them inside, is anything but a desirable experience in the dark. Should his panthership come nosing inside the bungalow in his eagerness to secure something for supper, he might not pause to discriminate between brute and human, and as his awe-inspiring voice is heard again, apparently quite near by, I deem it expedient to warn him off. So reaching my Smith & Wesson from under the pillow, I fire a shot up into the thatched roof. The little intruders, whatever they may be, scamper out of the bungalow, nor wait upon the order of their going, and a loud scream some distance away a moment later tells of the panther's rapid retreat into the depths of the jungle. Soon a courageous bullfrog gives utterance to a subdued, hesitant croak. His excellent example is quickly followed by others. Answering noises spring up in every direction, and ere long the midnight concert of the jungle is again in full melody. A comparatively cooling breeze blows across flooded jungle and rice field in the morning. The country around resembles a shallow lake, from out of which the rank vegetation of the jungle rears its multiform foliage. Much of the water is merely the temporarily overflow of the Markunda, silently moving through the shady forest, but over the more permanently submerged areas is gathered a thick green scum. Not unlike a broad expanse of level meadowland do some of these open spaces seem, and the yellow fallen blossoms of the gum arabic trees scattered thickly about are the buttercups spangling and beautifying the meadows. 48 miles from Umballa, the Grand Trunk Road leads through the civil lines and past the towering walls of ancient Kurnaul. Formerly on the banks of the river Jumna, Kurnaul is now removed several miles from that stream, owing to the wayward trick of Indian rivers carving out for themselves new channels during seasons of extraordinary flood. The city is old beyond the records of history, its name and fame glimmering faintly in the dim and distant perspective of ancient Hindustani legend and mythical tales. Within the last few hundred years, Kurnaul has been taken and retaken, plundered and destroyed by Sikh, Rajput, Mughal, and Maratha freebooters, and was occupied in 1795 by the celebrated adventurer George Thomas, who figured so largely in the military history of India during the latter part of the last century. Here also was fought the great battle between Nadir Shah and Mohammed Shah, the Emperor of Delhi, that resulted in the defeat of the latter, the subsequent looting of Delhi, and the carrying off to Persia of the famous peacock throne. Splendid water tanks, spreading bunions, feathery date palms, and toddy palms render the suburbs of Kurnaul particularly attractive these days, but the place is unhealthy, being very low and the surrounding country subject to the overflow that induces fever. A letter of introduction from Umballa to Mr. D., Deputy Commissioner at Kurnaul, ensures me hospitable recognition and creature comforts upon reaching the latter place at 9 a.m. Spending the heat of midday in Mr. D.'s congenial society, recounting the incidents of my journey, and learning in return much valuable information in regard to India, I continue on my journey again when the fiercest heat of the sun has subsided in favor of the slightly more tolerable evening. The country grows more and more interesting from various standpoints as my progression carries me southward. Not only does it become intensely interesting by reason of its historical associations in connection with the old Mughal Empire, but in its peculiar aspect of Indian life today. Monkeys are hopping about all over the place, moving leisurely about the roofs and walls of the villages, or complacently examining one another's phrenological peculiarities beneath the trees. About the streets, shops, and houses, these mischievous anthropoids are seen in droves, moving hither and thither at their own sweet will, as much at home as the human occupants and owners of the houses themselves. Monkeys, being held sacred by the Hindus, are allowed to remain in the towns and villages unmolested, doing pretty much as they please. Sometimes they swarm in such numbers that eternal vigilance alone keeps them from devouring the fruit, grain, and other eatables displayed for sale in front of the shops. When they get to be an insufferable nuisance, although the pious Hindus would suffer from their depredations even to ruin rather than do them injury, they offer no objection to being relieved of their charges by the government officials, so long as the measures taken are not of a sanguinary nature. Sometimes the monkeys are caught and shipped off in carloads to some point miles away and turned loose in the jungle. The appearance of a carload of these exiles, however, always excites the sympathies of the pious Hindu, and instances have been known when they have been stealthily liberated while the train was waiting at some other town. An effectual remedy has been recently discovered in cleaning out colonies of the smaller varieties of monkeys and inducing them to remove somewhere else, by introducing into their midst a certain warlike and aggressive variety from somewhere in the Himalaya foothills. This particular race of monkey, being a veritable anthropoidal Don Juan among his fellows, when turned loose in a village, commences making violent love to the wives and sweethearts of the resident monkeys. The faithless fair, ever ready for coquetry and flirtation, flattered beyond measure by the attentions of the gallant stranger, forsake their first loves by the wholesale and bask shamelessly in the sunshine of his favor. The result is that the outraged males, afraid to attack the warlike libertines so rudely introduced into their peaceful community, gather up their erring spouses, giddy daughters, and small children, and betake themselves off forever. Not far from Kurnaul, I overtake an interesting party of gypsies, moving with their bag and baggage piled on the backs of diminutive cows led by strings. Numbers of the smaller children also bestride the gentle little bovines, but the rest of the party are afoot. The ruling passion of the Romany the wide world over asserts itself at my approach. Brown-bodied youngsters with sparkling coal-black eyes race after the bicycle, holding out their hands and begging, "Pais, Sahib, pais, pais." Facsimile in cry and gesture almost, and in appearance, are these Hindustani gypsies of their relatives in distant Hungary, who 15 months before raced alongside the bicycle and begged for "cruiser, cruiser." Many ethnologists believe India to have been the original abiding place of the now widely scattered Romanis. Certain it is that no country and no clime would be so well adapted to their shiftless habits and wandering tent life as India. Their language, subjected to analysis, has been traced in a measure to Sanskrit roots, and although spread pretty much all over the surface of the globe, this strange romantic people are said to recognize one another by a common language, even should the one hail from India and the other from the frozen north. Certain professors claim to have discovered a connecting link between the gypsies of the Occident and the Jats of the Punjab. A boy tending a sacred cow undertakes to drive that worshipful animal out of my way as he sees me come bowling briskly down the road. The bovine, pampered and treated with the greatest deference and consideration from her earliest calfhood, resents this treatment by making a short but determined spurt after me as I sweep past. Whether the sacred cows of India are spoiled by generations of overindulgence, or whether the variety is constitutionally ill-tempered, does not appear, but they one and all take pugnacious exception to the bicycle. Spurting away from a chasing Brahmini cow is an everyday experience. Mr. D has kindly telegraphed from Kurnaul to Nawab Ali Ahmed Khan, a hospitable Mohammedan gentleman at Paniput, apprising him of my coming. More ancient even than Kurnaul, Paniput's vast antiquity is reputed to extend back to the period of the great Pandava War, described in the Mahabharata, and supposed to have been fought nearly 4,000 years ago. The city occupies a commanding position to the left of the road, and is rendered conspicuous by several white marble domes and minarets. The Nawab and another native gentleman, physician to the Paniput hospital, are seated in a dog cart watching for my appearance, at a fork in the road near one of the city gates. The Nawab's place is 1.5 miles off the main road, but the smooth, level kunkah leads right up to the fine, commodious bungalow in which I am duly installed. A tepid bath, prepared in deference to the Nawab's anticipation of my preference, is awaiting my pleasure, and from the moment of arrival I am the recipient of unstinted attention. A large reclining chair is placed immediately beneath the punkah, and a punkahwala, ambitious to please, causes the frilled hangings of this desirable and necessary piece of furniture to wave vigorously to or fro but a foot or 18 inches above my head. A smiling servant kneels at my feet and proceeds to knead and groom the muscles of the legs. Judging from the attentions lavished upon my pedal extremities, one might well imagine me to be a racehorse that had just endeared himself to his groom and owner by winning the Derby. An ample supper is followed by a most refreshing sleep, and in the morning, when ready to depart, my watchful attendants present themselves with broad smiles and sheets of paper. Each one wants a certificate showing that he has contributed to my comfort and entertainment. And lastly comes the Nawab himself and his bosom friend, the hospital doctor, to bid me farewell and request the same favor. This certificate foible is one of the greatest bores in India. Almost every native who performs any service for a sahib, whether in the capacity of a mere waiter at a native hotel or as a retainer of some wealthy nabob, and not infrequently the nabob himself, if a government official, wants a testimonial expressing one's approval of his services. An old servitor who has mingled much among Europeans must have whole reams of these useless articles stowed away. What in the world they want with them is something of a puzzler, though the idea is probably that they might come in useful to obtain a situation some time or other. South of Paniput, the trees alongside the roads are literally swarming with monkeys. They file in long strings across the road, looking anxiously behind, evidently frightened at the strange appearance of the bicycle, Shinnying up the toddy palms, they ensconce themselves among the foliage and peer curiously down at me as I wheel past, giving vent to their perturbation in excited cries. 25 miles down the road, an hour is spent beneath the grove of shady peepals, watching the amusing antics of a troop of monkeys in the branches. Their marvelous activity among the trees is here displayed to perfection, as they quarrel and chase one another from tree to tree. The old ones seem passively irritable and decidedly averse to being bothered by the antics and mischievous activity of the youngsters. Taking possession of some particular branch, they warn away all would-be intruders with threatening grimaces and feints. The youthful members of the party are skillful of pranks and didos carried on to the great annoyance of their more aged and sedate relatives, who in revenge put in no small portion of their time punishing or pursuing them with angry cries for their deeds of wanton annoyance. One monkey that has very evidently been there many and many a time before on the same thievish errand, with an air of amusing secrecy and roguishness, slips quickly along a horizontal bough and thrusts its arm into a hole. Its eyes wander guiltily around, as though expectant of detection and attack, an apprehension that quickly justifies itself in the shape of a blue-plumaged bird that flutters angrily about the robber's head, causing it to beat a hasty retreat. Birds' eggs are the booty it expected to find, and methinks, as I note the number and activity of the freebooters to whom birds' eggs would be most toothsome morsels, watchful indeed must be the parent bird whose maternal ambition bears its legitimate fruit in this monkey-infested grove. In me the monkeys seem to recognize a possible enemy, and at my first appearance hasten to hide themselves among the thickest foliage. Peering cautiously down, they yield themselves up to excited chattering and broad grimaces. Peacocks, too, are strutting majestically about the green sward beneath the trees. Their gorgeous tails expanded, or perched on some horizontal branch, they awake the screaming echoes in reply to others of their kindred calling in the jungle. In the same way that monkeys are regarded and worshipped as the representatives of the great mythological monkey king Hanuman, who assisted Kama in his war with Havana for the possession of Sita, so is the peacock revered and held sacred as the bird upon which rode Kartikeya, the god of war, and commander-in-chief of the armies of the Puranic gods. Thus do both these denizens of the jungle obtain immunity from harm at the hands of the natives, by reason of mythological association. English sportsmen shoot them, however, except in certain specified districts where the government has made their killing prohibitory, in deference to the religious prejudices of the Hindus. The Rajput warriors of Uwar used to march to battle with a peacock's feather in their turbans. They believe that the reason why this fine plumaged bird screams so loudly when it thunders is because it mistakes the noise for the roll of war drums. Large two-storied passenger vans, drawn sometimes by one camel and sometimes two, are now frequently encountered. They are regular two-storied cages, with iron bars like the animal vans in a menagerie. The passengers squat on the floors, and when traveling at night or through wild districts, are locked in between stages to guard against surprise and robbery. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Section 29, Chapter 15, Delhi and Agra, Part 1. From the police Thana of Rai, where the night is spent, to Delhi, the character of the road changes to a mixture of clay and rock, altogether inferior to kunkah. The 21 miles are covered, however, by 8:30 a.m., that hour finding me wheeling down the broad suburban road to the Lahore gate amid throngs of country people carrying baskets of mangoes, plantains, pomegranates and other indigenous products into the markets of the old Mughal capital. Massive archways, ruined forts and sarais, placid water tanks, lovely gardens, feathery toddy palms, plantain hedges, and throngs of picturesque people make the approach to historic Delhi a scene long to be remembered. Entering the Lahore Gate, suitable accommodation is found at Northbrook Hotel, a comfortable hostelry under native management near the Moree Gate, and overlooking from its roof the scenes of the most memorable events connected with the siege of Delhi in 1857. Letters are found at the post office apprising me of a bicycle camera and paper negatives awaiting my orders at the American consulate at Calcutta, and it behooves me to linger here for a few days until its arrival in reply to a telegram. No more charming spot could possibly be found to linger in than the old Mughal capital, with its wondrous wealth of historical associations, both remotely antique and comparatively modern, its glorious monuments of imperial oriental splendor, and its reminiscences of heroic deeds in battle. A letter of introduction to an English gentleman brought from Kurnaul secures me friends and attention at once. In the cool of the evening we drive out together in his pony phaeton along the historic granite ridge that formed the site of the British camp during the siege. The operations against the city were conducted mostly from this ridge and the intervening ground. On the ridge itself is erected a beautiful red granite monument memorial, bearing the names of prominent officers and the numbers of men killed, the names of the regiments, etc., engaged in the siege and assault. Here also is Hindu Rao's house and ancient obelisks. East of the Moree Gate is the world-famed Kashmir Gate, world-famed in connection with the brilliant exploit of the little forlorn hope that on the morning of September the 14th, 1857, succeeded, in the face of a deadly fusillade from the walls and the wicket gates, in carrying bags of gunpowder and blowing it up. Through the opening thus effected poured the eager troops that rescued the city from 10 times their own number of mutineers, and turned the beams of the scale in which the fate of the whole British Empire was at the moment balanced. Perhaps in all the world's battles no more heroic achievement was ever attempted or carried out than the blowing up of the Kashmir Gate. Saul Keld laid his bags of powder in the face of a deadly fire from the open wicket not 10 feet distant. He was instantly shot through the arm and leg and fell back on the bridge, handing the port fire to Sergeant Burgess, bidding him light the fuse. Burgess was instantly shot dead in the attempt. Sergeant Carmichael then advanced, took up the port fire, and succeeded in firing the fuse, but immediately fell mortally wounded. Sergeant Smith, seeing him fall, advanced at a run, but finding that the fuse was already burning, flung himself into the ditch. Difficult indeed would it be to crowd more heroism into the same number of words that I have here quoted from Colonel Medley, an eyewitness of the affair. Between the double archways of the gate is a red sandstone memorial tablet, placed there by Lord Napier of Magdala, upon which is inscribed the names, rank, and regiment of those who took part in the forlorn hope. All is now peaceful and lovely enough, but the stone bastions and parapets still remain pretty much as when the British batteries seized their plunging rain of shot and shell 30 years ago. Not far from the Moree Gate is the tomb of General Nicholson, one of the most conspicuous and heroic characters of that trying period, and generally regarded as the saviour of Delhi. Enshrined in the hearts of the brave Sikhs, no less than in the hearts of his own countrymen, his tomb has become a regular place of pilgrimage for the old Sikh warriors who fought side by side with the English against the mutineers. It has been my good fortune, I find, to arrive at the old Mogul capital the day before the commencement of an annual merrymaking, picnicking, and general holiday at the celebrated Qutub Minar. The Qutub Minar is about 11 miles out of Delhi, situated amid the ruins of ancient Delhi, the old Hindu city from which the more modern city takes its name. It is conceded to be the most beautiful Minar monument in the world, and ranks with the Taj Mahal at Agra as one of the beautiful architectural triumphs peculiar to the splendid era of Mohammedan rule in India, and which are not to be matched elsewhere. The day following my arrival I conclude to take a spin out on my bicycle as far as the Qutub and see something of it, the ruins amid which it stands, and the Hindus in holiday attire. I choose the comparative coolness of early morning for the ride out, but early though it be, the road thither is already swarming with gaily dressed people bent on holiday making. The road is a worthy offshoot of the Grand Trunk, not a whit less smooth of surface, nor less lovely in its wealth of sacred shade trees. Moreover, it passes through a veritable wilderness of ruined cities, mosques, tombs, and forts the whole distance, and leads right through the magnificent remains of the ancient Hindu city itself. The Qutub Minar is found to be a beautifully fluted column, 240 feet high, and it soars grandly above the mournful ruins of old Delhi, its hoary wealth of crumbled idol temples, tombs, and forts. The Minar is supposed to have been erected in the latter part of the 12th century to celebrate the victory of the Mohammedans over the Hindus of Delhi. The general effect of the tall, stately Mohammedan monument among the Hindu ruins is that of a proud gladiator standing erect and triumphant amid fallen foes. At least that is how it looks to me as I view it in connection with the ruins at its base and ponder upon its history. A spiral stairway of 375 steps leads to the summit. A group of natives are already up there, enjoying the cool breezes and the prospect below. In the comprehensive view from the summit, one can read an instructive sermon of centuries of stirring Indian history in the grey stonework of ruined mosques and tombs and fortresses and pagan temples that dot the valley of the Jumna hereabout almost as thickly as the trees. Strange crowds have congregated on this rare old historic camping ground in ages past. It was a strange crowd gathered here for a strange purpose on that traditional occasion when Raja Pithara, in the 4th century of the Christian era, had the celebrated iron shaft dug up to satisfy his curiosity as to whether it had transfixed the subterranean snake god Vishay. There is a strange crowd gathered here today too. I can hear their shouting and their tom-tomming come floating up from among the ruins and the dark green foliage as I look down from my beautiful eyrie on top of the Qutub upon their pygmy forms, thronging the walks and roads, brown and busy as a swarm of ants. It is a vast concourse of people, characteristic of teeming India, but they are not on this occasion congregated to witness pagan rites and ceremonies, nor to encourage iconoclastic mullahs in smashing Hindu gods and chipping offensive Hindu carvings off their temples. They are a mixed crowd of Hindus, Sikhs, and Mohammedans, who, having to some extent buried the hatchet of race and religious animosities under the just and tolerant rule of a Christian government, have gathered here amid the ruins and relics of their respective past histories to enjoy themselves in innocent recreation. Descending from the Qutub Minar, I am resting beneath the shade of the dak bungalow hard by, when a grey-bearded Hindu approaches, salams, and hands me a paper. The paper is a certificate certifying that the bearer, Chuni Lai, had performed before Captain Somebody of the Fusiliers, and had afforded that officer excellent amusement. Before I have quite grasped the situation, or comprehended the purport of the tendered missive, several men and boys deposit a miscellaneous assortment of boxes and baskets before me, and range themselves in a semicircle behind them. The old fellow with the certificate picks out a small box and raises the lid. A huge cobra thrusts out its hideous head and puffs its hooded neck to the size of a man's hand. It then dawns on me that the grey-bearded Hindu is a conjurer, and being curious to see something of Indian prestidigitation, I allow him to proceed. Many of the tricks are quite commonplace and transparent even to a novice. For example, he mixes red, yellow, and white powders together in a tumbler of water and swallows the mixture, making, of course, a wry face, as though taking a dose of bitter medicine. He then calls a boy from among the bystanders and blows first red powder, then yellow, then white into the youngster's face. I judge he had small bags of dry powder stowed away in his cheek. He performs his tricks on the bare ground, without any such invaluable adjunct as the table of his European rival, and some of them, viewed in the light of this disadvantage, are indeed puzzling. For instance, he fills an ordinary tin pot nearly full of water, puts in a handful of yellow sand and a handful of red powder, and thoroughly stirs them up. He then thrusts his naked hand into the water and brings forth a handful of each kind, dry as when he put them in. A simple enough trick, no doubt, to the initiated, but the old conjurer's arm is bared, and the tin is, as far as I can discover, but an ordinary vessel, and the trick is performed without any cover, table, or cloth. After this he expectorates a number of glass marbles, and ends with a couple of solid iron jingle bells that he can scarce get out of his mouth. There is no mistake about their being of solid iron, and the old conjurer opens his mouth and lets me see them emerging from his throat. From what I see him do as the final act, and which there is no deception about, I am inclined to think the old fellow has actually acquired the power of swallowing these jingle bells and reproducing them at pleasure. After a number of tricks too familiar to justify mentioning here, he covers his head with a cloth for a minute, and then reappears with brass eyeballs, with a small hole bored in the centre of each to represent the pupils, and his mouth is rendered hideous with a set of teeth belonging to some animal. In this horrible make-up, the old Hindu tom-toms on a small oblong drum, while one of his assistants sings in broken English Buffalo Gals. He then openly removes the false teeth, and taking out the brass eyeballs, he casts them jingling on the gravel at my feet. They are simply hemispheres of sheet brass, and fitted closely over the eyeballs beneath the lids. The conjurer's eyes water visibly after the brass covers are removed, and well enough they might. There is no sleight of hand about this. It is purely an act of self-torture. In most of the conjuring tricks, the conjurer would purposely make a partial failure in the first attempt. An assistant would then impart the necessary power by muttering cabalistic words over a monkey's skull. A mongoose had been tethered to a stake at the beginning of the performance, and the little ferret-like enemy of the snake family kept tugging at his tether and sniffing suspiciously about whenever snakes appeared in the conjurer's manipulations. He had promised me a fight between the mongoose and a snake, and before presenting his little brass bowl for baksheesh, he holds out a 4-foot snake toward the eager little animal at the stake. The snake writhes and struggles to get away, evidently badly scared at the prospect of an encounter with the mongoose, but the man succeeds in depositing him within his adversary's reach. The mongoose nabs him by the neck in an instant, and would no doubt soon have finished him, but the assistants part them with wire crooks, putting the snake in a basket with several others, and the mongoose in another. While watching the interesting performances of the Hindu conjurers, I have left the bicycle at a little dak bungalow near the old entrance gate. From the commanding height of the Qutub, one could see that the Delhi road is a solid mass of vehicles and pedestrians. How the people in teeming India do swarm on these festive occasions! It looks impossible to make one's way with a bicycle against that winding stream of human beings, and so, after wandering about a while among the striking and peculiar colonnades of the ancient pagan temples, paying the regulation tribute of curiosity to the enigmatic iron column, and doing the place in general, I returned to the bungalow, thinking of starting back to Delhi, when I find that my cycle of strange experiences has attracted to itself a no less interesting gathering than a troop of Nautch girls and their chaperone. The troop numbers about a dozen girls, and they have come to the merrymaking at the Qutub to gather honest shekels by giving exhibitions of their Terpsichorean talents in the Nautch dance. I had been wondering whether an opportunity to see this famous dance would occur during my trip through India, and so, when 4 or 5 of the prettiest of these dusky damsels gather about me, smile at me, winsomely ogle me with their big black eyes, smile again, smile separately, smile unanimously, smile all over their semi-mahogany but nevertheless not unhandsome faces, and every time displaying sets of pearly teeth, what could I do, what could anyone have done, but smile in return? There is no language more eloquent or more easily understood than the language of facial expression. No verbal question or answer is necessary. I interpret the winsome smiles of the Nautchnese aright, and they interpret very quickly the permission to go ahead that reveals itself in the smile they force from me. 8 of the 12 are commonplace girls of from 14 to 18, and the other 4 are dark but comely, quite handsome as handsomeness goes among the Hindus. Their arms are bare of everything save an abundance of bracelets, and the upper portion of the body is rather scantily draped, after the manner and custom of all Hindu females, but an ample skirt of red calico reaches to the ankle. Rings are worn on every toe, and massive silver anklets with tiny bells attached make music when they walk or dance. They wear a profusion of bracelets, necklets of rupees, head ornaments, earrings, and pendant charms, and a massive gold or brass ring in the left nostril. The nostril is relieved of its burden by a string that descends from a head ornament and takes up the weight. The Nautch girls arrange themselves into a half circle, their scarlet costumes forming a bright crescent, terminating in a mass of spectators, whose half-naked bodies, varying in colour from pale olive to mahogany, are arrayed in costumes scarcely less showy than the dancers. The chaperone and 8 outside girls tom-tom an appropriate Nautch accompaniment on drums with their fingers. The four prettiest girls advance, and favouring me with sundry smiles and coquettish glances from their bright black eyes, they commence to dance. An idea seems to prevail in many Occidental minds that the Nautch dance is a very naughty thing, but nothing is further from the truth. Of course, it can be made naughty, and no doubt often is, but then so can many another form of innocent amusement. The Nautch dance is a decorous and artistic performance when properly danced. The graceful motions and elegant proportions of the human form, as revealed by lithe and graceful dancers, are to be viewed with an eye as purely artistic and critical as that with which one regards a Venus or other production of the sculptor's studio. The four dancers take the lower hem of their red garment daintily between the thumb and finger of the right hand, spreading its ample folds into the figure of an opened fan by bringing the outstretched arm almost on a level with the shoulder. A mantle of transparent muslin, fringed with silver spangles, is worn about the head and shoulders in the same indescribably graceful manner as the mantilla of the Spanish señorita. Raising a portion of this aloft in the left hand and keeping the fan intact with the right, the dancers twirl around and change positions with one another, their supple figures meanwhile assuming a variety of graceful motions and postures from time to time. Now they imitate the spiral movement of a serpent climbing around and upward on an imaginary pole. Again they assume an attitude of gracefulness, their dusky countenances half hidden in seeming coquetry behind the muslin mantle, the large red fan waving gently to and fro, the feet unmoving, but the undulating motions of the body and the tremor of the limbs sufficing to jingle the tiny ankle bells. On the whole, the Nautch dance would be disappointing to most people witnessing it. Its fame leads one to expect more than it really amounts to. Before starting back to Delhi, I take a stroll through the adjacent village of Qutub, a place named after the Minar, I suppose. The crooked main street of the village of Qutub itself presents today a scene of gaiety and confusion that beggars description. Bunting floats gaily from every window and balcony in honor of the festival, and is strung across the street from house to house. Thousands of globular colored lanterns are hanging about, ready to be lighted up at night. The streets are thronged with people in the gayest of costumes, and with vehicles the gilt and paint and glitter of which equal the glittering wagons and chariots of a circus parade at home. The balconies above the shops are curtained with blue gauze, behind which are seen numbers of ladies chatting, eating fruits and sweetmeats, and peeping down through the semi-transparent screens upon the animated scene in the streets. On the stalls, choice edibles are piled up by the bushel, and busy vendors are hawking fruits, sweets, toddy, and all imaginable refreshments about among the crowds. Vacant lots are occupied by the tents of visiting peasants, and in out-of-the-way corners acrobatics, jugglery, and Nautch dancing attract curious crowds. The incoming tide of human life is at its flood as I start back to Delhi by the same road I came. Here one gets a glimpse of the real gorgeousness of India without seeking for it at the pageants of princes and rajas. Small zemindars from outlying villages are bringing their wives and daughters to the festivities at the Qutub in circusy-looking bullock chariots covered with gilt and carvings, and draped and twined with party-coloured ribbons. Some of these gaudy turnouts are drawn by richly caparisoned milk-white oxen with gilded horns. Cymbals and sleigh bells galore keep up a merry jingle, and tom-tomming parties make their noisy presence known all along the line. Still more gorgeous and interesting than the gilded ox-gharries of the ordinary zemindars are miniature chariots drawn by pairs of well-matched, undersized oxen covered with richly spangled trappings, and with horns curiously gilded and tipped with tiny bells. These are the vehicles of petted young nabobs in charge of attendants, tiny oxen with gorgeous trappings, tiny chariots richly gilded and carved and painted, tiny occupants richly dressed and jewelled. Troops of Nautch-nees add their picturesque appearance to the brilliant throngs, and here and there is encountered a holy fakir, unkempt and unwashed, having perchance registered a vow years ago never more to apply water to his skin, his only clothing a dirty waistcloth and the yellow clay plastered on his body. Long strings of less pretentious bullock gharries almost block the roadway, and people constantly dodging out from behind them in front of my wheel make it extremely difficult to ride. Several days are passed at Delhi, waiting the arrival of a small bicycle camera from Calcutta, which has been forwarded from America. Most of this time is spent in the pleasant occupation of reclining in an armchair beneath the punkah, the only comfortable situation in Delhi at this season of the year. Nevertheless, I manage to spin around the city mornings and evenings and visit the famous fort and palace of Shah Jahan. In the magnificent even in the decline of its grandeur, fort palace of the Mughal emperor named, British soldiers now find comfortable quarters. This fort, together with modern Delhi, the real Indian name of Delhi is Shah Jahanabad, after the Emperor Shah Jahan, who had it built, is but about 250 years old, the entire affair having been built to gratify the Mughal ambition for founding new capitals. Although so modern compared with other cities nearby, both city and palace have gone through strangely stirring and tragic experiences, and events have happened in the latter that, though sometimes trivial in themselves, have led to momentous results. In this palace, in 1716, was given permission by the Emperor Farrukh Zaire to the Scotch physician Gabriel Hamilton, the privilege that have gradually led up to the British conquest of the whole peninsula. As a reward for professional services rendered, permission to establish factories on the Hooghly was given. The presidency of Fort William sprung therefrom, and at length the British Indian Empire. 20 years after this, the terrible Nadir Shah from Persia occupied the palace and held high jinks within, while his army slaughtered over 100,000 of the inhabitants in the streets. When this red-headed marauder took his departure, he carried away with him booty to the value of 80 millions sterling in the value of that time. Among the plunder was the famous Peacock Throne, alone reported to be worth £6,000,000. This remarkable piece of kingly furniture is said to be in the possession of the Shah of Persia at the present time. It is very probable, however, that only some unique portion of the throne is preserved, as it could hardly have been carried back to Persia by Nadir intact. This throne is thus described by a writer: the throne was 6 feet long and 4 broad, composed of solid gold inlaid with precious stones. It was surmounted by a canopy of gold supported on 12 pillars of the same material. Around the canopy hung a fringe of pearls. On each side of the throne stood 2 chatars, or umbrellas, symbols of royalty, formed of crimson velvet richly embroidered with gold thread and pearls, and with handles of solid gold 8 feet long, studded with diamonds. The back of the throne was a representation of the expanded tail of a peacock, the natural colours of which were imitated by sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and other gems. This peacock throne was the envy and admiration of every contemporary monarch who heard of it, and was undoubtedly one of the chief elements in exciting the cupidity of the outer world that finally ended in the dissolution of the Mogul Empire. Less than 10 years after the departure of Nadir Shah, Ahmud Khan advanced with an army from Kabul, and took pretty much everything of value that the Khorasani freebooter had overlooked, besides committing more atrocities upon the population. At the end of another decade, an army of Marathas took possession, and completed the spoliation by ripping the silver filigree work off the ceiling of the throne room. Not long after this, yet another adventurer took a hand in the work of destruction, tortured the members of the imperial family, and put out the eyes of the helpless old emperor, Shah Alam. Here Lord Lake's cavalcade arrived, too, in 1803, and found the blinded chief of the royal house of Timur and his magnificent successors, who built Delhi and Agra, seated beneath the tattered remnants of a little canopy, a mockery of royalty with every external appearance of misery and helplessness. And lastly, here, in May 1857, the last representative of the great Moguls, a not unwilling tool in the hands of the East India Company's mutinous soldiery, presided over the butchery of helpless English women and children. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Part 30, Chapter 15, Delhi and Agra. Part 2. It is difficult to realize that Delhi has been the theatre of such a stirring and eventful history, as nowadays one strolls down the Chandni Chowk and notes the air of peace and contentment that pervades the whole city. It seems quite true, as Edwin Arnold says in his India Revisited, that Derby is now not more contentedly British than is Delhi. Whatever may be the faults of British rule in India, no impartial critic can say that the people are not in better hands than they have ever been before. One of the most interesting objects in the city is the Jama Masjid, the largest mosque in India and the second largest in all Islam, ranking next to St. Sophia at Constantinople. Broad flights of red sandstone steps lead up to handsome gateways surmounted by rows of small, milk-white marble domes or cupolas. Inside is a large quadrangular court paved with broad slabs of sandstone. Occupying the center of this is a white marble reservoir of water. The mosque proper is situated on the west side of the quadrangle, an oblong structure 200 feet long by half that many in width, ornamented and embellished by Arabic inscriptions and 3 shapely white marble domes. Very elegant indeed is the pattern and composition of the floor, each square slab of white marble having a narrow black border running round it, like the border of a mourning envelope. Very charming also are the 2 graceful minarets at either end, 130 feet high, alternate strips of white marble and red sandstone producing a very pretty and striking effect. In the north-eastern corner of the quadrangle is a small cabinet containing the inevitable relics of the Prophet. 3 separate guides have accumulated at my heels since entering the gate, and now a 4th, ancient and hopeful, appears to unravel, for the Sahib's benefit, the mysteries of the little cabinet. Unlocking the door, he steps out of his slippers into the entrance, stooping beneath an iron rail that further bars the entrance. From an inner receptacle he first produces some ancient manuscript, which he explains was written by the same scribes who copied the Koran for Muhammad's grandson. Putting these carefully away, the ancient and hopeful then unwraps, very mysteriously, a handkerchief and reveals a small oblong tin box with a glass face. The casket contains what, upon casual observation, appears to be a piece of bark curling up at the edges. This, I am informed, however, is nothing less than the sole of one of Muhammad's sandals. Putting away this venerable relic of the great founder of Islam, the old Mussulman assumes a look of profound importance and mystery. One would think from his expression and manners that he was about to reveal the sacrilegious gaze of an infidel nothing less than the Prophet's 5th rib or the parings from his pet corn. Instead of these, he exhibits a flat piece of rock bearing marks resembling the shape of a man's foot, the imprint of Mohammed's foot, miraculously made. To one whose soulful gaze has been enraptured with an imprint of the first Sultan's hand on the wall of St. Sophia, and the mosaic figure of the Virgin Mary persistently refusing to be painted out of sight on the dome of the same mosque, this piece of rock would scarcely seem to justify the vast display of reverence that is evidently expected of all visitors by the ancient and hopeful. But perhaps it is on account of the place of honor it occupies immediately preceding what is undoubtedly a very precious relic indeed, a relic that fills the worthy custodian with mystery and importance, or perchance mystery and importance have been found, during his long and varied experience with the unsophisticated tourist, excellent things to increase the volume of importance attached to the exhibited articles, and the volume of peace in his exchequer. At any rate, the ancient and hopeful assumes more mystery and importance than ever as he uncovers a second tin casket with a glass front. Glued to the glass inside is a single coarse yellow hair about 2 inches long. The precious relic, which has a suspicious resemblance to a bristle, is considered the gem of the collection, being nothing less than a hair from the Prophet's venerable moustache. Mohammedans swear by the beard of the Prophet, just as good Christians swear by the great horned spoon, or by great Caesar's ghost, so that the possession of even this one poor little hair, surrounded as it is by a blue halo of suspicion as to its authenticity, sheds a ray of glory upon the great Jama Masjid, scarcely surpassed by its importance as the second largest mosque in the world. The 2-inch yellow hair is considered the pièce de résistance of the collection, and the ancient and hopeful stows it away with all due reverence, strokes his henna-stained beard with the air of a man who has got successfully through a very important task, steps into his slippers, and presents himself for peace. Peace is duly administered to him and his 3 salaaming associates, when lo, a 5th candidate mysteriously appears, also smiling and salaaming expectantly. Although I haven't had the pleasure of a previous acquaintance with this gentleman, the easiest way to escape gracefully from the sacred edifice is to backsheesh him along with the others. These backsheesh considerations are, of course, small and immaterial matters, and one ought to feel extremely grateful to all concerned for the happy privilege of feasting one's soul with ever so brief a contemplation of the things in the cabinet, and more especially on the bristle-like yellow hair. These joy-inspiring objects, ramshackled from the storehouse of the musty past, fulfill the double mission of keeping alive the reverence of devout Mussulmans who visit the mosque, and keeping the ancient and hopeful well supplied with good à. My camera having duly arrived, together with a package of letters, which are always doubly welcome to a wanderer in distant lands, I prepare to resume my southward journey. The few days' rest has enabled me to recover from the wilting effects of riding in the terrific heat, and I have seen something of one of the most interesting points in all Asia. Delhi is sometimes called the home of Asia, which, it seems to me, is a very appropriate name to give it. Neatly clad and modest-looking females, native converts to Christianity, are walking in orderly procession to church, testaments in hand, as I wheel through the streets of Delhi on Sunday morning toward the Agra road. Very interesting is it to see these dusky daughters of heathendom arrayed in modest white muslin gowns, their lithe and graceful forms freed from the barbarous jewelry that distinguishes the persons of their unconverted sisters. Very charming do they look in their Christianized simplicity and self-contained demeanor as they walk quietly and at a becoming Sabbath-day pace, 2 by 2, down the Chandni Chuk. They present an instructive comparison to the straggling groups of heathen damsels who watch them curiously as they walk past, and then proceed to chant idolatrous songs, apparently in a spirit of wanton raillery at the Christian maidens and their simple, unornamented attire. The fair heathens of Delhi have a sort of naughty Parisian reputation throughout the surrounding country, and so there is nothing surprising in this exhibition of wanton hilarity directed at these more straight-laced converts to the religion of the Ferengis. The heathen damsels, arrayed in very worldly costumes consisting of flaring red, yellow, and blue garments, the whole barbaric and ostentatious array of nose-rings, ear-rings, armlets, anklets, rupee necklaces and pendants, and the multifarious gewgaws of Hindu womankind, look surpassingly wicked and saucy in comparison with their converted sisters. The gentle converts try hard to regard their heathen songs with indifference, and to show by their very correct deportment the superiority of meekness, virtue, and Christianity over gaudy clothes, vulgar silver jewelry, and heathenism. The whole scene reminds one very forcibly of a gang of wicked street boys at home poking fun at a Sunday school procession or a platoon of Salvation Army soldiers parading the streets. Past the Queen's Gardens and the fort, down a long street of native shops, and out of the Delhi gate I wheel, past the grim battlements of Firozabad, along a rather flinty road that extends for 10 miles, after which commences again the splendid kunkah. Villages are numerous and the country populous. Tombs and the ruins of cities dot the landscape. Pani chowkis, where yellow Brahmins dispense water to thirsty wayfarers, line the road, and at one point 3 splendid massive archways, marking some place that has lost its former importance, span my road. Hindus are now the prevailing race, and their religion finds frequent expression in idol temples and shrines beneath little roadside groves. The night is spent on the porch of a dak bungalow just outside the walls of Pulwal, a typical Hindu city, with all its curious display of hideous idols, idolatrous paintings, and beautiful carved temples with gilded spires. The groves about the bungalow are literally swarming with green parrots. In big flocks they sweep past near my charpoy, producing a great whirring commotion with their wings. A flock of parrots may be so far aloft as to be well nigh beyond the range of human vision in the ethery depths, but the noise of their wings will be plainly audible. A 2 hours terrific downpour delays me at the village of Hodel the next day, and affords an opportunity to inspect an ordinary little Hindu village temple. The captain of the police thana sends a tall Sikh policeman to show me in. The temple is only a small tapering marble edifice about 30 feet high, surmounted by a gilded crescent, and resting on a hollow plinth, the hollow of which provides quarters for the priest. One is expected to remove his footgear before going inside, the same as in a Mohammedan mosque. A taper is burning in a niche of the wall. Mural paintings of snakes, many-handed gods, bulls, monsters, and mythical deities create a cheap and garish impression. In the centre of the floor is a marble linga, and grouped around it a miniature man, woman, and elephant. Before these are laid offerings of flowers. The interior of the temple is not more than 8 feet square, a mere cell in which the deities are housed. The worshippers mostly perform their prostrations on the plinth outside. The villagers gather in a crowd about the temple and watch every movement of my brief inspection. They seem pleased at the sight of a sahib honoring their religion by removing his shoes and carefully respecting their feelings. When I descend from the plinth, they fall back and greet me with smiles and salams. The rain clears up, and I forge ahead, finding the kunkah roadbed none the worse for the drenching it has just received. Hour by hour one gets more surprised at the multitudes of pedestrians on the road. Neither rain nor sun seems to affect their number. Some of the costumes observed are quite startling in their ingenuity and effect. One garment much affected by the Rajput women are yellowish shawls or mantles, fulkaris, in which are set numerous small circular mirrors about the circumference of a silver $half. The effect of these in the bright Indian sun as the wearer trudges along in the distance is as though she were all ablaze with gems. Whenever I wheel past a group of Rajput females, they either stand with averted faces or cover up their heads with their shawls. The road inspector's bungalow at Chatti affords me shelter, and an intelligent native gentleman who speaks a misleading quality of English supplies me with a supper of curried rice and fowl. Hard by is a Hindu temple, whence at sunset issue the sweetest chimes imaginable from a peal of silver-toned bells. My charpoy is placed on the porch facing the east, and soon the rotund face of the rising moon floats above the trees, and the silvery tinkle of the bells is followed by a chorus of jackals paying their noisy compliments to its loveliness. My slumbers can hardly be said to be unbroken tonight. 3 pariah dogs have taken a fancy to my quarters. 2 of them sit on their haunches and howl dismally in response to the jackals, while number 3 reclines sociably beneath my charpoy and growls at the others as though constituting himself my protector. Some Indian Romeo is serenading his dusky Juliet in the neighbouring town. Flocks of roistering parrots go whirring past at all hours of the night, and a too liberal indulgence in red-hot curry keeps me on the verge of a nightmare almost till the silvery tinkle-tinkle of the Brahman bells announces the break of day. Cynics have sometimes denounced Christians as worse than the heathens, in requiring loud church bells to summon them to worship. Such, it appears, are putting the case rather thoughtlessly. Mohammedans have their muezzins, while both Christians and idolaters have their chiming bells. Neither Christians nor Mohammedans nor heathens need these agencies to summon them to their respective worldly enjoyments, so that, taken all in all, we are pretty much alike. Cynics notwithstanding to the contrary, we are little or no worse than the heathens. A loudly wailing woman with her head covered up and supported between two companions who are vainly trying to console her, and a party conveying two cassowaries, a pair of white peacocks, and a kangaroo from Calcutta to some Rajah's menagerie up country, are among the curiosities encountered on the road the following day. Spending the afternoon and night in the quarters of the 3rd Dragoon Guards at Muttra Cantonment, I resume my journey early in the morning, dodging from shelter to shelter to avoid frequent heavy showers. It is but 35 miles from Muttra to Agra, and notwithstanding showers and heat, the distance is covered by 10:30. Wheeling at this pace, however, is an indiscretion, and the completion of the stretch is signalized by a determination to seek shade and quiet for the remainder of the day. Once again the sociable officers of the garrison tender me the hospitality of their quarters, and the ensuing day is spent in visiting that wonder of the world, the Taj Mahal, Akbar's fort, and other wonderful monuments of the palmy days of the Mughal Empire. Finer and more imposing in appearance even than the fort at Delhi is that at Agra. Walls of red sandstone, 70 feet high and a mile and a half in circuit, picturesquely crenellated, and with imposing gateways and a deep, broad moat, complete a work of stupendous dimensions. One is overcome with a sense of grandeur upon first beholding these Indian palace forts, and after seeing nothing more imposing than mud walls in Persia and Afghanistan. They are magnificent-looking structures. The contrast, too, of the red sandstone walls and gates and ramparts with the white marble building of the royal quarters is very striking. The domes of the latter, seen at a distance, seem like snow-white bubbles resting ever so lightly and airily upon the darker mass. One almost expects to see them rise up and float away on the passing zephyrs like balloons. Passing inside over a drawbridge and through the massive Delhi gate, we proceed into the interior of the fort, traversing a broad ascent of sandstone pavement. Everything around us shows evidence of unstinted outlay in design, execution, and completion of detail in the carrying out of a stupendous undertaking. Everywhere the spirit of Akbar the Magnificent seems to hover amid his creations. One emerges from the covered gateway and the walled, corrugated causeway upon the parade ground. Crenellated walls, a park of artillery, and roomy English barracks greet the vision. Sentinels, sepoy sentinels in huge turbans, and English sentinels in white sun helmets are pacing their beats. But not on these does the gaze of the visitor rest. Straight ahead of him there rises, above the red sandstone walls and the bare parade ground, 3 marble domes, white as newly fallen snow, and just beyond are seen the gilt pinnacles of Akbar's palace. We wander among the beautiful marble creations, gaze in wonder at the snowy domes supported on marble pillars, mosaiced with jasper, agate, bloodstone, lapis lazuli, and other rare stones. We stand on the white marble balustrades, carved so exquisitely as to resemble lacework, and we look out upon the yellow waters of the Jumna,
flowing sluggishly along 70 feet below. Here is where the Grand Mogul Akbar used to sit and watch elephant fights and boat races. There are none of these to be seen now, but that does not mean that the prospect is either tame or uninteresting. The banks of the Jumna are alive with hundreds of dusky natives engaged in washing clothes and spreading linen out in the sun to bleach. The prospect beyond is a revelation of vegetable luxuriance and wealth, and of historical reminiscence in the shape of ruins and tombs. One's eyes, however, are drawn away from the contemplation of the picturesque life below, and from the prospect of grove and garden and crumbling tombs, by the mesmerism of the crowning glory of all Indian architectural triumphs, the famous Taj. This matchless mausoleum rests on the right-hand bank of the Jumna, about a mile downstream. The Taj, with its marvellous beauty and snowy whiteness, seems to cast a spell over the beholder. From the first, one can no more keep his eyes off it when it is within one's range of vision than he can keep from breathing. It draws one's attention to itself as irresistibly as though its magnetism were a living and breathing force exerted directly to that end. It is the subtlety of its unapproachable loveliness, commanding homage from all beholders, whether they will or no. We turn away from it a while, however, and find ample scope for admiration close at hand. We tread the marble aisles of the Pearl Mosque, considered the most perfect gem of its kind in existence. One stands in its courtyard and finds himself in the chaste and exclusive companionship of snowy marble and blue sky. One feels almost ill at ease, as though conscious of being an imperfect thing, marring perfection by his presence. Quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration, one enthusiastic visitor exclaims, in an effort to put his sentiments and impressions of the Moti Mesjid into words. Like this adoring traveller, the average visitor will rest content to be carried away by the contemplation of its chaste beauty, without prying around for possible defects in the details of the particular school of architecture it graces. He will have little patience with carping critics who point to the beautiful screens of floriated marble tracery and say, nuns should not wear collars of point lace. From the Moti Mesjid we visit the Shish Mahal, or mirrored bathrooms. The chambers and passages here remind me of the mirrored rooms of Persia. Here, as there, thousands of tiny mirrors are used in working out various intricate designs. My 3 uniformed companions at once reflect not less than half a regiment of British soldiers therein. From the fort we drive in a native gharry to the Taj, a mile drive through suburban scenery, plantain gardens, groves, and ruins. In approaching the garden of the Taj, one passes through a bazaar where the skilful Hindu artisans are busy making beautiful inlaid tables, inkstands, plates, and similar fancies, as well as models of the Taj out of white Jaipur marble. These are the hereditary descendants and successors of the men who in the palmy days of the Mughal power spent their lives in decorating the royal palaces and tombs with mosaics and tracery. Nowadays their skill is expended on mere articles of virtue to be sold to European tourists and English officers. Some of them are occasionally employed by the Indian government to repair the work desecrated by vandals during the mutiny, and under the purely commercial government of the East India Company. One curious phase of this work is that the men employed to replace with imitations the original stones that have been stolen receive several times higher pay than the men in Akbar's time, who did such splendid work that it is not to be approached these days. Several months' imprisonment is now the penalty of prying out stones from the mosaic work of the Taj. This lovely structure has been described so often by travellers that one can scarce venture upon a description without seeming to repeat what has already been said by others. One of the best descriptions of its situation and surroundings is given by Bayard Taylor. He says, "The Taj stands on the bank of the Jumna, rather more than a mile to the eastward of the fort of Agra. It is approached by a handsome road cut through the mounds left by the ruins of ancient palaces. It stands in a large garden, enclosed by a lofty wall of red sandstone, with arched galleries around the interior, and entered by a superb gateway of sandstone, inlaid with ornaments and inscriptions from the Koran in white marble. Outside this grand portal, however, is a spacious quadrangle of solid masonry, with an elegant structure intended as a caravanserai on the opposite side. Whatever may be the visitor's impatience, he cannot help pausing to notice the fine proportions of these structures and the massive style of their construction. Passing under the open demi-vault, whose arch hangs high above you, an avenue of dark Italian cypress appears before you. Down its centre sparkles a long row of fountains, each casting up a single slender jet. On both sides the palm, the banyan, and feathery bamboo mingle their foliage. The song of birds meets your ears, and the odor of roses and lemon flowers sweetens the air. Down such a vista, and over such a foreground, rises the Taj. Of the Taj itself, fault has been found with its proportions by severe critics. Like the party who regards the Moti Majid's nun as faulty because she wears a point-lace collar. But the ordinary visitor will find room for nothing but admiration and wonder. It is hard to believe that there is any defect, even in its proportions, for so perfect do these latter appear, that one is astonished to find that it is a taller building than the Qutb Minar. One would never guess it to be anywhere near so tall as 243 feet. The building rests on a plinth of white marble, 18 feet high and 100 yards square. At each corner of the plinth stands a minaret, also of white marble and 137 feet high. The mausoleum itself occupies the central space, measuring in depth and width 186 feet. The entire affair is of white Jaipur marble, resting upon a lower platform of sandstone, a thing of perfect beauty and of absolute finish in every detail. It might pass for the work of a genii who knew naught of the weaknesses and ills with which mankind are beset. It is not a great national temple erected by a free and united people. It owes its creation to the whim of an absolute ruler who was free to squander the resources of the state in commemorating his personal sorrows or his vanity. Another distinguished visitor, commenting on the criticisms of those who profess to have discovered defects, says, "The Taj is like a lovely woman, abuse her as you please, but the moment you come into her presence, you submit to its fascination. If to her share some female errors fall, look in her face, and you'll forget them all." Passing beneath the vaulted gateway, we find a signboard telling that the best place from which to view the Taj is from the roof of the gateway. A flight of steps leads us to the designated vantage point, where the tropic garden, the fountains, the twin mosques in the far corners, the river, the minarets, and above all the Taj itself, lay spread out before us for our inspection. The scene might well conjure up a vision of paradise itself. The glorious Taj, so light it seems, so airy, and so like a fabric of mist and moonbeams, with its great dome soaring up, a silvery bubble, that it is difficult, even at a few hundred yards' distance, to believe it a creation of human hands. While gazing on the Taj, men let their cigars go out, and ladies drop their fans without noticing it. Descending the steps again, we pass inside, and again pause to survey it from the end of the avenue. An element of the ridiculous here appears in the person and appeals of an old Hindu fruit vendor. This hopeful agent of Pomona squats beside a little tray, and as we stand and feast our eyes on the sublimest object in the world of architecture, he persistently calls our attention to a dozen or two half-decayed mangoes and custard apples that comprise his stock in trade. We pass down the cypress aisle and invade the plinth. Hundreds of natives, both male and female, are wandering about it. The dazzling whiteness of the promenade is in striking contrast to the color of their own bodies. As the groups of women walk about, their toe rings and ankle ornaments jingle against the marble, and their parti-colored raiment and barbarous gewgaws look curiously out of place here. The place seems more appropriate to Vestal virgins, robed in white, than to dusky Hindu females, arrayed in all the colors of the rainbow. Many of these people are pilgrims who have come hundreds of miles to see the Taj and to pay tribute to the memory of Shah Jahan and his faithful wife, the Princess Arjumund, whose mausoleum is the Taj. Two young men we see, leading an aged female, probably their mother, down the steps to the vault, where side by side the remains of this royal pair repose. The old lady is going down there to deposit a rose or two upon Arjumund's tomb, a tender tribute paid today by thousands to her memory. We climb the spiral stairs of one of the maiwars and sit out on the little pavilion at the top, watching the big, ugly crocodiles float lazily on the surface of the Jumna at our feet. Before departing, we enter the Taj and examine the wonderful mosaics on the cenotaphs and the encircling screen-work. This inlaid flower-work is quite in keeping with the general magnificence of the mausoleum, many of the flowers containing not less than 25 different stones, assorted shades of agate, carnelian, jasper, bloodstone, lapis lazuli, and turquoise. Ere leaving, we put to test the celebrated echo, that beautiful echoing that floats and soars overhead in a long, delicious undulation, fading away so slowly that you hear it after it is silent, as you see or seem to see a lark that you have been watching after it is swallowed up into the blue vault of heaven. We leave this garden of enchantment by way of one of the mosques. An Indian boy is licking up honey from the floor of the holy edifice with his tongue. We look up and perceive that enough rich honeycomb to fill a bushel measure is suspended on one of the beams, and so richly laden is it that the honey steadily drips down. The sanctity of the place, I suppose, prevents the people molesting the swarm of wild bees that have selected it for their storehouse, or from relieving them of their honey. The Taj is said to have cost about £2,000,000, even though most of the labor was performed without pay, other than rations of grain to keep the workmen from starving. 20,000 men were employed upon it for 22 years, and for its inlaid work, gems and precious stones came in camel loads from various countries. The next morning I bid farewell to Agra, more than satisfied with my visit to the Taj. It stands, unique and distinct from anything else one sees the whole world round. Nothing one could say about it can give the satisfaction derived from a visit, and no word painting can do it justice. End of section 30. Section 31 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 16. From Agra to Singapore, Part 1. A couple of miles from the cantonment, and the broad Jumna is crossed on a pontoon bridge, the buoys of which are tubular iron floats instead of boats. Crocodiles are observed floating, motionless as logs, their heads turned upstream and their snouts protruding from the water. The road is undulating for a few miles and then perfectly level, as indeed it has been most of the way from Lahore. Pilgrims carrying little red flags and sometimes bits of red paper tied to sticks are encountered by the hundred. Mayhap they have come from distant points to gaze upon the beauties of the Taj Mahal, the fame of which resounds to the farthermost corners of India. They can now see it across the Jumna, resting on the opposite bank, looking more like a specimen of the architecture of the skies than anything produced by mere earthly agency. A partly dilapidated Mohammedan mosque in the middle of a 40-acre walled reservoir, overgrown with water lilies, forms a charming subject for the attention of my camera. The mosque is approached from an adjacent village by a viaduct of 20 arches. Apropos of its peculiar surroundings, one might easily fancy the muezzin's call to prayer taking the appropriate form of "Come where the water lilies bloom," instead of the orthodox Allah il Allah. Villages are now rows of shops lining the road on either side, something as much as half a mile in length. The entrance is usually marked by a shrine containing a hideous idol, painted red and finished off with cheap-looking patches of gold or silver tinsel. In the larger towns, evidences of English philanthropy loom conspicuously above the hut-like shops and inferior houses of the natives in the form of large and substantial brick buildings, prominently labelled Firozabad Hospital or Government Free Dispensary. A discouraging headwind blows steadily all day, and it is near sunset when the 37 miles to Spikarabad is covered. A mile west of the town, I am told, is the Rohilkund Railway, the dak bungalow, and the bungalow of an English sahib. Quite suitable for a 1-mile racetrack as regards surface is this little side stretch, and a spin along its smooth length is rewarded by a most comfortable night at the bungalow of Mr. S., an engineer of the Ganges Canal, a magnificent irrigating enterprise on the banks of which his bungalow stands. Several schoolboys from Allahabad are here spending their vacation, shooting peafowls and fishing. Wild boars abound in the tall tiger grass of the Shikogbabad district, and the silence of the gloaming is broken by the shouting of natives driving them out of their cane patches, where, if not looked after pretty sharply, they do considerable damage in the night. A curious illustration of native vanity and love of fame is pointed out here in the case of a wealthy gentleman who has spent some thousands of rupees in making and maintaining a beautiful flower garden in the midst of a worthless piece of sandy land close by the railway station. Close by is an abundance of excellent ground where his garden might have been easily and inexpensively maintained. Asked the reason for this strange preference and seemingly foolish choice, he replied, "When people see this beautiful garden in the midst of the barren sand, they will ask, 'Whose garden is this?' and thus will my name become known among men. If, on the other hand, it were planted on good soil, nobody would see anything extraordinary in it, and nobody would trouble themselves to ask to whom it belongs." Youthful Davids, perched on frail platforms that rise above the sugar-cane, indigo, or cotton crops, shout and wield slings with dexterous aim and vigour to keep away vagrant crows, parrots, and wild pigs, all along the line of my next day's ride to Mainpuri. In many fields these young slingers and their platforms are but a couple of 100 yards apart, the range of their weapons covering the entire crop area around. Sometimes I endeavour to secure one of these excellent subjects for my camera, but the youngsters invariably clamber down from their perch at seeing me dismount and become invisible among the thick cane. To the music of loud, rolling thunder, I speed swiftly over the last few miles, and dash beneath the porch of the post office just in the nick of time to escape a tremendous downpour of rain. How it pours sometime in India, converting the roads into streams and the surrounding country into a shallow lake in the space of a few minutes. Hundreds of youths, naked save for the redeeming breechcloth, disport themselves in the great warm shower bath, chasing one another sportively about and enjoying the downpour immensely. The rain ceases, and with water flinging from my wheel, I seek the civil lines and the dak bungalow 3 miles farther down the road. Very good meals are dished up by the chowkidar at this bungalow, who seems an intelligent and enterprising fellow, but the lean and slippered punkah-wallah is a far less satisfactory part of the accommodation. Twice during the night the punkah ceases to wave, and the demon of prickly heat instantly wakes me up, and both times do I have to turn out and arouse him from the enfolding arms of Morpheus. On the second occasion the old fellow actually growls at being disturbed. He is wide awake and obsequious enough, however, at baksheesh time in the morning. The clock at the little English station church chimes the hour of 6 as I resume my journey next morning along a glorious avenue of overarching shade trees to Bogan, where my road, which from Delhi has been a branch road, again merges into the Grand Trunk. Groves of tall toddy palms are a distinguishing feature of Bogan, and a very pretty little Hindu temple marks the southern extremity of the town. A striking red and gilt shrine in a secluded grove of peepals arrests my attention a few miles out of town, and repairing thither, my rude intrusion fills with silent surprise a company of gentle Brahmin youths and maidens paying their matutinal respects to the representation of Kamadeva, the Hindu Cupid and god of love. They seem overwhelmed with embarrassment at the appearance of a sahib, but they say nothing. I explain that my object is merely a tamasha of the exquisitely carved shrine, and a young Brahmin, with his smooth, handsome face fantastically streaked with yellow, follows silently as I walk around the building. His object is evidently to satisfy himself that nothing is touched by my unhallowed Christian hands. 7 miles from Bogan is the camping ground of Bayo, where in December 1869 an English soldier was assassinated in the night while standing sentry beneath a tree. His grave, beneath the gnarled mango where he fell, is marked by 2 wooden crosses, and the tree trunk is all covered with memorial plates nailed there from time to time by the various troops who have camped here on their winter marches. 28 miles are duly reeled off when, just outside a village, I seek the shade of a magnificent banyan. The kindly villagers, unaccustomed to seeing a sahib without someone attending to his comfort, bring me a charpoy to recline on, and they inquire anxiously, "Roti? Pani? Doctor?" Am I hungry, thirsty, or ill? Nor are these people actuated by mercenary thoughts, for not a piece will they accept on my departure. "Nay, Sahib, nay," they reply eagerly, smiling and shaking their heads. "Peace, nay." The narrow gauge Rohil Kood railway now follows along the Grand Trunk Road, being built on one edge of the broad roadbed. Miran Sarai, a station on this road, is my destination for the day. There, however, no friendly dak bungalow awaits my coming, and no hostelry of any kind is to be found. The native station master advises me to go to the superintendent of police across the way. The police officer, in turn, suggests applying to the station master. The police thana there is a large establishment, and a number of petty prisoners are occupying railed-off enclosures behind the arched entrance. They accost me through the bars of their temporary cage-like prison with smiles, and Sahib spoken in coaxing tones, as though moved by the childish hope that I might perchance take pity on them and order the police to set them at liberty. A small and pardonable display of bounce at the railway station finally secures me the quarters reserved for the accommodation of English officers of the road, and a Mohammedan employee about the station procures me a supply of curried rice and meat. The station master himself is a high-caste Hindu and can speak English. He politely explains the difficulty of his position as an extra holy person in being unable to personally attend to the wants of a sahib. On discovering that I have taken up my quarters in the station, the police superintendent comes over and begs permission to send over my supper, as he is evidently anxious to cultivate my good opinion, or at all events to make sure of giving no offence in failing to accommodate me with sleeping quarters at the Tana. He supplements the efforts of the Mohammedan employee by sending over a dish of sweetened chapatis. On the street leading out of Miran Sarai is a very handsome and elaborately ornamented temple. Passing by early in the morning, I pay it a brief, unceremonious visit of inspection, kneeling on the steps and thrusting my helmeted head in to look about, not caring to go to the trouble of removing my shoes. Inside is an ancient Brahmin, engaged in sweeping out the floral offerings of the previous day. He favors me with the first indignant glance I have yet received in India. When I have satisfied my curiosity and withdrawn from the doorway, he comes out himself and shuts the beautifully chased brazen door with quite an angry slam. The day previous was the anniversary of Krishna's birth, and the blood of sacrificial goats and bullocks is smeared profusely about the altar. It is probably the enormity of an unhallowed believer in one god thrusting his infidel head inside the temple at this unseemly hour of the morning, while the blood of the mighty Krishna's sacrificial victims is scarcely dry on the walls, that arouses the righteous wrath of the old heathen priest. As well, indeed, it might. Passing through a village abounding in toddy palms, I avail myself of an opportunity to investigate the merits of a beverage that I have been somewhat curious about since reaching India, having heard it spoken of so often. The famous palm wine is merely the sap of the toddy palm, collected much as is the sap from the maple sugar groves of America, although the palm juice is generally, if not always, obtained from the upper part of the trunk. When fresh, its taste resembles sweetened water. In a day or two fermentation sets in, and it changes to a beverage that, except for slightly alcoholic purposes, might readily be mistaken for vinegar and water. Every little village or hamlet one passes through south of Agra seems laudably determined to own a god of some sort. Those whose finances fail to justify them in sporting a nice red-painted god with gilt trimmings sometimes console themselves with a humble little $2 soapstone deity that looks as if it has been rudely chipped into shape by some unskilful prentice hand. God-making is a highly respectable and lucrative profession in India, but only those able to afford it can expect the luxury of a nice painted and varnished deity right to their hand every day. People cannot expect a first-class deity for a couple of rupees. Although the best of everything is generally understood to be the cheapest in the end, it takes money to buy marble, red paint, and gold leaf. A bowl of pulse porridge, sweet and gluey, is prepared and served up in a big banyan leaf at noon by a villager. In the same village is one of those very old and shrivelled men peculiar to India. From appearances he must be nearly 100 years old. His skin resembles the epidermis of a mummy, and hangs in wrinkles about his attenuated frame. He spends most of his time smoking gudaku from a neat little coconut hookah. The evening hour brings me to Cawnpore, down a fine broad street divided in the centre by a canal, with flights of stone steps for banks and a double row of trees. A street far broader and finer than the Chandni Chouk, and into a hotel kept by a Parsee gentleman named Baramji. Life at this hostelry is made of more than passing interest by the familiar manner in which frogs, lizards, and birds invade the privacy of one's apartments. Not one of these is harmful, but one naturally grows curious about whether a cobra or some other less desirable member of the reptile world is not likely at any time to join their interesting company. The lizards scale the walls and ceiling in search of flies. Frogs hop sociably about the floor, and a sparrow now and then twitters in and out. A 2 weeks' drought has filled the farmers of the Cawnpores district with grave apprehensions concerning their crops, but enough rain falls tonight to gladden all their hearts, and also to leak badly through the roof of my bedroom. My punkah-wallah here is a regular automaton. He has acquired the valuable accomplishment of pulling the punkah string back and forth in his sleep. He keeps it up some time after I have quitted the room in the morning, until a comrade comes round and wakes him up. For 3 days the rains continue almost without interruption, raining as much as 7 inches in one night. Slight breaks occur in the downpour, during which it is possible to get about and take a look at the memorial gardens and the native town. The memorial gardens and the well enclosed therein commemorate one of the most pathetic incidents of the mutiny, the brutal massacre by Nana Sahib of about 200 English women and children. This arch-fiend held supreme sway over Cawnpore from June the 6th, 1857, till July the 15th, and in that brief period committed some of the most atrocious deeds of treachery and devilry that have ever been recorded. Backed by a horde of bloodthirsty mutineers, he committed deeds the memory of which causes tears of pity for his victims to come unbidden into the eyes of the English tourist 30 years after. Delicate ladies who from infancy had been the recipients of tender care and consideration were herded together in stifling rooms with the thermometer at 120 degrees in the shade, marched through the broiling sun for miles, subjected to heart-rending privations, and at length finally butchered together with their helpless children. After the treacherous massacre of the few surviving Englishmen at the Sutti Chauragout, the remaining women and children were reserved for further cruelties and the final act of Nana's fiendish vengeance. From the graphic account of this murderous period of Cawnpore's history contained in the Tourist's Guide to Cawnpore is quoted the following brief account of Nana's consummate deed of devilment. But the Nana's reign of terror was now drawing to a close, though not to terminate without a stroke destined to make the civilized world shudder from end to end. He was now to put the finishing touch to his work of mischief. The counsels of the wicked were being troubled. Danger was on its way. Stories were brought in by scouting sepoys of terrible bronzed men coming up the Grand Trunk Road, before whose advance the rebel hosts were fleeing like chaff and dust before the fan of the threshing floor. Futtehpore had fallen, and disaster had overtaken the rebel forces at Ayong. Reinforcements were dispatched by Nana in rapid succession, but all was of no avail. On came Havelock and his handful of heroes, carrying everything before them in their determination to rescue the hapless women and children imprisoned at Cawnpore. About noon on July the 15th a few troopers came in from the south and informed Nana that his last reinforcement had met the same fate as the others, and reported that the English were coming up the road like mad horses, caring for neither cannon nor musketry, nor did these appear to have any effect on them. The guilty Nana, with the blood of the recent treacherous massacre on his hands, grew desperate at the hopelessness of the situation, and called a council of war. What plans could they devise to keep out the English? What steps could they adopt to stay their advance? The conclusion arrived at in that council of human tigers could have found expression nowhere save in the brains of Asiatics, illogical and diabolically cruel. "We will destroy the Maims and Babalogues," they said, "and inform the English force of it. They will then be disheartened and go back, for they are only a handful in number." How the unfortunate innocents were butchered in cold blood in the Bibi Gurch, where they were confined, by sepoys who gloried in trying their skill at severing the ladies' heads from their bodies at one cut, in splitting little children in twain, and in smearing themselves with the blood of their helpless victims, is too harrowing a tale to dwell upon here. On the following morning the mangled bodies of both dead and dying were cast into the well over which now hovers the marble representation of the pitying angel. When the victorious relieving force scattered Nana's remaining forces and entered the city 2 days later, instead of the living forms of those they had made such heroic efforts to save, they looked down the well and saw their ghastly remains. In this lovely garden, where all is now so calm and peaceful, scarcely does it seem possible that beneath the marble figure of this pitying angel reposed the dust of 200 of England's gentle martyrs, whose murdered and mutilated forms but 30 years ago choked up the well into which they were tossed. While I stand and read the sorrowful inscription, it rains a gentle, soft, unpattering shower. Are these gentle droppings the tender tribute of angels' tears? I wonder, and does it always rain so soft and noiselessly here as it does today? No natives are permitted in this garden without special permission, and an English soldier keeps sentinel at the entrance gate instead of the sepoy usually found on such duty. The memory of this tragedy seems to hang over Cawnpore like a cloud even to this day, and to cause a feeling of bitterness in the minds of Englishmen, who everywhere else regard the natives about them with no other feelings than of the kindliest possible nature. Other monuments of the mutiny exist, notably the Memorial Church, a splendid Lombard Gothic structure erected in memoriam of those who fell in the mutiny here. The church is full of tablets commemorating the death of distinguished people, and the stained glass windows are covered with the names of the victims of Nana Sahib's treachery and of those who fell in action. Cawnpore is celebrated for the number and extensiveness of its manufactures, and might almost be called the Manchester of India. Woolen, cotton, and jute mills abound, leather factories and various kindred industries giving employment to millions of capital and thousands of hands. A stroll through the native quarter of any Indian city is interesting, and Cawnpore is no exception. One sees buildings and courts, the decorations and general appearance of which leave the beholder in doubt as to whether they are theatre or temple. Music and tom-tomming would seem rather to suggest the former, but upon entering one sees fakirs and Hindu devotees streaked with clay, fanciful paintings and hideous idols, and all the cheap pomp and pageantry of idolatrous worship. Strolling into one of these places, an attendant, noting my curious gazing, presents himself and points to a signboard containing characters as meaningless to me as Aztec hieroglyphics. In one narrow street a crowd of young men are struggling violently for position about a door, where an old man is slinging handfuls of yellow powder among the crowd. The struggling men are aspirants for the honour of having a portion of the powder alight on their persons. I inquire of a native bystander what it all means. The explanation is politely given, but being in the vernacular of the country, it is wasted on the unprofitable soil of my own lingual ignorance. Impatient to be getting along, I misinterpret a gleam of illusory sunshine at noon on the third day of the rainstorm and pull out, taking a cursory glance at the memorial church as I go. A drenching shower overtakes me in the native military lines, compelling me to seek shelter for an hour beneath the portico of their barracks. The road is perfectly level and smooth and well rounded, so that the water drains off and leaves it better wheeling than ever, and with alternate showers and sunshine I have no difficulty in covering 34 miles before sunset. This brings me to a caravanserai, consisting of a quadrangular enclosure with long rows of cell-like rooms. The whole structure is much inferior to a Persian caravanserai, but there is probably no need of the big brick structures of Shah Abbas in a winterless country like India. Interesting subjects are not wanting for my camera through the day, but the greatest difficulty is experienced about changing the negatives at night. A small lantern with a very feeble light, made still more feeble by interposing red paper, suffices for my own purpose, but the too attentive chowkidar, observing that my room is in darkness, and fancying that my light has gone out accidentally, comes flaring in with a torch, sensiting the sensitive negatives with destruction. End of section 31. Section 32 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 16. From Agra to Singapore, Part 2. The morning opens with a fine drizzle, or extra heavy mist, that is penetrating and miserable, soaking freely into one's clothes, and threatening every minute to change into a regular rain. It is 14 miles to Futtehpore, and thence 2 miles off the straight road to the railway station, where I understand refreshments are to be obtained. The reward of my 4-mile detour is a cup of sloppy tea and a few Weeville burrowed biscuits, as the best the refreshment room can provide on short notice. The dense mist moves across the country in big banks, between which are patches of comparatively decent atmosphere. The country is perfectly flat, devoted chiefly to the cultivation of rice, and the depressions alongside the road are, of course, filled with water. Timid youngsters, fleeing from the road at my approach, in their scrambling haste sometimes tumble head over heels into the water, but beyond a little extra terror lest the dreadful object they see coming bowling along should overtake them, it doesn't matter. They haven't any clothes to spoil or soil. Neither rain nor heat nor dense, reeking, foggy atmosphere seems to diminish the swarms of people on the road, nor the groups bathing or washing clothes beneath the trees. Some of these latter make a very interesting picture. The reader has doubtless visited the zoo and observed one monkey gravely absorbed in a phrenological examination of another's head. With equal gravity and indifference to the world at large, dusky humans are performing a similar office for one another beneath the roadside shake trees. Roasted ears of maize and a small muskmelon form my noontide repast, and during its consumption quite a comedy is enacted down the street between a fat, paunchy vendor of gudaku and the shiny-skinned proprietor of a dal shop. The scene opens with a wordy controversy about something. Scene 2 shows the fat gudaku merchant advancing midway between his own and his adversary's premises, capering about, gesticulating, and uttering dire threats. Scene 3 finds him retreating and the valorous man of dal held in check by his wife to prevent him following after with hostile intent. The men seem boiling over with rage and ready to chew each other up, but judging from the supreme indifference of everybody else about, nobody expects anything serious to happen. This is mentionable as being the first quarrel I have seen in India. As a general thing, the people are gentleness personified. Several tattooed Hindu devotees are observed this afternoon paying solemn devotions to bell trees streaked with red paint near the road. Many of the trees also shelter rude earthenware animals and hemispherical vessels which are also objects of worship, as representing the linga. The bell tree is sacred to Siva the destroyer, and the third person in the Hindu triad, whom Brahma himself is said to have worshipped, although he is regarded as the creator. In the absence of Siva himself, the worship of the bell tree is supposed to be as efficacious as worshipping the idol direct. Soon I overtake an individual doing penance for his sins by crawling on his stomach all the way to Benares, the Mecca of the Hindu religion. In addition to crawling, he is dragging a truck containing his personal effects by a rope tied about his waist. Every 50 yards or so he stands up and stretches himself. Then he lies prostrate again and worms his wearisome way along the road like a snake. Benares is still about 100 miles distant, and not unlikely this determined devotee has already been crawling in this manner for weeks. This painful sort of penance was formerly indulged in by Hindu fanatics very largely, but the English government has now all but abolished the practice by mild methods of discouragement. The priests of the different idols in Benares annually send out thousands of missionaries to travel throughout the length and breadth of India to persuade people to make pilgrimages to that city. Each missionary proclaims the great benefits to be derived by going to worship the particular idol he represents. In this manner are the priests enriched by the offerings presented. Not long since one of these zealous pilgrim hunters persuaded a wealthy Rajah into journeying 500 miles in the same manner as the poor wretch passed on the road today. The infatuated Rajah completed the task after months of torture on all fours, accompanied the whole distance by a crowd of servants and priests, all living on his bounty. Many people now wear wooden sandals held on the feet by a spool-like attachment, gripped between the big and second toes. Having no straps, the solid sole of the sandal flaps up and mildly bastinadoes the wearer every step that is taken. Another night in a caravanserai, where rival proprietors of rows of little chowkees contend for the privilege of supplying me char poi, dood, and chowel, and where thousands of cawing rooks blacken the trees and alight in the quadrangular serai in noisy crowds, and I enter upon the home stretch to Allahabad. In proof that the cycle is making its way in India, it may be mentioned that at both Cawnpore and Allahabad, the native postmen are mounted on strong, heavy bicycles, made and supplied from the post office workshops at Aligarh. They are rude machines, only a slight improvement upon the honoured bone shaker, but their introduction is suggestive of what may be looked for in future. As evidence also of the oft-repeated saying that the world is small, I here have the good fortune to meet Mr. Wingrave, a wheelman whom I met at the Barnes Common tricycle parade when passing through London. There is even a small cycle club in quasi-existence at Allahabad, but it is affected with chronic lassitude as a result of the enervating climate of the Indian plains. Young men who bring with them from England all the Englishman's love of athletics soon become averse to exercise and prefer a quiet peg beneath the punkah to do wheeling or cricket. During the brief respite from the Hades-like temperature afforded by December and January, they sometimes take club runs down the Ganges and indulge in the pastime of shooting at alligators with small bore rifles. The walks in the beautiful public gardens and every other place about Allahabad are free to wheelmen, and offer most excellent riding. Messrs. Wingrave and Gawke, the two most enterprising wheelmen, turn out at 6 a.m. to escort me 4 miles to the Ganges ferry. Some idea of the trying nature of the climate in August may be gathered from the fact that one of my companions arrives at the river fairly exhausted, and is compelled to seek the assistance of a native gharry to get back home. The exposure and exercise I am taking daily is positively dangerous, I am everywhere told, but thus far I have managed to keep free from actual sickness. The sacred river is at its highest flood, and hereabout not less than 1.5 miles wide. The ferry service is rude and inefficient, being under the management of natives, who reck little of the flight of time or modern improvements. The superintendent will bestir himself, however, in behalf of the Sahib who is riding the Ferengi gharry around the world. Instead of putting me aboard the big slow ferry, he will man a smaller and swifter boat to ferry me over. The small boat is accordingly produced, and turns out to be a rude, flat-board sort of craft, capable of carrying fully 20 tons, and is manned by 8 oarsmen. Their oars are stout bamboo poles with bits of broadboard nailed or tied on the end. Much of the Ganges' present width is mere overflow, shallow enough for the men to wade and tow the boat. It is tugged a considerable distance upstream to take advantage of the swift current in crossing the main channel. The oars are plied vigorously to a weird refrain of Dila Salah, Dila Salah, the stroke oarsman shouting Dila, and the others replying Salah in chorus. 2 hours are consumed in crossing the river, but once across, the road is perfection itself, right from the river's brink. Through the valley of the sacred river, the splendid Kunkah road leads onward to Benares, the great centre of Hindu idolatry, a city that is more to the Hindu than is Mecca to the Mohammedans or Jerusalem to the early Christians. Shrines and idols multiply by the roadside, and tanks innumerable afford bathing and purifying facilities for the far-travelled pilgrims who swarm the road in thousands. As the heathen devotee approaches nearer and nearer to Benares, he feels more and more devotionally inclined, and these tanks of the semi-sacred water of the Ganges Valley happily afford him opportunity to soften up the crust of his accumulated transgressions, preparatory to washing them away entirely by a plunge off the Kamnagar Ghaut at Benares. Many of the people are trudging their way homewards again, happy in the possession of bottles of sacred water obtained from the river of the holy city. precious liquid this that they are carrying in earthenware bottles hundreds of weary miles to gladden the hearts of stay-at-home friends and relations. At every tank, scores of people are bathing, washing their clothes, or scouring out the brass drinking vessel almost everyone carries for pulling water up from the roadside wells. They are far less particular about the quality of the water itself than about the cleanliness of the vessel. Many wells for purely drinking purposes abound, and Brahmins serve out cold water from little pani chowkis through window-like openings. Wealthy Hindus, desirous of performing some meritorious act to perpetuate their memory when dead, frequently build a pani chowki by the roadside and endow it with sufficient land or money to employ a Brahmin to serve out drinking water to travellers. 30 miles from Allahabad, I pause at a wayside well to obtain a drink. It is high noon, and the well is on unshaded ground. For a brief moment, my broad-brimmed helmet is removed so that a native can pour water into my hands while I hold them to my mouth. Momentary as is the experience, it is followed by an ominous throbbing and ringing in the ears, the voice of the sun's insinuating power. But a very short distance is covered when I am compelled to seek the shelter of a little road overseer's chowkee, the symptoms of fever making their appearance with alarming severity. The quinine that I provided myself with at Constantinople is brought into requisition for the first time. It is found to be ruined from not being kept in an airtight vessel. A burning fever keeps me wide awake till 2 a.m., and in the absence of a punkah, prickly heat prevents my slumbering afterward. This wakeful night by the roadside enlightens me to the interesting fact that the road is teeming with people all night as well as all day, many preferring to sleep in the shade during the day and travel at night. It is 50 miles from my chowkee to Benares, and the dread of being overtaken with serious illness away from medical assistance urges upon me the advisability of reaching there today if possible. The morning is ushered in with a stiff headwind, and the fever leaves me feeling anything but equal to pedaling against it when I mount my wheel at early daybreak. By sheer strength of will I reel off mile after mile, stopping to rest frequently at villages and under the trees. A troop of big government elephants are having their hoofs trimmed at a village where a halt is made to obtain a bite of bread and milk. The elephants enter unmistakable objections to the process in the way of trumpeting, and act pretty much like youngsters objecting to soap and water, but a word and a gentle tap from the mahout stick and the monster brutes roll over on their sides and submit to the inevitable with a shrill, protesting trumpet. Another diversion, not less interesting than the elephants, is a wrestling tournament at the police thana, where 20 stalwart policemen, stripped as naked as the proprieties of a country where little clothing is worn anyhow will permit, are struggling for honor in the arena. Vigorous tom-tomming encourages the combatants to do their best, and they flop one another over merrily in the dampened clay, to the applause of a delighted crowd of lookers-on. The 50 miles are happily overcome by 4 o'clock, and with the fever heaping additional fuel on the already well-nigh unbearable heat, I arrive pretty thoroughly exhausted at Clark's Hotel in the European quarter of Benares. Of all the cities of the East, Benares is perhaps the most interesting at the present day to the European tourist. Its 1,400 shivalas, or idol temples, and 280 mosques, its wonderful bathing ghats, swarming with pilgrims washing away their sins, the burning bodies, the sacred Ganges, the hideous idols at every corner of the streets, and its strange, idolatrous population make up a scene that wakens one to a keen appreciation of its novelty. one realizes fully that here the idolatry, the bowing down before images that in our Sunday school days used to seem so unutterably wicked and perverse, so monstrous and so far, far away, is a tangible fact. To keep up their outward appearance on a par with the holiness of their city, men streak their faces and women mark the parting in their hair with red. Sacred bulls are allowed to roam the streets at will, and the chief business of a large proportion of the population seems to be the keeping of religious observances and paying devotion to the multitudinous idols scattered about the city. The presiding deity of Benares is the great Siva, the great God, the glorious, the three-eyed, and lord of over 1,000 similarly grandiloquent titles, and he is represented by the Bishesharnath Ka Shivala, a temple whose dome shines resplendent with gold leaf, and which is known to Europeans as the Golden Temple. Siva is considered the king of all the Hindu deities in the Benares Pauchkos, and is consequently honored above all other idols in the number of devotees that pay homage to him daily. His income from offerings amounts to many thousands of rupees annually. There is a reservoir for the reception of offerings about 3 feet square by half that in depth. The Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Raja of the Punjab, once filled this place with gold muhurs. Many wealthy Hindus have from time to time filled it with rupees. The old guide whom I have employed to show me about then conducts me to the cow temple, a filthy court containing a number of pampered-looking Brahman bulls and several youthful bovines whose great privilege it is to roam about the courtyard and accept tidbits from the hands of devotees. In the same courtyard-like Shivala are several red idols, and the numerous comers and goers make the place as animated as a vegetable market at early morning. Priests, too, are here in numbers. Seated on a central elevation, they make red marks on the faces of the devotees, dipping in the mixture with their finger. In return, they receive a small coin, or a pinch of rice or grain is thrown into a vessel, placed there for the purpose. In many stalls are big piles of flower petals which devotees purchase to present as offerings. Men and women by the hundred are encountered in the narrow streets, passing briskly along with baskets containing a supply of these petals, a dish of rice, and a bowl of water. One would think from their business-like manner that they were going or had been marketing. They are going the morning round of their favorite gods, or the gods whose particular services they happen to stand in need of at that time. Before these idols they pause for a moment, mutter their supplications, and sprinkle them with water and flower petals, passing from one deity to another in a most businesslike, matter-of-fact manner. Women unblessed with children throng to the idols of Siddheshwari and Sankatadevi, bestowing offerings and making supplication for sons and daughters. Pilgrims from afar are flocking to Sakhi Banaik, whose office it is to testify in the next world of their pilgrimage in this. No matter how far a pilgrim has come, and how many offerings he has bestowed since his arrival, unless he repair to the Shivala of Sakhi Banaik and duly report his appearance, his pilgrimage will have been performed in vain. Everywhere, in niches of the walls, under trees, on pedestals at frequent corners, are idols, hideously ugly, red idols, idols with silver faces and stone bodies, some with mouths from ear to ear, big idols, little idols, the worst omnium gatherum imaginable. Sati, nothing visible but her curious silver face, beams over a black Mother Hubbard sort of gown that conceals whatever she may possess in the way of a body. Jagadatri, the mother of the world with 4 arms seated on a lion, Brahma with 5 eyes and 4 mouths, curiously made to supply quadruple faces, Karnadeva, the handsome little god of love, the Hindu Cupid, whom the cruel Siva once slew with a beam from his 3rd eye. All these and multitudinous others greet the curious sightseer whichever way he turns. Hanuman, too, is not forgotten, the great monkey king who aided Kama in his expedition to Ceylon. Outside the city proper is the monkey temple, where thousands of the sacred anthropoids do congregate and consider themselves at home. Then there is the Fakir's temple, the most beautifully carved Shivala in Benares. Here priests distribute handfuls of soaked grain to all mendicants who present themselves. The grain is supplied by wealthy Hindus, and both priests and patrons consider it a great sin to allow a religious mendicant to go away from the temple empty-handed. Conspicuous above all other buildings in the city is the Mosque of Aurangzebi, with its 2 shapely minarets towering high above everything else. The view from the summit of the minarets is comprehensive and magnificently lovely. The wonderful beauty of the trees and shivalas, the green foliage, and the gilt and red temples, so beautifully carved and gracefully tapering, the broad, flowing Ganges, the busy people, the moving boats, the Rajah's palaces along the waterfront, make up a truly beautiful panorama of the sacred city of the Hindus. From here we take a native boat and traverse the waterfront to see the celebrated bathing ghats and the strange animated scene of pilgrims bathing, bodies burning, and swarms of people ascending and descending the broad flights of steps. How intensely eager do these dusky believers in the efficacy of Mother Ganga as a purifier of sin dip themselves beneath the yellow water, rinse out their mouths, scrape their tongues, nib, duck, splash, and disport. They fairly revel in the sacred water. Happy, thrice happy they look, as well indeed they might, for now they are certain of future happiness. What the fountain filled with blood is to the Christian, so is the precious water of dear Ganga to the sinful Hindu. All sins, past, present, and future, are washed away. Next to washing in the sacred stream during life, the Hindu's ambition is to yield up the ghost on its bank, and then to be burned on the burning ghat and have his ashes cast adrift on the water. On the Manikarnika Ghat, the Hindus burn their dead. To the unbelieving Ferengi tourist there seems to be a nigger in the fence about all these heathen ceremonies, and in the burning of the dead the wily priesthood has managed to obtain a valuable monopoly on firewood, by which they have accumulated immense wealth. No Hindu, no matter how pious he has been through life, how many offerings he has made to the gods, or how thoroughly he has scoured his yellow hide in the Ganges, can ever hope to reach Vaikunt, heaven, unless the wood employed at his funeral pyre come from a domra. Domras are the lowest and most despised caste in India, a caste which no Hindu would, under any consideration, allow himself to touch during life, or administer food to him, even if starving to death. But after his holier brethren have yielded up the ghost, then the despised domra has his innings. Then it is that the relatives of the deceased have to humble themselves before the domra to obtain firing to burn the body. Realizing that they now have the pull, the wily domras sometimes bleed their mournful patrons unmercifully. As many as 1,000 rupees have been paid for a fire by wealthy rajahs. The Domra who holds the monopoly at the Manikarnika Ghaut is one of the richest men in Benares. 2 or 3 bodies swathed in white are observed waiting their turn to be burned. Others are already burning, and in another spot is the corpse of some wealthier person wrapped in silver tinsel. Not the least interesting of the sights is that of men and boys here and there engaged in dipping up mud from the bottom and washing it in pans similar to the gold pans of placer miners. They make their livelihood by finding occasional coins and ornaments, accidentally lost by bathers. A very unique and beautifully carved edifice is the Nepalese temple, but the carvings are unfit for popular inspection. The whole riverfront above the ghauts is occupied by temples and the palaces of Rajas, who spend a portion of their time here preparing themselves for happiness hereafter by drinking Ganges water and propitiating the gods. On festival occasions, and particularly during an eclipse, as many as 100,000 people bathe in the Ganges at once. Formerly, many were drowned in the great crush to obtain the peculiar blessings of bathing during an eclipse, but now a large force of police is employed to regulate the movements of the people on such occasions. Formerly, also, fights were very frequent between the Mohammedans and the Hindus, owing to the clashing of their religious beliefs, but under the tolerant and conciliatory system of the British government they now get along very well together. A rest of 2 days and a few doses of quinine subdue the fever and put me in condition to resume my journey. 12 miles from Benares, on the East Indian Kail way, is Mogul Serai, to which I deem it advisable to wheel in the evening, by way of getting started without over-exertion at first. 2 English railroad engineers are stationed at Mogul Serai, and both of them is a wheelman. They, of course, are delighted to offer me the hospitality of their quarters for the night, and moreover put forth various inducements for a longer stay. But being anxious to reach Calcutta, I decide to pull out again next morning. My entertainers accompany me for a few miles out. Mogul Serai is 412 miles from Calcutta, and at the 404th milestone my companions bid me hearty bon voyage and return. Splendid as are the roads round about Mogul Serai, this 8-mile stone is farther down the road than they have ever ridden before. 25 miles farther, and a sub-inspector of police begs my acceptance of curried chicken and rice. He is a 5-named Mohammedan, and tells me a long story about his grandfather having been a reminder of 150 villages and an officer in the East India Company's army. On the pinions of his grandparents' virtues, his oriental soul soars ambitiously after present promotion, on the strength of sundry eulogistic remarks contained in certificates already in his possession. He wants one from myself recommending him to the powers that be for their favourable consideration. He is the worst certificate fiend that I have ever met. Near Sasaram I meet a most picturesque subject for my camera. A Kajput hillman in all the glory of shield, spear, and gaily feathered helmet. He is leading a pack pony laden with his travelling kit, and mechanically obeys when I motion for him to halt. He remains stationary and regards my movement with much curiosity while I arrange the camera. When the tube is drawn out, however, and pointed at him, and I commence peeping through to arrange the focus, he gets uneasy, and when I am about ready to perpetuate the memory of his fantastic figure forever, he moves away. Nor will any amount of beckoning obtain for me another sitting, nor the production and holding aloft of a rupee. Whether he fancied the camera in danger of going off, or dreaded the evil eye, can only be surmised. The famous fleet-footed mail carriers of Bengal are now frequently encountered on the road. They are invariably going at a bounding trot of 8 or 10 miles an hour. The letter bag is attached to the end of a stick carried over the shoulder, which is also provided with rings that jingle merrily in response to the motions of the runner. The day is not far distant when all these men will be mounted on bicycles, judging from the beginning already made at Allahabad and Cawnpore. The village women hereabouts make massive brass ankle ornaments, 6 inches broad, and which are apparently pounds in weight. A deluge of rain during the night at Dili converts the road into streams and covers the low flat land with a sheet of water. The ground is soaked full, like a wet sponge, and can absorb no more. Rivers are overflowing. Every weed, every blade of grass, and every tree leaf is jewelled with glistening drops. The splendid kunkka is now gradually giving place to ordinary macadam, which is far less desirable, the heavy pelting rain washing away the clay and leaving the surface rough. Not less than 4 hours are consumed in crossing the river Sone at Dili in a native punt, so swiftly runs the current and so broad is the overflow. The frequent drenching rains, the lowering clouds, the persistent southern wind betoken the full vigor of the monsoons. One can only dodge from shelter to shelter between violent showers and pedal vigorously against the stiff breeze. The prevailing weather is stormy, and inky clouds gather in massy banks at all points of the compass, culminating in violent outbursts of thunder and lightning, wind and rain. Occasionally, by some unaccountable freak of the elements, the monsoon veers completely around, and blowing a gale from the north, hustles me along the cobbly surface at great speed. End of section 32. Section 33 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 16, From Agra to Singapore, Part 3. Just before reaching Shergoti, on the evening of the third day from Benares, a glimpse is obtained of hills on the right. They are the first relief from the dead level of the landscape all the way from Lahore. Their appearance signifies that I am approaching the Bengal hills. From Mogul Serai, my road has been through territory not yet invaded by the revolutionizing influence of the railway, and consequently the dak bungalows are still kept up in form to provide travellers with accommodation. Chowkidar, punkawalla, and sweeper are in regular attendance, and one can usually obtain curried rice, chicken, dal, and chapatis. An official regulation of prices is posted conspicuously in the bungalow. For room and charpoy, Rs1. Dinner, Rs1 through to 8. Chota Hazari, Rs1, and so on through the scale. The prices are moderate enough, even when it is considered that a dinner consists of a crow-like chicken, curried rice, and unleavened chapatis. The chowkidar is usually an old sepoy pensioner who obtains, in addition to his pension, a percentage on the money charged for the rooms. A book is kept in which travellers are required to enter their names and the amount paid. The sweepers and punkawallas are rewarded separately by the recipient of their attentions. Sometimes, if a Mohammedan, and not prohibited by caste obligations from performing these menial services, The old pensioner brings water for bathing and sweeps out one's own room himself, in which case he, of course, pockets the baksheesh appertaining to these duties also. A few miles south of Shergotti, the bridge spanning a tributary of the Sone is broken down, and no ferry is in operation. The stream, however, is fordable, and 4 stalwart Bengalis carry me across on a charpoy, hoisted on their shoulders. They stem the torrent bravely, and keep up their strength and courage by singing a refrain. From this point the road becomes undulating and of indifferent surface. The macadam is badly washed by the soaking monsoon rains, and the low level country is gradually merging into the jungle-covered hills of Bengal. The character of the people has undergone a decided change since leaving Delhi and Agra, and the Bengalis impress one decidedly unfavorably in comparison with the more manly and warlike races of the Punjab. Abject servility marks the demeanor of many, and utter uselessness for any purpose whatsoever characterizes one's intuitive opinion of a large percentage of the population of the villages. Except for the pressing nature of one's needs, the look of unutterable perplexity that comes over the face of a Bengali villager today when I ask him to obtain me something to eat would be laughable in the extreme. "Nay, Sahib, nay," he replies with a show of mental distraction as great as though ordered to fetch me the moon. An appeal for rice, milk, dal, chapatis at several stalls results in the same failure. Everybody seems utterly bewildered at the appearance of a Sahib among them, searching for something to eat. The village policeman is on duty in the land of dreams, a not unusual circumstance, by the way, but a youth scuttles off and wakes him up and notifies him of my arrival. Anxious to atone for his shortcomings in slumbering at his post, he bestirs himself to obtain the wherewithal to satisfy my hunger, his authoritative efforts culminating in the appearance of a big dish of dal. The country becomes hillier, and the wild, jungle-covered hills and dark ravines alongside the road are highly suggestive of Royal Bengal tigers. The striped monsters infest these jungles in plenty. During the afternoon I passed through a village where a depredatory man-eater has been carrying off women and children within the last few days. The chowkidar at Burhi, my stopping place for the night in the hill country, is a helpless old duffer, who replies, "Nahi, Sahib, nahi," with a decidedly woebegone utterance in response to all questions about refreshments. A youth capable of understanding a little English turns up shortly, and improves the situation by agreeing to undertake the preparation of supper. Still more hopeful is the outlook when a Eurasian and a native schoolmaster appear upon the scene, the former acting as interpreter to the genial pedagogue, who is desirous of contributing to my comfort by impressing upon my impromptu cook the importance of his duties. They become deeply interested in my tour of the world, which the scholarly pedagogue has learned of through the medium of the vernacular press. The Eurasian, not being a newspaper reader, has not heard anything of the journey, but he has casually heard of the River Thames, and his first wondering question is as to how I managed to cross the Thames. My saturated khaki clothing has been duly wrung out and hung up inside the dak bungalow, the only place where it will not get wetter instead of drier, and my cook is searching the town in quest of meat, when an English lady and gentleman drive up in a dog cart and halt before the bungalow. Unaware of the presence of English people in the place, I am taken completely by surprise. They are Mr. and Mrs. B., an internal revenue officer, and his wife, who, having heard of my arrival, have come to invite me to dinner. Of course I am delighted, and they are equally pleased to entertain one about whose adventures they have recently been reading. Their ayah saw me ride in, and went and told her mistress of seeing a wonderful sahib on wheels, and already the report has spread that I have come down from Lahore in 4 days. A very agreeable evening is spent at Mr. E.'s house, talking about the incidents of my journey, Mr. E.'s tiger hunting exploits in the neighbourhood, and kindred topics. Mr. R. devotes a good deal of time in the winter season to hunting tigers in the jungle round about his station, and numerous fine trophies of his prowess adorn the rooms of his house. He knows of the man-eater's depredations in the village I passed today, and also of another one ahead which I shall go through tomorrow. He declares his intention of bagging them both next season. Mrs. R. arrived from Merry England but 18 months ago, a romantic girl whose knowledge of Royal Bengal tigers was confined to the subdued habitués of sundry iron-barred cages in the zoo. She is one of those dear confiding souls that we sometimes find out whose confidence in the omnipotent character of their husband's ability is nothing if not charming and sublime. Upon her arrival in the wilds of Bengal she was fascinated with the loveliness of the country, and wanted her liege lord to take her into the depths of the jungle and show her a real wild tiger. She had seen tigers in cages, but wanted to see how a real wild one looked in his native lair. One day they were out taking horseback exercise together, when a short distance from the road the horrible roar of a tiger awoke the echoes of the jungle and reverberated through the hills like rolling thunder. Now was the long-looked-for opportunity, and her husband playfully invited her to ride with him toward the spot whence came the roars. Mrs. R., however, had suddenly changed her mind. Mrs. R. was the first white lady the people of many of the outlying villages had ever seen on horseback, or perhaps had ever seen at all, and the timidest of them would invariably bolt into the jungle at her appearance. When her husband or any other Englishman went among them alone, the native women would only turn away their faces, but from the lady herself they would hastily run and hide. Here also I learned that the natives in this district are dying by the hundred with the malignant type of fever, that the present season is an exceptionally sickly one, all of which gives reasons for congratulation at my own health being so good. It is all but a subaqueous performance pedalling along the road next morning. The air is laden with a penetrating drizzle. The watery clouds fairly hover on the treetops and roll in dark masses among the hills, while the soaked and saturated earth reeks with steam. The road is macadamized with white granite, and after one of those tremendous downpourings that occur every hour or so, the wheel-worn depressions on either side become narrow streams, divided by the white central ridge. Down the long straight slopes these twin rivulets course right merrily, the whirling wheels of the bicycle flinging the water up higher than my head. The ravines are roaring muddy torrents, but they are all well bridged, and although the road is lumpy, an unridable spot is very rarely encountered. For days I have not had a really dry thread of clothing, from the impossibility of drying anything by hanging it out. Under these trying conditions, a relapse of the fever is matter for daily and hourly apprehension. The driving drizzle today is very uncomfortable, but less warm than usual. It is anything but acceptable to the natives. Thousands are seen along the road, shivering behind their sheltering sun-shields, from which they dismally essay to extract a ray of comfort. These sun-shields are umbrella-like affairs made of thin strips of bamboo and broad leaves. They are without handles, and for protection against the sun or rain are balanced on the head like an inverted sieve. When carried in the hand, they may readily be mistaken for shields. In addition to this, the men carry bamboo spears with iron points as a slipshod measure of defense against possible attacks from wild animals. When viewed from a respectable distance, these articles invest the ultra-gentle Bengali with a suggestion of being on the warpath, a delusion that is really absurd in connection with the meek Bengali ryot. The houses of the villages are now heavily thatched and mostly enclosed with high bamboo fencing, prettily railed with creepers. The bazaars are merely 2 rows of shed-like stalls between which runs the road. In lieu of the frequent painted idol, these jungle villages bestow their devotional exercises upon rude and primitive representations of impossible men and animals made of twisted straw. These are sometimes set up in the open air on big horseshoe-shaped frames, and sometimes they are beneath a shed. In the privacy of their own dwellings, the Bengali ryot bows the knee and solemnly worships a bowl of rice or a cup of arrack. The bland and childlike nature of Hindustan falls down and worships almost everything that he recognizes as being essential to his happiness and welfare, embracing a wide range of subjects from Brahma, who created all things, to the denki with which their women hull the rice. This denki is merely a log of wood fixed on a pivot and with a hammer-like headpiece. The women manipulate it by standing on the lever end and then stepping off, letting it fall of its own weight, the hammer striking into a stone bowl of rice. The denki is said to have been blessed by Brahma's son Narada, the god who is distinguished as having cursed his venerable and all-creating sire and changed him from an object of worship and adoration to a luster after forbidden things. The country continues hilly, with dense jungle fringing the road. All along the way are little covered platforms erected on easily climbed poles, from 12 to 20 feet high. These are apparently places of refuge where benighted wayfarers can seek protection from wild animals. Occasionally are met the fleet-footed postmen, their rings jangling merrily as they bound briskly along. Perhaps the little platforms are built expressly for their benefit, as they are not infrequently the victims of stealthy attack, the jingle of their rings attracting Mr. Tiger instead of repelling him. Mount Parisnath, 4,530 feet high, the highest peak of the Bengal Hills, overlooks my dak bungalow at Doomri, and also a region of splendid topical scenery, dark wooded ridges, deep ravines, and rolling masses of dark green vegetation. During the night the weather actually grows chilly, a raw wind laden with moisture driving me off the porch into the shelter of the bungalow. No portion of Parisnath is visible in the morning, but the base 9/10 of its proportions being above the line of the cloud masses that roll along just above the trees. Another day through the hilly country, and 150 miles from Calcutta, the flourishing coal-mining district of Asansol, brings me again to the East India Railway and semi-European society and accommodation. Instead of doughy chapatis, throat-blistering curry, and octogenarian chicken, I this morning breakfast off a welcome bottle of Bass's ale, baker's bread, and American cheese. My experience of hotels and hotel proprietors has certainly been somewhat wide and varied within the last 2 years, but it remains for Rannegunj to produce something entirely novel in the matter of tariff even to one of my experience. The cuisine and service of the hotel is excellent and well worth the charges, but the tariff is arranged so that it costs more to stay part of a day than a whole one, and more to take 2 meals than to take 3. If a person remains a whole day, including room and 3 meals, it is RS4, and he can, of course, suit himself about staying or going if he engages or pays in advance. But should he only take dinner, room, and chota hazari, his bill reads dinner RS2, room RS1, 8 annas, chota hazari rupees 1, total rupees 4 and 8 annas, or 8 annas more than if he had remained and taken another square meal. The subtle-minded proprietor of this establishment should undoubtedly take out a patent on this very unique arrangement and issue licenses throughout all Bonifacedom. There would be millions more in it than anything Colonel Sellers ever dreamed of. And now, beyond Rannegunj, comes again the glorious Kunkah road. After nearly 300 miles of variable surface, level, smooth, and broad, it continues the whole 65 miles to Burdwan. Notwithstanding an adverse wind, this is covered by 3 o'clock. The road leads through the marvellously fertile valley of the Damuda, an interesting region where groves of coconut palms, bamboo thickets, and thatched villages give the scenery a more decidedly tropical character than that north of the Bengal hills. Rice is still the prevailing crop, and the overflow of the Damuda is everywhere. Men and women are busily engaged among the pools, fishing for land crabs, mussels, and other freshwater shellfish, with triangular nets. As my southward course brings me next day into the valley of the Hooghly River, the road partakes almost of the character of a tunnel burrowing through a mass of dense tropical vegetation. Coconut and toddy palms mingle their feathery foliage with the dark green of the mango, the wild pomelo, giant bamboo, and other vegetable exuberances characteristic of a hot and humid climate. And giant creepers swing from tree to tree and wind among the mass in inextricable confusion. In this magnificent conservatory of nature, big, black-faced monkeys with tails 4 feet long romp and revel through the trees, nimbly climb the creepers, and thoroughly enjoy the life amid the sylvan scenes about them. It is a curious sight to see these big anthropoids, almost as large as human beings, swing themselves deftly up among the festooned creepers at my approach, to see their queer, impish black faces peering cautiously out of their hiding place, and to hear their peculiar squeak of surprise and apprehension as they note the strange character of my conveyance. Sometimes a gang of them will lope awkwardly along ahead of the bicycle, looking every inch like veritable imps of darkness pursuing their silent course through the chastened twilight of green-grown subterranean passageways, their ridiculous long tails raised aloft, and their faces most of the time looking over their shoulders. Youthful lotus-eaters, sauntering lazily about in the vicinity of some toddy-gatherer's hamlet, hidden behind the road's impenetrable environment of green, regard with supreme indifference the evil-looking apes, bigger far than themselves, romping past. But at seeing me they scurry off the road and disappear as suddenly as the burrow-like openings in the green banks will admit. Women are sometimes met carrying baskets of plantains or mangoes to the village bazaars. Sometimes I endeavour to purchase fruit of them, but they shake their heads in silence and seem anxious to hurry away. These women are fruit gatherers and not fruit sellers. Consequently, they cannot sell a retail quantity to me without violating their caste. My experiences in India have been singularly free from snakes. Nothing have I seen of the dreaded cobra, and about the only reminder of Eve's guileful tempter I encounter is on the road this morning. He is only a 2-foot specimen of his species, and is basking in a streak of sunshine that penetrates the green arcade above. Remembering the judgment pronounced upon him in the Garden of Eden, I attempt to acquit myself of the duty of bruising his head by riding over him. To avoid this indignity, his snakeship performs the astonishing feat of leaping entirely clear of the ground, something quite extraordinary, I believe, for a snake. The popular belief is that a snake never lifts more than 2/3 of his length from the ground. From the city of Hooghly southward, the road might with equal propriety be termed a street. It follows down the west side of the Hooghly River and links together a chain of populous towns and villages, the straggling streets of which sometimes fairly come together. Fruit gardens crowded with big golden pomelos, delicious custard, apples, and bananas abound. In the Hooghly villages the latter can be bought for 2 pence a dozen. Depots for the accumulation and shipment of coconuts, where tons and tons of freshly gathered nuts are stacked up like measured mounds of earth, are frequent along the river. Jute factories with thousands of whirring spindles and the clackety-clack of bobbins fill the morning air with the buzz and clatter of vigorous industrial life. Juggernaut cars, huge and gorgeous, occupy central places in many of the towns passed through. The stalls and bazaars display a variety of European beverages very gratifying from the standpoint of a hot and thirsty wayfarer, ranging from Dublin ginger ale to Pommery sec. California Bartlett pears with seductive and appetizing labels on their tin coverings are seen in plenty, and shiny wrappers envelope oblong cakes of Limburger cheese. For a few minutes my wheel turns through a district where the names of the street are French, and where an atmosphere of sleepy Catholic respectability pervades the streets. This is Chandernagore, a wee bit of territory that the French have been permitted to retain here, a rosebud in the buttonhole of La Belle France's national vanity. Chanderuagor is a bite of 2,000 acres out of the rich cake of the lower Hooghly Valley, but it is invested with all the dignity of a Governor-General's court, and is gallantly defended by a standing army of 10 men. The Governor-General of Chandernagore fully makes up in dignity what the place lacks in size and importance. When the East India Railway was being built, he refused permission for it to pass through his territory. There is no doubt but that the land forces of Chandernagore would resist like bantams any wanton or arbitrary violation of its territorial prerogatives by any mercenary railroad company, or even by perfide Albion herself, if need be. The standing army of Chandernagore hovers over peaceful India, a perpetual menace to the free and liberal government established by England. Some day the military spirit of Chandernagore will break loose, and those 10 soldiers will spread death and devastation in some peaceful neighbouring meadow, or ruthlessly loot some happy pastoral melon garden. Let the Indian government be warned in time and increase its army. By 9 o'clock the bicycle is threading its way among the moving throngs on the pontoon bridge that spans the Hooghly between Howrah and Calcutta, and half an hour later I am enjoying a refreshing bath in Cook's Adelphi Hotel. My reception in Calcutta is very gratifying. A banquet by the Dalhousie Athletic Club is set on foot the moment my arrival is announced. With such enthusiasm do the members respond that the banquet takes place the very next day, and over 40 applicants for cards have to be refused for want of room. For genuine hearty hospitality and thoroughness in carrying out the interpretation of the term as understood in its real home, the East, I unhesitatingly yield the palm to Anglo-Indians. Time and again on my ride through India have I experienced Anglo-Indian hospitality broad and generous as that of an Arab chief, enriched and rendered more acceptable by a feast of good fellowship as well as creature considerations. The city of palaces is hardly to be seen at its best in September, for the viceregal court is now at Simla, and with it all the government officials and high life. 2 months later, and Calcutta is more brilliant, in at least one particular, than any city in the world. Every evening in the season there is a turnout of splendid equipages on the Bund Road, known as the Strand, the like of which is not to be seen elsewhere, east or west. It is the Rotten Row of Calcutta embellished with the gorgeousness of India. Wealthy natives display their luxuriousness in vying with one another and with the government officials in the splendor of their carriages, horses, and liveries. Mr. P., a gentleman long resident in Calcutta and a prominent member of the Dalhousie Club, drives me in his dog cart to the famous botanical gardens, whose wealth of unique vegetation gathered from all quarters of the world would take volumes to do it justice should one attempt a description. Its magnificent banyan is justly entitled to be called one of the wonders of the world. Not less striking, however, in their way, are the avenues of palms. So straight, so symmetrical are these that they look like rows of matched columns rather than the works of nature. Fort William, the original name of the city, and the foundation stone of the British Indian Empire, is visited with Mr. B., the American consul, a gentleman from Oregon. The glory of Calcutta, its magnificent Maidan, is overlooked by the American consulate, and one of the most conspicuous objects in the daytime is the stars and stripes floating from the consulate flagstaff. On the 18 sails the opium steamer Wing Sang to Hong Kong, aboard which I have been intending to take passage, and whose date of departure has somewhat influenced my speed in coming toward Calcutta. To cross overland from India to China with a bicycle is not to be thought of. This I was not long in finding out after reaching India. Fearful as the task would be to reach the Chinese frontier, with at least 9 chances out of 10 against being able to reach it, the difficulties would then have only commenced. The day before sailing, the bicycle branch of the Dalhousie Athletic Club turns out for a club run around the Maidan, to the number of 17. It is in the evening. The long rows of electric lamps stretching across the immense square shed a moonlike light over our ride, and the smooth, broad roads are well worthy the metropolitan terminus of the Grand Trunk. My stay of 5 days in the City of Palaces has been very enjoyable, and it is with real regret that I bid farewell to those who come down to the shipping ghaut to see me off. The voyage to the Andamans is characterized by fine weather enough, but from that onward we steam through a succession of heavy rainstorms, and down into the Strait of Malacca it can pour quite as heavily as on the Gangetic plains. At Penang it keeps up such an incessant downpour that the beauties of that lovely port are viewed only from beneath the ship's awning. But it is lovely enough even as seen through the drenching rain. Dense groves of coconut palms line the shores, seemingly hugging the very sands of the beach. Solid cliffs of vegetation they look, almost, so tall, dark, and straight, and withal so lovely are these forests of palms. Coconut palms flourish best, I am told, close to the sea, a certain amount of salt being necessary for their healthful growth. The weather is more propitious as we steam into Singapore, at which point we remain for half a day, on the 10th day out from Calcutta. Singapore is indeed a lovely port. Within a stone's throw of where the Wing Sang ties up to discharge freight, the dark green mangrove bushes are bathing in the salt waves. Very seldom does one see green vegetation mingling familiarly with the blue water of the sea. There is usually a strip of sand or other verdureless shore, but one sees it at lovely Singapore. A fellow passenger and I spend an hour or two ashore, riding in the first jiniriksha that has come under my notice. From the wharf into town, about half a mile. We are impressed by the commercial activity of the city, as well as by the cosmopolitan character of its population. Chinese predominate, and thrifty, well-conditioned citizens these celestials look to here in Singapore. Wherever John Chinaman gets half a show, as under the liberal and honest governments of the Straits Settlements or Hong Kong, there you may be sure of finding him prosperous and happy. Hindus, Parsees, Armenians, Jews, Siamese, Klings, and all the various Eurasian types, with Europeans of all nationalities, make up the conglomerate population of Singapore. Here on the streets, too, one sees the strange cosmopolitan police force of the English Eastern ports, made up of Chinese, Sikhs, and Englishmen. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 17, Part 1, Through China. Daily rains characterize our voyage from Singapore through the China Sea. Rather unseasonable weather, the captain says, and for the second time in his long experience as a navigator of the China Sea, St. Elmo's lights impart a weird appearance to the spars and masts of his vessel. The rain changes into misty weather as we approach the Ladrone Islands, and emerging completely from the wide track of the typhoon's moisture-laden winds on the following morning, we learn later, upon landing at Hong Kong, that they have been without rain there for several weeks. It is my purpose to dwell chiefly on my own experiences, and not to write at length upon the sights of Hong Kong and Canton. Hundreds of other travelers have described them, and to the average reader they are no longer unique. Several days' delay is experienced in obtaining a passport from the Viceroy of the two Quangs, and during the delay most of the sights of the city are visited. The 5-storied pagoda, the Temple of the 500 Genii, the water clock, the criminal court, where several poor wretches are seen almost flayed alive with bamboos, flower boats, silk, jadestone, ivory carving shops, temple of tortures, and a dozen other interesting places are visited, under the pilotage of the genial guide and interpreter Ah Kun. The strange boat population, numbering, according to some accounts, 200,000 people, is one of the most interesting features of Canton life. Wonderfully animated is the river scene as viewed from the balcony of the Canton Hotel, a hostelry kept by a Portuguese on the opposite bank of the river from Canton proper. The consuls and others express grave doubts about the wisdom of my undertaking in journeying alone through China, and endeavor to dissuade me from making the attempt. Opinion, too, is freely expressed that the Viceroy will refuse his permission, or at all events place obstacles in my way. The passport is forthcoming on October 12th, however, and I lose no time in making a start. 13 miles from Canton I reach the city of Foshan. 5 minutes after entering the gate I am in the midst of a crowd of struggling, pushing natives, whose aggressive curiosity renders it extremely difficult for me to move either backward or forward, or to do aught but stand and endeavor to protect the bicycle from the crush. They seem a very good-natured crowd on the whole, and withal inclined to be courteous, but the pressure of numbers, and the utter impossibility of doing anything, or prosecuting my search for the exit on the other side of the city, renders the good intentions of individuals wholly inoperative. With perseverance, I finally succeed in extricating myself and following in the wake of an intelligent-looking young man whom I fondly fancy I have enlightened to the fact that I am searching for the Sanshui road. The crowd follow at our heels as we tread the labyrinthine alleyways that seem as interminable as they are narrow and filthy. Every turn we make I am expecting the welcome sight of an open gate and the green rice fields beyond, when, after dodging about the alleyways of what seems to be the toughest quarter of the city, my guide halts and points to the closed gates of a court. It now becomes apparent that he has been mistaken from the beginning in regard to my wants. Instead of taking me to the Sanshui gate, he has brought me to some kind of a house. "Sanshui, Sanshui," I explain, making gestures of disapproval at the house. The young man regards me with a look of utter bewilderment, and forthwith betakes himself off to the outer edge of the crowd, henceforth contenting himself to join the general mass of open-eyed inquisitives. Another attempt to again enlist his services only results in alienating his sympathies still further. He has been grossly taken in by my assumption of intelligence. Having discovered in me a jackass incapable of the Fo-Shan pronunciation of Sanshui, he retires on his dignity from further interest in my affairs. Female faces peer curiously through little barred apertures in the gate, and grin amusedly at the sight of a Fankwae, as I stand for a few minutes uncertain of what course to pursue. From sheer inability to conceive of anything else, I seize upon a well-dressed youngster among the crowd, tender him a coin, and address him questioningly: "Sanshui lo? Sanshui lo?" The youth regards me with monkeyish curiosity for a second, and then looks round at the crowd and giggles. Nothing is plainer than the evidence that nobody present has the slightest conception of what I want to do, or where I wish to go. Not that my pronunciation of Sanshui is unintelligible, as I afterward discover, but they cannot conceive of a Fankwae in the streets of Fo-Shan inquiring for Sanshui. Doubtless many have never heard of that city, and perhaps not one in the crowd has ever been there or knows anything of the road. As a matter of fact, there is no road, and the best anyone could do would be to point out its direction in a general way. All this, however, comes with after knowledge. Imagine a lone Chinaman who desired to learn the road to Philadelphia, surrounded by a dense crowd in the Bowery, New York, and uttering the one word "Philadelphi," and the reader gains a feeble conception of my own predicament in Fo-Shan, and the ludicrousness of the situation. Finally, the people immediately about me motion for me to proceed down the street. Like a drowning man, I am willing to clutch wildly even at a straw, in the absence of anything more satisfactory, and so follow their directions. Passing through squalid streets occupied by loathsome beggars, naked youngsters, slatternly women, matronly sows with udders of young pigs, and mangy pariahs, we emerge into the more respectable business thoroughfares again, traversing streets that I recognize as having passed through an hour ago. Having brought me here, the leaders in the latest movement seem to think they have accomplished their purpose, leaving me again to my own resources. Yet again am I in the midst of a tightly wedged crowd, helpless to make myself understood, and equally helpless to find my own way. 3 hours after entering the city, I am following, the fates only know whither, the leadership of an individual who fortunately sabes a word or so of pidgin English, and who really seems to have discovered my wants. First of all, he takes me inside a temple-like building and gives me a drink of tea and a few minutes' respite from the annoying pressure of the crowds. He then conducts me along a street that looks somewhat familiar, leads me to the gate I first entered, and points triumphantly in the direction of Canton. I now know as much about the road to Sanshui as I did before reaching Fo-Shan, and have learned a brief lesson of Chinese city experience that is anything but encouraging for the future. The feeling of relief at escaping from the narrow streets and the garrulous, filthy crowds, however, overshadows all sense of disappointment. The lesson of Fat-shan it is proposed to turn to good account by following the country paths in a general course indicated by my map from city to city, rather than to rely on the directions given by the people, upon whom my words and gestures seem to be entirely thrown away. For a couple of miles I retraversed the path by which I reached Fat-shan before encountering a divergent pathway, acceptable as leading distinctly toward the northwest. The inevitable Celestial is right on hand, extracting no end of satisfaction from following, shadow-like, close behind and watching my movements. Pointing along the divergent northwest road, I ask him if this is the Kun Lo to Sam shui. For answer he bestows upon me an expansive but wholly expressionless grin, and points silently toward Canton. These repeated failures to awaken the comprehension of intelligent-looking Chinamen, or at all events to obtain from them the slightest information in regard to my road, are somewhat bewildering, to say the least. So much of this kind of experience crowded into the first day, however, is very fortunate, as awakening me with healthy rudeness to a realizing sense of what I am to expect. It places me at once on my guard, and enables me to turn on the tap of self-reliance and determination to the proper notch. Shaking my head at the almond-eyed informant who wants me to return to Canton, I strike off in a northwesterly course. The Chinaman grins and chuckles humorously at my departure, as though his risibilities were probed to their deepest depths at my perverseness in going contrary to his directions. As plainly as though spoken in the purest English, his chuckling laughter echoes the thought, "You'll catch it, Mr. Fankwae, before you have gone very far in that direction. You'll wish you had listened to me and gone back to Quangtung." The country is a marvelous field garden of rice, vegetables, and sugar cane for some miles. The villages, with their peculiar characteristic Chinese architecture and groves of dark bamboo, are striking and pretty. The paths seem to wind about regardless of any special direction. The chief object of the road makers would appear to have been to utilize every little strip of inferior soil for the public thoroughfare wherever it might be found. A scrupulous respect for individual rights and the economy of the soil has resulted in adding many a weary mile of pathway between one town and another. To avoid destroying the productive capacity of a dozen square yards of alluvial soil, hundreds of people are daily obliged to follow horseshoe bends around the edges of graveyards that after 200 paces bring them almost to within jumping distance of their first divergence. Occasionally the path winds its serpentine course between two tall patches of sugar cane, forming an alleyway between the dark green walls barely wide enough for two people to pass. Natives met in these confined passages as isolated from the eyes of the world as though between two walls of brick, invariably recoil a moment with fright at the unexpected apparition of a Fankwae. Then, partially recovering themselves, they nimbly occupy as little space as possible on one side, and eye me with suspicion and apprehension as I pass. Great quantities of sugar cane are chewed in China, both by children and grown people, and these patches, grown in the rich Chuzhou Valley for the Fat-shan, Canton, and Hong Kong markets, are worth the price of a day's journeying to see. So marvelously neat and thrifty are they, that one would almost believe every separate stalk had been the object of special care and supervision from day to day since its birth. Every cane garden is fenced with neat bamboo pickets, to prevent depredation at the hands of the thousands of sweet-toothed kleptomaniacs who file past and eye the toothsome stalks wistfully every day. After a few miles the hitherto dead level of the valley is broken by low hills of reddish clay, and here the stone paths merge into well-beaten trails that on reasonably level soil afford excellent wheeling. The hillsides are crowded with graves, which, instead of the sugar-loaf ant-hillocks of the paddy fields, assume the traditional horseshoe shape of the Chinese ancestral grave. On the barren, gravelly hills, unfit for cultivation, the thrifty and economical Celestial inters the remains of his departed friends. Although in making this choice he is supposed to be chiefly interested in securing repose for his ancestors' souls, he at the same time secures the double advantage of a well-drained cemetery, and the preservation of his cultivable lands intact. Everything, indeed, would seem to be made subservient to this latter end. Every foot of productive soil seems to be held as of paramount importance in the teeming delta of the Choo kiang. Beyond the first of these cemetery hills, peopled so thickly with the dead, rise the tall pawn towers of the large village of Chun Kong hoi. The natural dirt paths enable me to ride right up to the entrance gate of the main street. Good-natured crowds follow me through the street, and outside the gate of departure I favor them with a few turns on the smooth flags of a rice-winnowing floor. The performance is hailed with shouts of surprise and delight, and they urge me to remain in Chun Kong hoi all night. An official in big tortoise-shell spectacles examines my passport, reading it slowly and deliberately aloud in peculiar sing-song tones to the crowd, who listen with all-absorbing attention. He then orders the people to direct me to a certain inn. This inn blossoms forth upon my as yet unaccustomed vision as a peculiarly vile and dingy little hovel, smoke-blackened and untidy as a village smithy. Half a dozen rude benches, covered with reed mats and provided with uncomfortable wooden pillows, represent what sleeping accommodations the place affords. The place is so forbidding that I occupy a bench outside in preference to the evil-smelling atmosphere within. As it grows dark, the people wonder why I don't prefer the interior of the dimly lighted hittim. My preference for the outside bench is not unattended with hopes that as they can no longer see my face, my greasy-looking, half-naked audience would give me a moment's peace and quiet. Nothing, however, is further from their thoughts. On the contrary, they gather closer and closer about me, sticking their yellow faces close to mine and examining my features as critically as though searching the face of an image. By and by it grows too dark even for this, and then some enterprising individual brings a couple of red wax tapers, placing one on either side of me on the bench. By the dim religious light of these two candles, hundreds of people come and peer curiously into my face, and occasionally some ultra-inquisitive mortal picks up one of the tapers, and by its aid makes a searching examination of my face, figure, and clothes. Mischievous youngsters, with irreligious abandon, attempt to make the scene comical by lighting joss sticks and waving bits of burning paper. The tapers on either side, and the youngsters' irreverent antics, with the evil spirit dispersing joss sticks, make my situation so ridiculously suggestive of an idol that I am perforce compelled to smile. The crowd have been too deeply absorbed in the contemplation of my face to notice this sideshow, but they quickly see the point, and follow my lead with a general round of merriment. About 10 o'clock I retire inside. The irrepressible inquisitives come pouring in the door behind me, but the hittim keeper angrily drives them out and bars the door. Several other lodgers occupy the room in common with myself. Some are smoking tobacco, and others are industriously hitting the pipe. The combined fumes of opium and tobacco are well nigh unbearable, but thera is no alternative. The next bench to mine is occupied by a peripatetic vendor of drugs and medicines. Most of his time is consumed in smoking opium in dreamy oblivion to all else save the sensuous delights embodied in that operation itself. Occasionally, however, when preparing for another smoke, he addresses me at length in about one word of pidgin English to a dozen of simon pure Cantonese. In a spirit of friendliness he tenders me the freedom of his pipe and little box of opium, which is, of course, declined with thanks. Long into the midnight hours my garrulous companions sit around and talk, and smoke, and eat peanuts. Mosquitoes likewise contribute to the general inducement to keep awake, and after the others have finally lain down, my ancient next neighbor produces a small mortar and pestle, and busies himself pounding drugs. For this operation he assumes a pair of large, round spectacles that in the dimly lighted apartment and its nocturnal associations are highly suggestive of owls and owlish wisdom. The old quack works away at his mortar, regardless of the approach of daybreak, now and then pausing to adjust the wick in his little saucer of grease, or to indulge in the luxury of a peanut. Such are the experiences of my first night at a Chinese village hittim. They will not soon be forgotten. The proprietor of the hittim seems overjoyed at my liberality as I present him a 10-cent string of tsin for the night's lodging. Small as it sounds, this amount is probably 3 or 4 times more than he obtains from his Chinese guests. The country beyond Chun Kong hoi is alternately level and hilly, the former highly cultivated, and the latter occupied mostly with graves. Peanut harvest is in progress, and men, women, and children are everywhere about the fields. The soil of a peanut bed to the depth of several inches is dug up and all passed through a sieve, the meshes of which are of the proper size to retain the nuts. The last possible grain, nut, or particle of life-sustaining vegetable or insect life is extracted from the soil, ducks and chickens being cooped and herded on the fields and gardens after human ingenuity has reached its limit of research. Big wooden pails of warm tea stand about the fields, from which everybody helps himself when thirsty. A party of peanut harvesters are regaling themselves with stewed turnips and tough, underdone pieces of dried liver. They invite me to partake, handing me a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Gangs of coolies, strung in Indian file along the paths, are met, carrying lacquer ware from some interior town to Fat-shan and Canton. Others are encountered with cages of kittens and puppies, which they are conveying to the same market. These are men whose business is collecting these table delicacies from outlying villages for the city markets, after the manner of egg and chicken buyers in America. My course at length brings me to the town of Senoun, on the south bank of the Choo-kiang. The river is here prevented from inundating the low country adjacent by strong levees. Along these are well-tramped paths that afford much good wheeling, as well as providing a well-defined course toward Sam-shue. After following the river for some miles, however, I conclude that its course is altogether more southerly than there is any necessity for me to go; so, crossing the river at a village ferry, I strike a trail across country in a northwesterly direction that must sooner or later bring me to the banks of the Pi-kiang. Sam-shue is at the junction of these two rivers, the one flowing from west to east and the other from north to south, by striking across country, but one side of a triangle is traversed instead of the two formed by the rivers. My objective point for the night is Lo-pow, the first town of any size up the Pi-kiang. A volunteer guide from one of the villages extricates me from a bewildering network of trails in the afternoon, and guides me across to the bottom lands of the Pi-kiang. Receiving a reward, he eyes the piece of silver a moment wistfully, puts it away, and guides me half a mile farther. Pointing to the embankment of the Pi-kiang in the distance ahead, he presents himself for further reward. Receiving this, he thereupon conceives the brilliant idea of piloting me over successive short stages, with a view of obtaining tsin at the end of each stage. John Chinaman is no more responsible morally for the dark ways and vain tricks accredited to him in the Western world than a crow is for the blackness of his plumage. The desperate struggle for existence in this crowded empire, that has no doubt been a normal condition of its society for ages, has developed traits of character in these later generations which are as unchangeable as the skin of the Ethiopian or the spots of the leopard. Either of these can be whitened over, but not readily changed. The same may be truthfully said of the moral leprosy of the average Celestial. Here is a simple peanut farmer's son, who knows nothing of the outer world, yet no sooner does a stray opportunity present than he develops immediately financial trickery worthy of a Constantinople guide. The paths across the Pi kiang Valley are more walls than paths, often rising 10 feet above the paddy fields, and presenting a width of not more than 2 feet. Good riding, however, is happily found on the levees, and a few miles upstream brings me to Luapao. The hittim at Luapao is somewhat superior to that of yesterday. It is a 2-storied building, and the proprietor hustles me upstairs in short order and locks me in. This is to prevent any possible hostility from the crowd that immediately swarms the place, for while I am in his house he is in a measure held responsible for my treatment. The bicycle is kept downstairs, where it performs the office of a vent for the rampant curiosity of the thousands who besiege the proprietor for a peep at me. A little cup and a teapot of hot tea is brought me at once, and my order taken for supper. The characters on my limited written vocabulary proving invaluable as an aid toward making my gastronomic preferences understood. A dish of boiled fish, pickled ginger, chicken entrées, young onions, together with rice enough to feed a pig, form the ingredients of a very good Chinese meal. Chopsticks are of course provided, but as yet my dexterity in the manipulation of these articles is decidedly of the negative order, and so my pocket knife performs the dual office of knife and fork. For the rice one can use after a manner the little porcelain dipper provided for ladling an evil-smelling liquid over that staple. Bread there is none in China. Rice is the bread of both this country and Japan. During the night one gets a reminder of the bekjees of Constantinople in the performances of a night policeman, who passes by at intervals, loudly beating a drum. This, together with roistering mosquitoes and a too liberal indulgence in strong tea, banishes sleep to night almost as effectually as the pounding of the old drug vendor's pestle did at Chun Kong hoi. The rooms below are full of sleeping coolies, cat and dog hucksters and travelers, when I descend at daybreak to start. The first 2 hours are wasted in wandering along a levee that leads up a tributary stream, coming back again and getting ferried to the right embankment. The riding is variable, and the zigzagging of the levee often compels me to travel 3 miles for the gaining of 1. My elevated path commands a good view of the traffic on the river, and of the agricultural operations on the adjacent lowlands. The boating scenes on the river are animated, and peculiarly Chinese. The northern monsoons, called typhoons in China, are blowing strongly downstream, while the current itself is naturally strong. Under the influence of wind and current combined, junks and sampans with butterfly sails all set are going downstream at racing speed. In striking contrast to these are the upstream boats, crawling along at scarcely perceptible pace against the current in response to the rhythmical movements of a line of men, women, and children harnessed one behind another to a long tow line. The water in the river is low, and the larger boats have to be watched carefully to prevent grounding. Sometimes when the river is wide and the passable channel but a narrow place in the middle, the tow people have to take to the water, often wading waist deep. Men and women are dressed pretty much alike, but in addition to the broad-legged pantaloons and blue blouse, the women are distinguished by a checked apron. Some of them wear broad bamboo hats, while others wear nothing but nature's covering, or perchance a handkerchief tied around their heads. The traffic on the river is something enormous, scores of boats dotting the river at every turn. It is no longer difficult to believe the oft-heard assertion that the tonnage of China's inland fleet is equal to the ocean tonnage of all the world. Below me on the right the scene is scarcely less animated. One would think the whole population of the country were engaged in pumping water over the rice fields, by the number of tread wheels on the go. One of the most curious sights in China is to see people working these irrigating machines all over the fields. Instead of the buffaloes of Egypt and India, everything here is accomplished by the labor of man. The tread wheel is usually worked by two men or women, who steady themselves by holding to a crossbar, while their weight revolves the tread wheel and works a chain of water pockets. The pockets dip water from a hole or ditch and empty it into troughs, whence it spreads over the field. The screeching of these wheels can be heard for miles, and the grotesque Chinese figures stepping up, up, up in pairs, yet never ascending, the women singing in shrill falsetto voices, and the incessant gabble of conversation, makes a picture of industry the like of which is to be seen in no other part of the world. End of Section 34. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 35 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 17, Part 2, Through China. Chin Fueng, my next halting place, forms something of a crescent on the west shore of the river, and is distinguished by a 7-storied pagoda at the southern extremity of its curvature. As seen from the east bank, the city and its background of reddish hills, two peaks of which rise to the respectable height of, I should judge, 2,000 feet, is not without certain pretensions to beauty. Many of the houses on the river front are built over the water on piles, and broad flights of stone steps lead down to the water. The usual boat population occupy a swarm of sampans anchored before the city, while hundreds of others are moving hither and thither. The water is intensely blue, and the broad reaches of band are dazzlingly white. On either bank are dark patches of feathery bamboo. The white, blue and green, the pagoda, the city with its towering pawn houses, and the whole, flanked by red clay hills, forms a picture that certainly is not wanting in life and color. The quarters assigned me at the Hittim here are again upstairs, and my room companion is an attenuated opium smoker, who is apparently a permanent lodger. This apartment is gained by a ladder, and after submitting to much annoyance from the obtrusive crowds below invading our quarters, my companion drives them all out with a loud lash of his tongue, and then draws up the only avenue of communication. He is engaged in cooking his supper and in washing dirty dishes. When the crowd below gets too noisy and clamorous, he steps to the opening and coolly treats them to a basin of dish water. This he repeats a number of times during the evening, saving his dish water for that special purpose. The air is reeking with smoke and disagreeable odors from below, where cooking is going on and pigs wallow in filth in a rear apartment. The back room of a Chinese inn is nearly always a pigsty, and a noisome place on general principles. Later in the evening a few privileged characters are permitted to come up, and the room quickly changes into a regular opium den. A tough day's journey and 2 previous nights of wakefulness enable me to fall asleep, notwithstanding the evil smells, the presence of the opium-smoking visitors, and the grunting pigs and talkative humans down below. During the day I have sprained my right knee, and it becomes painful in the night and wakes me up. In the morning my way is made through the waking city with a painful limp that gives rise to much unsympathetic giggling among the crowd at my heels. Perhaps they think all Fankwaes thus hobble along. Their giggling, however, is doubtless evidence of the well-known pitiless disposition of the Chinese. The sentiments of pity and consideration for the sufferings of others are a well-nigh invisible quality of John Chinaman's character, and as I limp slowly along, I mentally picture myself with a broken leg or serious illness, alone among these people. A Fankwae with his leg broken, a Fankwae lying at the point of death. Why, the whole city would want to witness such an extraordinary sight. There would be no keeping them out. One would be the center of a tumultuous rabble day and night. The river contains long reaches leading in a totally contrary direction to what I know my general course to be. My objective point is a little east of north, but for miles this morning I am headed considerably south of the rising sun. There is nothing for it, however, but to keep the foot trail that now follows along the river bank, conforming to all its multifarious crooks and angles. Every mile or two the path is overhung by a big bamboo hedge, behind which is hidden a village. The character of these little riverside villages varies from peaceful agricultural and fishing communities to nests of river pirates and hard characters generally, who covertly prey on the commerce of the Pi-kiang, and commit depredations in the surrounding country. A glimpse of me is generally caught by someone behind the hedge as I ride or trundle past. Shouts of "The Fankwae! The Fankwae!" and screams of laughter at the prospect of seeing one of those queer creatures immediately follow the discovery. The gabble and laughter and hurrying from the houses to the hedge, the hasty scrambling through the little wicket gates, all occurs with a flutter and noisy squabble that suggest a flock of excited geese. A few miles above Chin huang the river enters a rocky gorge, and the marvelous beauty of the scenery rivets me to the spot in wondering contemplation for an hour. It is the same picture of rocky mountains, blue water, junks, bridges, temples, and people one sometimes sees on sets of Chinaware. Never was water so intensely blue, or sand so dazzlingly white, as the Pi-kiang at the entrance to this gorge this sunny morning. On its sky-blue bosom float junks and sampans, their curious sails appearing and disappearing around a bend in the cañon. The brown battlemented cliffs are relieved by scattering pines, and in the interstices by dense thickets of bamboo. Temples, pagodas, and a village complete a scene that will be long remembered as one of the loveliest bits of scenery the whole world round. The scene is preeminently characteristic, and after seeing it, one no longer misunderstands the Chinaman who persists in thinking his country the great middle kingdom of landscape beauty and sunshine, compared to which all others are regions of mist and snow. Across the creeks which occasionally join issue with the river are erected frail and wobbly bamboo foot rails. Some of these are evidently private enterprises, as an ancient Celestial is usually on hand for the collection of tiny toll. Narrow bridges, rude steps cut in the face of the cliffs, trails along narrow ledges, over rocky ridges, down across gulches, and anon through loose shale on ticklishly sloping banks, characterize the passage through the cañon. The sun is broiling hot, and my knees swollen and painful. It is barely possible to crawl along at a snail's pace by keeping my game leg stiff. Bending the knee is attended with agony. Frequent rests are necessary, and an examination reveals my knee badly inflamed. Hours are consumed in scrambling for 3 or 4 miles up and down steps, and over the most abominable course a bicycle was ever dragged, carried, up-ended, and lugged over. At the end of that time I reach a temple occupying a romantic position in a rocky defile, and where a flight of steps leads down to the water's edge. All semblance of anything in the nature of a continuous path terminates at the temple, and hailing a sampan bound upstream, I obtain passage to the northern extremity of the cañon. The sampan is towed by a team of 7 coolies, harnessed to a small, strong rope made of bamboo splint. It is interesting yet painful to see these men clamoring like goats about the rocky cliffs, sometimes as much as 100 feet above the water. One of the number does nothing else but throw the rope over protuberant points of rock. One would naturally imagine that Chinese enterprise would be sufficient to construct something like a decent tow path through this cañon, considering the number of boats towed through it daily, but everything in China seems to be done by the main strength and awkwardness of individuals. The boatmen seem honest-hearted fellows. At noon they invite me to participate in their frugal meal of rice and turnips. Passing sampans are greeted by the crew of our boat with the intelligence that a Fankwae is aboard, the news being invariably conveyed with a droll "ha ha," and received with the same. Indeed, the average Chinese riverman or agriculturist, the simple-hearted children of the water and the soil, seem to regard the Fankwae as a creature so remarkably comical that the mere mention of him causes them to laugh. Near the end of the cañon the boat is moored at a village for the day, and my knee feeling much better from the rest, I pursue my course up the bank of the river. The bank is level in a general sense, but much cut up with small tributary creeks. While I am resting on the bank of one of these creeks, partly hidden behind a clump of bamboo, a slave woman carrying her mistress pick-a-back appears upon the scene. Catching sight of me, the golden lily utters a little cry of alarm, and issues hurried orders to her maid. The latter wheels round and scuttles back along the path with her frightened burden, both maid and golden lily no doubt very thankful at finding themselves unpursued. A few minutes after their hasty flight, 3 men approach my resting place with pitchforks. The frightened females have probably told them of the presence of some queer-looking object lurking behind the bushes, and like true heroes they have shouldered their pitchforks and sallied forth to investigate. A whoop and a feint from me would either put them to flight or precipitate a conflict, as is readily seen from the extreme cautiousness of their advance. As I remained perfectly still, however, they approach by short stages, and with many stops for consultation, until near enough to satisfy themselves of my peaceful character. They loiter around until my departure, when they follow behind for a few hundred yards, watching me narrowly until I am past their own little cluster of houses. It is almost dark when I arrive at the next village, prepared to seek such accommodations for the night as the place affords, if any. The people, however, seem decidedly inclined to give me the cold shoulder, eyeing me suspiciously from a respectful distance, instead of clustering as usual close about me. Being pretty tired and hungry, and knowing absolutely nothing of the distance to the next place, I endeavor to cultivate their friendship by smiles, and by addressing the nearest youngster in polite greetings of chin chin. All this proves of no avail. They seem one and all to be laboring under the impression that my appearance is of evil portent to themselves. Perchance some social calamity they have just been visited with is attributed in their superstitious minds to the fell influence of the foreign devil who has so suddenly bobbed up in their midst just at this unhappy, inauspicious moment. Peradventure some stray and highly exaggerated bit of news in regard to Fankwae aggression in Tonquin, the French Tonquin expedition, has happened to reach the little interior village this very day, and the excited people see in me an emissary of destruction, here for the diabolical purpose of spying out their country. A dozen reasons, however, might be here advanced, and all be far wide of the truth. Whatever their hostility is all about is a mystery to me, the innocent object of sundry scowls and angry gestures. One individual contemplates me for a minute with unconcealed aversion, and then breaks out into a torrent of angry words and excited gestures. From all appearances, it behooves me to be clearing out, ere the pent-up feelings of the people find vent in some aggressive manner, as a result of this person's incitant eloquence. Greatly puzzled to account for this unpleasant reception, I quietly take myself off. It is now getting pretty dark, and considering the unfortunate condition of my knee, the situation is, to say the least, annoying. It is not without apprehensions of being followed that I leave the village, and ere I am 200 yards away torches are observed moving rapidly about, and soon loud shouts of "Fankwae, Fankwae" tell me that a number of men are in pursuit. Darkness favors my retreat, and scrambling down the river bank, I shape my course across the sand and shallow side channels to a small island, thickly covered with bamboo, the location of which is now barely outlined against the lingering streaks of daylight in the western sky. Half an hour is consumed in reaching this, but no small satisfaction is derived from seeing the flaming torches of my pursuers continue on up the bank. The dense bamboo thickets afford an excellent hiding place, providing my divergence is not suspected. A little farther upstream, on the bank, are the lights of another village, and as I crouch here in the darkness, I can see the torches of the pursuing party entering this village, and can hear them making shouting inquiries of their neighbors about the foreign devil. The thicket is alive with ravenous mosquitoes that issue immediately their peculiar policy of assurance against falling asleep. Unappeased hunger, mosquitoes, and the perilousness of the situation occupy my attention for some hours, when, seeing nothing further of the vengeful aspirants for my gore, I drag my weary way upstream, through sand and shallow water. Keeping in the river bed for several miles, I finally regain the bank, and although my inflamed knee treats me to a twinge of agony at every step, I steadily persevere till morning. An hour or two of morning light brings me to the town of Quang shi, after an awful tugging through sand hills, unbridged ravines, and water. Hardly able to stand from fatigue and the pain of my knee, the desperate nature of the road, or more correctly the entire absence of anything of the kind, and the disquieting incident of the night, awaken me to a realizing sense of my helplessness should the people of Quang shi prove to be hostile. Conscious of my inability to run or ride, savagely hungry, and desperately tired, I enter Quang shi with the spirit of a hunted animal at bay. With revolver pulled round to the front ready to hand, and half expecting occasion to use it in defense of my life, I grimly speculate on the number of my cartridges and the probability of each one bagging a sore-eyed Celestial ere my own lonely and reluctant ghost is yielded up. All this, fortunately, is found to be superfluous speculation, for the good people of Quang shi prove, at least passively, friendly. A handful of tsin divided among the youngsters, and a general spendthrift scatterment of 10 cents worth of the same base currency among the stall keepers for chow chow, heightens their friendly interest in me to an appreciable extent. Chao chu fu is the next city marked on my itinerary, but as Quang shi is not on my map, I have no means of judging whether Chao chu fu is 4 li upstream or 40. All attempts to obtain some idea of the distance from the natives result in the utter bewilderment of both questioned and querist. No amount of counting on fingers, or marking on paper, or interrogative arching of eyebrows, or repetition of "Chao chu fu li," sheds a glimmer of light on the mind of the most intelligent-looking shopkeeper in Quang shi concerning my wants. Yet, withal, he courteously bears with my, to him, idiotic pantomime and barbarous pronunciation, and repeats parrot-like after me, "Chao chu fu li, Chao chu fu li," with sundry beaming smiles and friendly smirks. Far easier, however, is it to make them understand that I want to go to that city by boat. The loquacious owner of a 20-foot sampan puts in his appearance as soon as my want is ascertained, and favors me with an unpunctuated speech of some 5 minutes' duration. For fear I shouldn't quite understand the tenor of his remarks, he insists on thrusting his yellow Mongolian phiz within an inch or two of mine own. At the end of 5 minutes I thrust my fingers in my ears out of sheer consideration for his vocal organs, and turn away, but the next moment he is fronting me again and repeating himself with ever increasing volubility. Finding my dullness quite impenetrable, he searches out another loquacious mortal, and by the aid of the tiny beam scales every Chinaman carries for weighing broken silver, they finally make it understood that for 6 big rounds dollars he will convey me in his boat to Chao choo foo. Understanding this, I promptly engage his services. Bundles of joss sticks, rice, fish, pork, and a jar of shamshu (rice arrack) are taken aboard, and by 10 o'clock we are under way. 2 men, named respectively Ah Sum and Yung Po, a woman, and a baby of 18 months comprise the company aboard. Ah Sum, being but an inconsequential wage worker, at once assumes the onerous duties of towman. Yung Po, husband, father, and sole proprietor of the sampan, manipulates the rudder, which is in front, and occasionally assists Ah Sum by poling. The boat wife stands at the stern and regulates the length of the tow line. The baby puts in the first few hours in wondering contemplation of myself. The strange river life of China is all about us. Small fishing boats are everywhere plying their calling. They are constructed with a central chamber full of auger holes for the free admittance of water, in which the fish are conveyed alive to market, or imprisoned during the owner's pleasure. Big freight sampans float past, propelled by oars if going down stream, and by the combined efforts of tow line and poles if against the current. The propelling poles are fitted with neatly carved crutch trees to fit the shoulder. The polers, sometimes numbering as many as a dozen, walk back and forth along side planks and encourage themselves with cries of ha-ee, ha-ee, ha-ee. A peculiar and indescribable inflection would lead one, hearing and not seeing these boatmen, to fancy himself listening to a flight of brants in stormy weather. Yung Po, poling by himself, gives utterance to a prolonged cry of "etta, etta, etta, ah-oo, ee," every time he hustles along the side plank. Much of the scenery along the river is lovely in the extreme, and at dark we cast anchor in a smooth, silent reach of the river just within the frowning gateway of a rocky cañon. Dark masses of rock tower skyward 500 feet in a perpendicular wall, casting a dark shadow over the twilight shimmer of the water. In the north, the darksome prospect is invested with a lurid glow apparently from some large fire. The cañon immediately about our anchoring place is alive with moving torches, representing the restless population of the river, and on the banks clustering points of light here and there denote the locality of a village. The last few miles has been severe work for poor Ah Sum, clambering among rocks fit only for the footsteps of a goat. He sticks to the tow line manfully to the end, but wading out to the boat when overheated causes him to be seized with violent cramps all over. In his agony he rolls about the deck and implores Yung Po to put him out of his misery forthwith. His case is evidently urgent, and Yung Po and his wife proceed to administer the most heroic treatment. Hot samshoo is first poured down his throat and rubbed on his joints. Then he is rolled over on his stomach. Yung Po then industriously flagellates him in the bend of the knees with a flat bamboo, and his wife scrapes him vigorously down the spine with the sharp edge of a porcelain bowl. Ah Sum groans and winces under this barbarous treatment, but with solicitous upbraidings they hold him down until they have scraped and pounded him black and blue almost from head to foot. Then they turn him over on his back for a change of program. A thick joint of bamboo, resembling a quart measure, is planted against his stomach. Lighted paper is then inserted beneath, and the cup held firmly for a moment, when it adheres of its own accord. This latter instrument is the Chinese equivalent of our cupping glass. Like many other inventions, it was probably in use among them ages before anything of the kind was known to us. Its application to the stomach for the relief of cramps would seem to indicate the possession of drawing powers. I take it to be a substitute for mustard plasters. While the wife attends to this, Yung Po pinches him severely all over the throat and breast, converting all that portion of his anatomy into little blue ridges. By the time they get through with him, his last estate seems a good deal worse than his first, but the change may have saved his life. Before retiring for the night, lighted joss sticks are stuck in the bow of the sampan, and lighted paper is waved about to propitiate the spirit of the waters and of the night. Small saucers of rice, boiled turnip, and peanut oil are also solemnly presented to the tutelary gods, to enlist their active sympathies as an offset against the fell designs of mischievous spirits. Falling asleep under the soothing influence of these extraordinary precautions for our safety, and a supper of rice, ginger, and fresh fish, I slumber peacefully until well under way next morning. Ah Sum is stiff and sore all over, but he bravely returns to his post, and under the combined efforts of pole and tow line we speed along against a swift current at a pace that is almost visible to the naked eye. This morning I purchase a splendid trout, weighing 7 or 8 pounds, for about 20 cents. Off this we make a couple of quite excellent meals. Observing my awkward attempts to pick up pieces of fish with the chopsticks, the good, thoughtful boat wife takes a bone hairpin out of her sleek, oily black hair, and offers it to me to use as a fork. Before noon we emerge into a more open country. Straight ahead can be seen an 8-storied pagoda. Reaching the pagoda, we pass, on the opposite shore, the town of Yang Tai. Fleets of big junks sail gaily downstream, laden with bales and packages of merchandise from Chao Chu Fu, Nam Hung, and other manufacturing points up the river. Others resemble floating hayricks, bearing huge cargoes of coarse hay and pine needles down for the manufacture of paper. Several war junks are anchored before Yang Tai. Unlike the peaceful merchantmen on the Choo kiang, they are armed with but a single cannon. They are, however, superior vessels compared with other craft on the river, and are manned with crews of 20 to 30 theatrical-looking characters. Rows of muskets and boarding pikes are observed, and conspicuous above all else are several large and handsome flags of the graceful triangular shape peculiar to China. The crew of these warlike vessels are uniformed in the gayest of red, and in the middle of their backs and breasts are displayed white bull's eyes about 12 inches in diameter. The object of these big white circular patches appears to be the presentation of a suitable place for the conspicuous display of big characters, denoting the district or city to which they belong, or in other words, labels. The wicked and sarcastic Fankwaes in the treaty ports, however, render a far different explanation. They say that a Chinese soldier always misses a bull's eye when he shoots at it. Under no circumstances does he score a bull's eye. Observing this, the authorities concluded that Fankwae soldiers were tarred with the same unhappy feather. With true Asiatic astuteness, they therefore conceived and carried out the brilliant idea of decorating all celestial warriors with bull's eyes, front and rear, as a measure of protection against the bullets of the Fankwae soldiers in battle. Ah Sum becomes sick and weary at noon and is taken aboard, Tung Po and his better half taking alternate turns at the line. Toward evening the river makes a big sweep to the southeast, bringing the prevailing north wind round to our advantage, if advantage it can be called, in blowing us pretty well south when our destination lies north. The sail is hoisted, and the crew confines itself to steering and poling the boat clear of bars. Poor Ah Sum is subjected to further clinical maltreatment this evening as we lay at anchor before No Foo Gong. While we are eating rice and pork and listening to the sounds of revelry aboard the big passenger junks anchored near by, he is writhing and groaning with pain. He is too stiff and sore and exhausted to do anything in the morning. The woman goes out to pull, and the babe makes Rome howl, with little intermission, till she comes back. The boat woman seems an industrious wifely soul. Young Bois probably paid as high as $40 for her. At that price I should say she is a decided bargain. Occasionally, when Young Bois cruelly orders her overboard to take a hand at the tow line, or to help shove the sampan off a sand ridge, she enters a playful demurrer, but an angry look, an angry word, or a cheerful suggestion of corporeal suasion, and she hops lightly into the water. Section 36 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 17, Part 3 through China. A few miles from Nuo Fugung, and a rocky precipice towers up on the west shore, something like 1,000 feet high. The crackling of firecrackers innumerable and the report of larger and noisier explosions attract my attention as we gradually crawl up toward it, and coming nearer, flocks of pigeons are observed flying uneasily in and out of caves in the lower levels of the cliff. In the course of time our sampan arrives opposite, and reveals a curious two-storied cave temple, with many gaily dressed people, pleasure sampans, and bamboo rafts. This is the Kuen Yinan, a Chinese Buddhist temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It is the home of flocks of sacred pigeons, and the shrine to which many pilgrims yearly come. The pilgrims manage to keep their feathered friends in a chronic state of trepidation by the agency of firecrackers and miniature bombs. Outside, under the shelter of the towering cliffs to the right, are more temples or dwellings of the priests. They present a curious mixture of blue porcelain, rock, and brick, which is intensely characteristic of China. During the day we pass, on the same side of the river, yet another remarkable specimen of man's handiwork, on the scene of one of nature's curious rock-work conceptions. Leading from base to summit of a sloping mountain are two perpendicular ridges of rock, looking very much like a couple of walls. Across the summit of the mountain, from wall to wall, some fanciful architect 300 years ago built a massive battlement. In the middle he left a big round hole, which presents a very curious appearance, and materially heightens the delusion that the whole affair, from foot to summit, is the handiwork of man. This place is known as Tan Si Shan, or Bullet Mountain, and is the scene of a fight that occurred some time during the Ming Dynasty. A legend is current among the people that the robber Wang, a celebrated freebooter of that period, while firing on a pursuing party of soldiers, shot this moon-like hole through the mountain battlement with the huge musket he used to slaughter his enemies. Many huge rafts of pine logs are now encountered floating downstream to the cities of the lower country. Numbers of them are sometimes met, following close behind one another. Several huts are erected on each big raft, so that the sight not infrequently suggests a long straggling village floating with the tide. This suggestion is very much heightened by the score or more people engaged in poling, steering, al fresco cooking, etc., aboard each raft. And anon there come along men, poling with surprising swiftness, slender-built craft on which are perched several solemn and important-looking cormorants. These are the celebrated cormorant fishers of the Chinese rivers. Their craft is simply 3 or 4 stems of the giant bamboo, turned up at the forward end. On this the naked fisherman stands and propels himself by means of a slender pole. His stock in trade consists of from 4 to 8 cormorants that balance themselves and smooth their wet wings as the lightsome raft speeds along at the rate of 6 miles an hour from one fishing ground to another. Arriving at some likely spot, the eager aspirant for finny prizes rests on his oars, and allows his aquatic confederates to take to the water in search of their natural prey, the fishes. A ring around the cormorants' necks prevents them swallowing their captives, and previous training teaches them to balance themselves on the propelling pole that the watchful fisherman inserts beneath them the moment they rise to the surface with a fish. Captive and captor are then lifted aboard the raft, the cormorant robbed of his prey and hustled quickly off again to business. The sight of these nimble craft, skimming along with scarcely an effort, almost fills me with a resolve to obtain one of them myself and abandon Tung Po and his dreary lack of speed forever. The third day of our voyage against the prevailing typhoons and the rapid current of the Pi kiang comes to an end, and finds us again anchored within the dark shadow of a towering cliff. Anchored alongside us is a big junk freighted with bags of rice and bales of paper. The hands aboard this boat indulge in a lively quarrel during the evening chow chow, and bang one another about in the liveliest manner. The peculiar indignation that finds expression in abusive language no doubt reaches its highest state of perfection in the Celestial mind. No other human being is capable of soaring to the height of the Chinaman's falsetto modulations, as he heaps reproaches and cuss words on his enemy's queue-adorned head. A big boat's crew of naked Chinamen, cursing and gesticulating excitedly, advancing and retreating, chasing one another about with billets of wood, knocking things over and raising Cain generally, in the ghostly glimmer of fantastic paper lanterns, is a spectacle both weird and wild. Another weird, but this time noiseless, affair is a long string of nocturnal cormorant fishers, each with a big flaming torch attached to the prow of his raft, propelling themselves along close under the dark frowning cliff. The torches light up the black face of the precipice with a wild glare, and streak the shimmering water with moon-like reflections. The country through which our watery serpentine course winds all next day is hilly rather than mountainous. Grassy hills slope down to the water's blue ripples at certain places, but the absence of grazing animals is quite remarkable. Regions which in other countries would be covered with flocks of sheep and herds of cows and horses are without so much as a sign of herbivorous animals. Pigs are the prevailing meat-producing animals of southern China. All the way up country I have not yet seen a single sheep, and but very few cattle. I have also yet to see the first horse. Instead of herbivorous quadrupeds peacefully browsing are swarms of men, women, and children cutting, bundling, and stacking the grass for the manufacture of paper. Among the fleeting curiosities of the day are a crowd of sampans flying black flags. Evidently some military expedition. They are bound downstream, and it occurs to me that they are perhaps a reinforcement of these famous free lances going to join the hordes of that denomination making things so uncomfortable for the French in Tonquin and Kwangtse. We also pass a district where the women enhance their physical charms by the aid of broad circular hats that resemble an inverted sieve. The edges, however, are not wood, but circular curtains of black calico. The roof of the hat is bleached bamboo chip. Officers board us in the evening to search the vessel for dutiable goods, but they find nothing. The privilege of levying customs on salt and opium is farmed out by the government to people in various cities along the rivers. The tax on these articles from first to last of a long river voyage is very heavy, customs being levied at various points. It is scarcely necessary to add that under these arbitrary arrangements the oily, conscienceless, and sin-loving Celestial boatman has reduced the noble art of smuggling to a science. Young Bois smiles blandly at the officer as he searches carefully every nook and corner of the sampan, even rooting about with a stick in the moderate amount of bilge water collected between the ribs, and when he is through dismisses him with an air of innocence and a wealth of politeness that is artfully calculated to secure less rigorous search next time. The poling and towing is prolonged till nearly midnight, when we cast anchor among a lot of houseboats and miscellaneous craft before a city. Even at this unseemly hour we are visited by an owlish peddler, whose boat is fitted up with boxes containing various dishes toothsome to the heathen palates of the watermen. Young Boi and Ah Sun look wistfully over the ancient pastry peddler's wares, and pick out tiny dishes of sweetened rice gruel. This they consume with the same unutterable satisfaction that hungry monkeys display when eating chestnuts, ending the performance by licking the platters. Although the price is nearly a farthing a dish, with wanton prodigality Young Boi orders dishes for the whole company, including even his passenger. From various indications it is surmised, as I seek my couch, that the city opposite is Chao choo foo. Inquiry to that effect, as usual, elicits nothing but a bland grin from Young Boi. When, however, he takes the unnecessary precaution of warning me not to venture outside the covered sleeping quarters during the night, intimating that I should probably get stabbed if I do, I'm pretty well satisfied of our arrival. This cautious proceeding is to be explained by the fact that I am Young Boi's debtor for 2 days' diet of rice, turnips, and flabby pork, and he is suspicious that I might creep forth in the silence and darkness of the night and leave him in the lurch. Young Boi now summons his entire pantomimic ability to inform me that Chao choo foo is still some distance up the river. At all events, that is my interpretation of his words and gestures. On this supposition I enter no objections when he bids me accompany him to the market and purchase a new supply of provisions for the remainder of the journey. Impatient to proceed to Chao choo foo, I now motion for them to make a start. Young Boi points to the frowning walls of the city we have just visited, and blandly says, "Chao choo foo." Having accomplished his purpose of bamboozling me into replenishing his larder by making me believe our destination is yet farther upstream, he now turns round and tells me that we have already arrived. The neat little advantage he has just been taking of my ignorance, with such brilliant results to the larder of the boat, has visibly stimulated his cupidity, and he now brazenly demands the payment of filthy lucre, making a circular hole with his thumb and finger to intimate big rounds in contradistinction to mere tsin. The assumption of dense ignorance has not been without its advantages at various times on my journey around the world, and regarding Young Boi's gestures with a blankety-blank stare, I order him to proceed upstream to Chao choo foo. The result of my refusal to be further bamboozled by the wily Young Boi, without knowing something of what I am doing, is that I am shortly threading the mazy alleyways of Chao choo foo with Ah Sun and Young Boi for escort. What the object of this visit may be I haven't the remotest idea, unless we are proceeding to the quarters of some official to have my passport seen to, or to try and enlighten my understanding in regard to Young Boi's claims for battered Mexican dollars. Vague apprehensions arise that peradventure the $6 paid at Quang-shi was only a small advance on the cost of my passage up, and that Young Boi is now piloting me to an official to establish his just claims upon pretty much all the money I have with me. Ignorant of the proper rate of boat hire, disquieting visions of having to retreat to Canton for the lack of money to pay the expenses of the journey through to Chozhou are flitting through my mind as I follow the pendulous motions of Young Boi's pigtail along the streets. The office that I have been conjuring up in my mind is reached at last, and found to be a neat room provided with forms and a pulpit-like desk. A pleasant-faced little Chinaman in a blue silk gown is examining a sheet of written characters through the medium of a pair of tortoise-shell spectacles. On the wall I am agreeably astonished to see a chromo of Her Majesty Queen Victoria, with an inscription in Chinese characters. The little man chin-chins, salams, heartily, removes his spectacles, and addresses me in a musical tone of voice. Young Boi explains obsequiously that my understanding Chinese is conspicuously unequal to the occasion, a fact that at once becomes apparent to the man in blue silk. Whereupon he quickly substitutes written words for spoken ones, and presents me the paper. Finding me equally foggy in regard to these, he excuses my ignorance with a courteous smile and bow, and summons a gray-queued underling to whom he gives certain directions. This person leads the way out and motions for me to follow. Yung Po and Ah Sum bring up behind, keeping in order such irrepressibles as endeavor to peer too obtrusively into my face. Soon we arrive at a quarter with big monstrous dragons painted on the walls, and other indications of an official residence. Palanquin bearers in red jackets and hats, with tassels of red horsehair, flit past at a fox-trot with a covered palanquin, preceded by noisy gong-beaters and a gaily caparisoned pony. This is evidently the yamen or mandarin's quarter, and here we halt before a door, while our guide enters another one and disappears. The door before us is opened cautiously by a Celestial, who looks out and bestows upon me a friendly smile. A curly black dog emerges from between his legs and presents himself with much wagging of tail and other manifestations of canine delight. All this occurs to me as very strange, but not for a moment does it prepare me for the agreeable surprise that now presents itself in the appearance of a young Englishman at the door. It would be difficult to say which of us is the most surprised at the other's appearance. Mutual explanations follow, and then I learn that, all unsuspected by me, 2 missionaries of the English Presbyterian Mission are stationed at Chao chu. At Canton I was told that I wouldn't see a European face nor hear an English word between that city and Chou. On their part they have read in English papers of my intended tour through China, but never expected to see me coming through Chao chu fu. I am, of course, overjoyed at the opportunity presented by their knowledge of the language to arrange for the continuation of my journey in a manner to know something about what I am doing. They are starting down the river for Canton to-morrow, so that I am very fortunate in having arrived to-day. As their guest for the day I obtain an agreeable change of diet from the swashy preparations aboard the sampan, and learn much valuable information about the nature of the country ahead from their servants. They have never been higher up the river than Chao chu fu themselves, and rather surprise me by giving the distances to Canton as 280 miles. By their kind offices I am able to make arrangements for a couple of coolies to carry the bicycle over the Meiling Mountains as far as the city of Nam Ngan, on the headwaters of the Kanjiao, whence, if necessary, I can descend into the Yangtze Kiao by river. The route leads through a mountainous country up to the Meiling Pass, thence down to the headwaters of the Kanjiao. All is ready by 8 o'clock on the morning of October 22nd. The coolies have lashed the bicycle to parallel bamboo poles, as also a tin of lunch biscuits, a tin of salmon, and of corned beef, articles kindly presented by the missionaries. Nam Ngan is said to be 200 miles distant, but subsequent experience would lessen the distance by about 50 miles. Our way leads first through the cemeteries of Chao chu fu, and along little winding stone ways through the fields leading, in a general sense, along the right bank of the Pijiao. The villagers in the upper districts of Guangdong are peculiarly wanting in facial attractiveness. In some of the villages on the upper Pijiao the entire population, from puling infants to decrepit old stagers whose hoary queues are real pigtails in respect to size, are hideously ugly. They seem to be simple, primitive people, bent on satisfying their curiosity, but in the pursuit of this they are, if anything, somewhat more considerate or more conservative than the Persians. Mothers hurry home and fetch their babies to see the Fankwae, pointing me out to their notice, very much like pointing out a chimpanzee in the zoological gardens. In these village inns the spirit of democracy embraces all living things. Sore-eyed coolies, leprous hangers-on to the thread of life, matronly sows and mangy dogs, come, go, and freely mingle and associate in these filthy little kitchens. When cooking is in progress, nothing is set off the fire onto the ground but that a hungry pig stands and eyes it wistfully, but sundry burnings of their sensitive snouts during the days of their youthful inexperience have made them preternaturally cautious, so that they are not very meddlesome. The sleeping room is really a part of the pigsty, nothing but an open railing separating pigs and people. A cobblestone path now leads through a hilly country, divided up into little rice fields, peanut gardens, pine copses, and cemeteries. Peanut stalls one encounters at short intervals, where ancient dames or wrinkled old men preside over little saucers of half-roasted nuts, peanut sweet cakes, peanut plain cakes, peanut crullers, peanut dough, peanut candy, peanuts sprinkled with sugar, peanuts sprinkled with salt, and peanuts fresh from the ground. The people seem to be well nigh living on peanuts, which unhappy diet probably has something to do with their marvelous ugliness. In a gathering of villagers standing about me are people with eyes that are pitched at the most peculiar angles, varying from long, narrow eyes that slope downward toward the cheekbone, to others that seem almost perpendicular. No less astonishing is the contour of their mouths. Ragged holes in their ugly faces are these for the most part, shapeless and uncouth as anything well could be. They are the most unprepossessing humans I have seen the whole world round. As on the evening of the third day from Chao Chu Fu we approach Nam hung, the people in the country undergo a great change for the better. The land is more level and better cultivated, villages are thicker and more populous, and the people are no longer conspicuously ill-favored. All evidence goes to prove that meager diet and hard lines generally, continued from generation to generation, result in the production of an ill-conditioned and inferior race of people. A 3-storied pagoda on a prominent hill to the right marks the approach to Nam hung, and another of 9 stories marks the entrance. Swarms of people follow us through the streets, rushing with eager curiosity to obtain a glimpse of my face. Sometimes the surging masses of people, struggling and pushing and dodging, separate me from the coolies, and the din of the shouting and laughing is so great that my shouts to them to stop are unheard. A shout or a wave of the hand results only in a quickening of the people's curiosity and an increase in the volume of their own noisiness. Thus hemmed in among a compact mass of apparently well-meaning but highly inflammable Chinese, hooting, calling, laughing, and gesticulating, I follow the lead of Ching Wei and Wang Yui through a mile of streets to the hittim. Rich native wares are displayed in great abundance, silks, satins, and fur-lined clothing so costly and luxurious and in such numbers that one wonders where they find purchasers for them all. Side by side with these are idol factories, where Joss may be seen in every stage of existence, from the unhewn log of his first estate to the proud preeminence of his highly finished condition, painted, gilded, and furbished. Coffin warehouses, in which burial cases are displayed in tempting array, are always conspicuous in a Chinese city. The coffins are made of curious slabs, jointed together in imitation of a solid log. Some of these are varnished in a style calculated to make the eyes of a prospective corpse beam with joyous anticipation. Others are plainly finished, destined for the abode of humbler and less pretentious remains. At the hittim, with much angry expostulation and firmness of decision, the following mob are barred entrance to our room. They are not by any means satisfied, however. They quickly smash in a little closed panel so they can look in, and every crack between the boards betrays a row of peering eyes. Ching Wei is a hollow-eyed victim of the drug, and yearns for peace and quiet so that he can pass away the evening amid the seductive pleasures of the opium smoker's heaven. The rattle and racket of the determined sightseers outside, clamorously demanding to come in and see the Fankwae, annoy him to the verge of desperation under the circumstances. He patiently endeavors to forget it all, however, and to banish the whole troublesome world from his thoughts, by producing his opium pipe and lamp and attempting to smoke. But just as he is getting comfortably settled down to rolling the little knob of opium on the needle and has puckered his lips for a good pull, a decayed turnip comes sailing through the open panel and hits him on the back. The people looking in add insult to injury by indulging in an audible snicker as Ching Wei springs up and glares savagely into their faces. This indiscreet expression of their levity at once seals their doom, for Ching Wei grabs a pole and hits the boards such a resounding whack, and advances upon them so savagely that only a few undaunted youngsters remain at their post. The panel is repaired and comparative peace and quiet restored for a short time. No sooner, however, has Ching Wei mounted to the first story of heavenly beatitude from the effects of the first pipe of opium, than loud howls of "Fankwae! Fankwae!" are heard outside, and a shower of stones comes rattling against the boards. Ching Wei goes to the partition door and indulges in an angry and reproachful attack upon the unoffending head of the establishment. The unoffending head of the establishment goes immediately to the other door and indulges in an angry and reproachful attack upon the shouters and stone throwers outside. The Chinese are peculiar in many things, and in nothing, perhaps, more than their respect for words of reproach. Whether the long-suffering innkeeper hurled at their heads one of the moral maxims of Confucius, or an original production of his own brain, is outside the pale of my comprehension. But whatever it is, there is no more disturbance outside. It must be about midnight when I am awakened from a deep sleep by the gabble of many people in the room. Transparent lanterns adorned with big red characters held close to my face cause me to blink like a cat upon opening my wondering eyes. These lanterns are held by yameni runners in semi-military garb to light up my features for the inspection of an officer wearing a rakish Tartar hat with a brass button and a red horsehair tassel. The yameni runners wear the same general style of headdress, but with a loop instead of the brass button. The officer is possessed of a wonderfully soft, musical voice, and holds forth at great length concerning me, with Ching Wei. The officer takes my passport to the yamen, and ere leaving the room pantomimically advises me to go to sleep again. In the morning Ching Wei returns the 2-foot square document with the viceregal seal, and winks mysteriously to signify that everything is lovely, and that the goose of permission to go ahead to Nam Ngan hangs auspiciously high. The morning opens up cool and cloudy. The pebble pathway is wider and better than yesterday, for it is now the thoroughfare along which thousands of coolies stagger daily with heavy loads of merchandise to the commencement of river navigation at Nam Hung. The district is populous and productive. Bales of paper, bags of rice and peanuts, bales of tobacco, bamboo ware, and all sorts of things are conveyed by muscular coolies to Nam Hung to be sent down the river. Gradually have we been ascending since leaving Nam Hung, and now is presented the astonishing spectacle of a broad flight of stone steps, certainly not less than a mile in length, leading up, up, up to the summit of Mei Ling Pass. Up and down this wonderful stairway hundreds of coolies are toiling with their burdens. Scores of travelers in holiday attire and several palanquins bearing persons of wealth or official station. The stairway winds and zigzags up the narrow defile, averaging in width about 20 feet. Refreshment houses are perched here and there along the side, sometimes forming a bridge over the steps. The stairway terminates at the summit in a broad stone archway of ancient build, over which are several rooms. This is evidently an office for the collection of revenue from the merchandise carried over the pass. Standing beneath this arch one obtains a comprehensive view of the country below to the north. A pretty picture is presented of gabled villages and temples, green hills, and pale gold ripening rice fields. The little silvery contributaries of the Kanjiao ramify the picture like veins in the human palm, and the brown cobbled pathways are seen leading from village to village, disappearing from view at short intervals beneath a cluster of tiled houses. Steeper but somewhat shorter steps lead down from the pass, and the pathway follows along the bank of a tiny stream, leading through an almost continuous string of villages to the walls of Nam Ngan. End of Section 36. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 37 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 18, Part 1, Down the Kanjiang Valley. The country is still nothing but river and mountains, and a sampan is engaged to float me down the Kanjiang as far as Kan Chau Fu, from whence I hope to be able to resume my journey a wheel. The water is very low in the upper reaches of the river, and the sampan has to be abandoned a few miles from where it started. I then get two of the boatmen to carry the wheel, intending to employ them as far as Kan Chau Fu. From the stories current at Canton, the reputation of Kan Chau Fu is rather calculated to inspire a lone Fankwae with sundry misgivings. Some time ago an English traveler named Cameron had in that city an unpleasantly narrow escape from being burned alive. The Celestials conceived the diabolical notion of wrapping him in cotton, saturating him with peanut oil, and setting him on fire. The authorities rescued him not a moment too soon. Ere traversing many miles of mountain paths, we emerge upon a partially cultivated country, where the traveling is somewhat better than in Chuang Tung. The Maeling Pass was the boundary line between the provinces of Chuang Tung and Jiangsu. My journey from Nam Yang will lead me through the whole length of the latter great province, between 300 and 400 miles north and south. The paths hereabout are of dirt mostly, and although wretched roads for a wheelman in the abstract, are nevertheless admirable in comparison with the stone ways of Chuang Tung. Gratified at the prospect of being able to proceed to Kui-kiang by land after all, I determine at once that if the country gets no worse by tomorrow, I will dismiss the boatman and pursue my way alone again on the bicycle. This resolve very quickly develops into an earnest determination to rid myself of the incubus of the snail-like movements of my new carriers, who are decidedly out of their element when walking, as I am very quickly brought to understand by the annoying frequency of their halts at wayside tea-houses to rest and smoke and eat. Ere we are 5 miles from the sampan, these festive mariners of the Kanjiang have developed into shuffling, shirking gormandizers, who peer longingly into every eating-house we pass by and evince a decided tendency to convert their task into a picnic. Finding me uncomplaining in footing their respective bills of lading at the frequent places where they rest and indulge their appetites for tidbits, they advance, in the brief space of 4 hours, from a simple diet of peanuts and bubbles of greasy pastry to such epicurean dishes as pickled duck, salted eggs, and fricasseed kitten. Fricasseed kitten is all very well for people who have been reared in the lap of luxury and tenderly nurtured, but neither of these half-clad Kanjiang navigators was born with the traditional silver spoon. From infancy they have had to thrive the best way they could on rice, turnip tops, peanuts, and delusive expectations of pork and fish. Their assumption of the delicacies above mentioned betrays the possession of bumps of assurance bigger than goose eggs. It is equivalent to a moneyless New York gutter snipe sailing airily into Delmonico's and ordering porterhouse steak and terrapin, because some benevolent person volunteered to feed him for a day or two at his expense. Fearful lest their ambitious palates should soar into the extravagant and bankrupting realms of bird-nest soup, shark's fins, and deer-horn jelly, I firmly resolved to dispense with their services at the first favorable opportunity. Many of the larger villages we pass through are walled with enormously massive brick walls, all bearing evidence of battering at the hands of the Tai pings. Owing to the frequent restings of the carriers, we are overtaken toward evening by a fellow boat passenger, Oolong, who after our departure determined to follow our enterprising example and walk to Kan tchou foo. He comes trudging briskly along with a little white teapot swinging in his hand and an umbrella under his arm. The day is disagreeably cold by reason of the chilly typhoons that blow steadily from the north. I have considerately encased the thinnest clad carrier in my gossamer rubbers to shield him from the wind, but Oolong is even thinner clad than he, and he has to hustle along briskly to keep his celestial blood in circulation. No sooner do we reach the hittim where it is proposed to remain overnight than poor Oolong gets into trouble by appropriating to his own use the quilted garment of one of the employees of the place, which he finds lying around loose. The irate owner of the garment loudly accuses Oolong of wanting to steal it, and notwithstanding his vigorous protestations to the contrary, he is denounced as a thief and summarily ejected from the premises. The last I ever see of Oolong and his white teapot and umbrella is when he pauses for a moment to give his accusers a bit of his mind before vanishing into outer darkness. The morning is quite wintry, and the people are clad in the seasonable costumes of the country. Huge quilted garments are put on, one over another, until their figures are almost of ball-like rotundity. The hands are drawn up entirely out of sight in the long, loosely flowing sleeves, while the head is half hidden by being drawn, turtle-like, into their blue quilted shells. Like the Persians, they seem nipped and miserable in the cold. Looking at them standing about with humped backs and pinched faces this morning, I wonder, with the Chinaman's happy nonchalance about committing suicide, why they don't all seek relief within the nice warm tombs at the end of the village. Surely it can be nothing but their rampant curiosity urging them to live on and on in the hopes of seeing something new and novel that keeps them from collapsing entirely in the winter. My Epicurean carriers indulge largely in chopped cayenne peppers this morning, which they mix liberally with their food. The paths at least get no worse than they were yesterday, and today I meet the first passenger wheelbarrow, with its big wheel in the center, a bulky female with a baby on one side, and a bale of merchandise on the other. Sometimes our road brings us to the banks of the Kan kiang, and most of the time, even when a mile or two away, we can see the queer corrugated sails of the sampans. Once today we happen upon a fleet of 14 cormorant fishers at a moment when the excitement of their pursuit is at its height. About 70 or 80 cormorants are diving and chasing about among a shoal of fish in a big silent pool, while 14 wildly excited Chinamen, clad in abbreviated breech-cloths, dart their bamboo rafts about hither and thither, urging each one his own cormorants to dive by tapping them smartly with their poles. The scene is animated in the extreme, a unique picture of Chinese river life not to be easily forgotten. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon we arrive at a city that I flatter myself is Kan tchou foo. All attempts to question the carriers or anybody else in regard to the matter results in the hopeless bewilderment of both them and myself. The carriers are not such ignoramuses in the art of pantomime, however, but that they are able to announce their intention of stopping here for the remainder of the day and night. The liberality of my purse for a short day and a half, with its concomitant luxurious living, has so thoroughly demoralized the unaccustomed rivermen that they encroach still further upon my bounty and forbearance by reveling all night in the sensuous delights of opium at my expense, and turning up in the morning in anything but fit condition for the road. Putting this and that together, I conclude that we have not yet readied Kan tchou foo, but the carriers have developed into an insufferable nuisance, a hindrance to progress, rather than a help, so I determine to take them no further. I tell them nothing of my intentions until we reach a lonely spot a mile from the city. Here I tender them suitable payment for their services and the customary present, attach my loose effects to the bicycle and about my person, and motion them to return. As I anticipated, they make a clamorous demand for more money, even seizing hold of the bicycle and shouting angrily in my face. This I had easily foreseen, and wisely preferred to have their angry demonstrations all to myself, rather than in a crowded city where they could perhaps have excited the mob against me. For the first time in China I have to appeal to my Smith & Wesson in the interests of peace. Without its terrifying possession, I should on this occasion undoubtedly have been under the necessity of wiping up a small section of Kiangsi with these two worthies in self-defense. In the affairs of individuals, as of nations, it sometimes operates to the preservation of peace to be well prepared for war. How many times has this been the case with myself on this journey around the world! The barometer of satisfaction at the prospect of reaching Quejiang before the appearance of old age rises from 0 level to a quite flattering height, as I find the pathways more than half ridable after delivering myself of the dead weight of native assistance. 12 miles farther, and I am approaching the grim high walls of a large city that instinctively impresses me as being Kan-tchou-foo. The confused babel of noises within the teeming wall-encompassed city reaches my ears in the form of an ominous buzz, highly suggestive of a hive of bees, into the interior of which it would be extremely ticklish work for a Fankwae to enter. Half an hour hence, I mentally speculate, the pitying angels may be weeping over the spectacle of my seal-brown roasted remains being dragged about the streets by the ribald and exultant rag, tag, and bobtail of Kan-tchou-foo. Reflecting on the horrors of cotton, peanut oil, and fire, I sit down for half an hour at a peanut seller's stall, eat peanuts, and meditatively argue the situation of whether it would be better, if seized by a murderous mob, to take the desperate chances of being, like Cameron, rescued at the last minute from the horrors of incineration, or to take my own life. 14 cartridges and a .38 Smith & Wesson is the sum total of my armament. Emptying my revolver among the mob, and then being caught while reloading, would mean a lingering death by the most diabolical tortures, processes that the heathen Chinee has reduced to a refinement of cruelty unsurpassed in the old Spanish Inquisition chambers. The saucer of peanuts eaten, I pursue my way along the cobblestone path leading to the gate, without having come to any more definite conclusion than to keep cool and govern my actions according to circumstances. 10 minutes after taking this precaution, I am trundling along a paved street somewhat wider than the average Chinese city street, in the thick of the inevitable excited crowd. The city probably contains 200,000 people, judging from the length of this street and the wonderful quantity and richness of the goods displayed in the shops. Along this street I see a more lavish display of rich silks, furs, tiger skins, and other evidences of opulence than was shown me at Canton. The pressure of the crowds reduces me at once to the necessity of drifting helplessly along, whithersoever the seething human tide may lead. Sometimes I fancy the few officiously interested persons about me, whom I endeavor to question in regard to the hoped-for Jesuit mission, have interpreted my queries aright and are piloting me thither, only to conclude by their actions the next minute that they have not the remotest conception of my wants, beyond reaching the other side of the city. Now and then some ruffian in the crowd, in a spirit of wanton devilment, utters a wild, exultant whoop, and raises the cry of "Fankwae! Fankwae!" The cry is taken up by others of his kind, and the whoops and shouts of "Fankwae!" swell into a tumultuous howl. Anxious moments these. The spirit of wanton mischief fairly bristles through the crowd, evidently needing but the merest friction to set it ablaze and render my situation desperate. My coat tail is jerked, the bicycle stopped, my helmet knocked off, and other trifling indignities offered, but to these acts I take no exceptions, merely placing my helmet on again when it is knocked off, and maintaining a calm serenity of face and demeanor. A dozen times during this trying trundle of a mile along the chief business thoroughfare of Kan tchou foo, the swelling whoops and yells of "Fankwae" seemed to portend the immediate bursting of the anticipated storm, and a dozen times I breathe easier at the subsidence of its volume. The while I am still hoping faintly for a repetition in part of my delightful surprise at Chao choo foo, we arrive at a gate leading out onto a broad paved quay of the Kan kiang, which flows closely by the walls. Here I first realize the presence of imperial troops, and awaken to the probability that I am indebted to their known proximity for the self-restraint of the mob, and their comparatively mild behavior. These celestial warriors would make excellent characters on the spectacular stage. Their uniforms are such marvels of color and pattern that it is difficult to disassociate them from things theatrical. Some are uniformed in sky blue and others in the gayest of scarlet gowns, blue aprons with little green pockets, and blue turbans or Tartar hats with red tassels. Their gowns and aprons are patterned so as to spread out to a ridiculous width at bottom, imparting to the gay warrior an appearance not unlike an opened fan, his head constituting the handle. As a matter of fact, the soldiers of the imperial army are the biggest dandies in the country. When on the march, coolies are provided to carry their muskets and accoutrements. As seen today beneath the walls of Kan tchou foo, they impress me far more favorably as dandies than as soldiers equal to the demand of modern warfare. Like soldiers the whole world round, however, they seem to be a good-natured, superior class of men. No sooner does my presence become known than several of them interest themselves in checking the aggressive crowding of the people about me. Some of them even accompany me down to the ferry and order the ancient ferryman to take me across for nothing. This worthy individual, however, enters such a wordy protestation against this that I hand him a whole handful of the picayunish tsin. The soldiers make him give me back the overpayment, to the last tsin. The sordid money-making methods of the commercial world seem to be regarded with more or less contempt by the gallant sons of Mars everywhere, not excepting even the soldiers of the Chinese army. The scene presented by the city and the camp from across the river is of the most pronounced medieval character, as well as one of the prettiest sights imaginable. The grim walla of the city extend for nearly a mile along the undulating bank of the Kan kiang, with a narrow strip of greensward between the solid gray battlements and the blue, wind-rippled waters of the river. Along the whole distance, rising and falling with the undulations of the bank, are ranged a continuous row of gaily fluttering banners, red, purple, blue, green, yellow, and all these colors combined in others that are striped as prettily as the prettiest of barber poles, probably not less than 500 flags. These multitudinous banners flutter from long spear-headed bamboo staves, and of themselves present a wonderfully pretty effect in combination with the blue waters, the verdant bank, and the gray walls. But in addition to these are thousands of soldiers, equally gaudy as to raiment, reclining irregularly along the same greensward, each warrior a bright bit of coloring on the verdant groundwork of the bank. Over variable paths and through numerous villages and hamlets my way now leads, my next objective point being Ki nyang foo. At first a country of curious red buttes, terraced rice fields, and reservoirs of mountain drift water, serving the double purpose of fish ponds and irrigating reservoirs, it develops later into a more mountainous region, where the bicycle quickly degenerates into a thing more ornamental than useful. On a narrow mountain trail is met a gentleman astride of a chunky 12-hand pony. This diminutive steed is almost concealed beneath a wealth of gay trappings, to which are attached hundreds of jingling bells that fill the air with music as he walks or jogs along. In his fright at the bicycle, or me, he charges wildly up the steep mountain slope, unseating his rider and making for the mountain top like the all-possessed. His rider takes the sensible course of immediately pursuing the pony, instead of wasting time in unprofitable fault finding with me. Few people of these obscure mountain hamlets have ever seen a Fankwae. Many, doubtless, have never even heard of the existence of such queer beings. They gather in a crowd about me when I stay to seek refreshments. The general query of "What is he? What is he?" passed from one to another, sometimes elicits the laconically expressed information of "Fankwae" from some knowing villager or traveler passing through. But often their question remains unanswered, because among the whole assembly there is nobody who really knows what I am. The wonderful industry of these people is more apparent in this mountain country than anywhere else. The valleys are very narrow, often little more than mere ravines between the mountains, and wherever a square yard of productive soil is to be found, it is cultivated to its utmost capacity. In places the mountain ravines are terraced to their very topmost limits, tier after tier of substantial rock wall banking up a few square yards of soil that have been gathered with infinite labor and patience from the ledges and crevices of the rocky hills. The uppermost terrace is usually a pond of water, gathered by the artificial drainage of still higher levels, and reserved for the irrigation of the score or more descending steps of the rice-growing stairway beneath it. Notwithstanding the mountainous nature of the country and the dallying progress through Kan tchou foo, so lightsome does it seem to be once more journeying along, free and unencumbered, that I judge my day's progress to be not less than 50 miles when nightfall overtakes me in a little mountain village. It is the first day's progress in China with which I have been really satisfied. Nevertheless, it has been a toilsome day, taken altogether, and when nothing but tea and rice confronts me at supper, the reward seems so wretchedly inadequate that I rise in rebellion at once. Neither eggs, fish, nor meat are to be obtained. The good woman at the little hittim explains in a high key, "Neither loan, ua, nor ua a. Nothing but choong, chao, and mai." The woman is evidently a dear, considerate mortal, however, for she surveys my evident disgust with sorrowful visage, and then, suddenly brightening up, motions for me to be seated, and leaves the house. Presently the good dame returns with a smile of triumph on her face and an object in her hand that from casual observation might be the hindquarters of a rabbit. Bringing it to me in the most matter-of-fact manner, she holds it near my face, and pointing to it with the air of a cateress, proudly conscious of having secured something that she knows will be unusually acceptable to her guest, she explains, "Miao, miao." The woman's naïveté is simply sublime, and her sagacity in explaining the nature of the meat by imitating a kitten's cry, instead of telling me its Chinese name, stamps her as superior to her surroundings. But, for all that, I conclude to draw the line at kitten, and sup off plain rice and tea. "Miao, miao" might not be altogether objectionable if one knew it to have been a nice healthy kitten, but my observations of Chinese unsqueamishness about the food they eat leaves an abundance of room for doubt about the nature of its death and its suitableness for human consumption. I therefore resist the temptation to indulge. A clear morning and a white frost usher in the commencement of another march across the mountains, over cobbled paths for the greater part of the forenoon. The sun is warm, but the mountain breezes are cool and refreshing. About noon I ferry across a large tributary of the Kan kiang, and follow for miles a cobblestone path that leads down its eastern bank. According to my map, Ki nyang foo should be about 50 miles south of Kan tchou foo, so that I ought to have reached there by noon today. All due allowance, however, must be made for the map makers in mapping out a country where their opportunities for accuracy must have been of the meagerest kind. Small occasion for fault finding under the circumstances, I think, for in the middle of the afternoon the gray battlements, the pagodas, and the bright coloring of military flags a few miles farther downstream tell me that the geographers have not erred to any considerable extent. It is about sunset when I enter the gates and find myself within the Manchu quarter. that portion of the city walled off for the residence of the Manchu garrison and their families. The hittim to which the quickly gathering crowd conduct me is found to be occupied by a rather prepossessing female, who, however, looks frightened at my approach and shuts the door. Nor will she consent to open it again until reassured of my peaceful character by the lengthy explanation of the people outside, and a searching scrutiny of my person through a crack. After opening the door again, and receiving what I opine to be a statement of the financial possibilities of the situation from some person who has heard fabulous accounts of the Fankwaes' liberality, her apprehensiveness dissolves into a smile of welcome, and she motions for me to come in. The evening is chilly, and everybody is swollen out to ridiculous proportions by the numerous thick quilted garments they are wearing. All present, whether male or female, are likewise distinguished by abnormally protruding stomachs. Being Manchus, and therefore the accredited warriors of the country, it occurs to me that perhaps the fashionable fad among them is to pad out their stomachs in token of the possession of extraordinary courage, the stomach being regarded by the Chinese as the seat of both courage and intelligence. In the absence of large stomachs provided by nature, perhaps these proud Manchus come to the correction of niggardly nature with wadding, as do various hollow-chested people in the regions of mist and snow, the dreary sunless land whence cometh the genus Fankwae. But are the females also ambitious to be regarded as warriors, Amazonian soldiers, full of courage and warlike aspirations? As though in direct reply to my mental queries, a woman standing by solves the problem for me at once by producing from beneath her garments a wicker basket containing a jar of hot ashes. Stirring the deadened coals up a little, she replaces it, evidently attaching it to her garments underneath by a little hook. End of Section 37. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 38 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 18. Part 2. Down the Kanjiao Valley. Among the hundreds of visitors that drop in to see the Fankwae and his bicycle is an intelligent old officer who actually knows that the great country of the Fankwaes is divided into different nationalities. Either that, or else he thinks the Fankwaes have another name, said name being Ying Yun, English. Some idea of the dense ignorance of the Chinese of the interior concerning the rest of the world may be gathered from the fact that this officer is the first person since leaving Chao Chu Fu upon whom the word Ying Yun has not been wholly thrown away. Scenes of more than democratic equality and fraternity are witnessed in this Manchu hittim, where silk-robed mandarins and uncouth ragamuffins stand side by side and enjoy the luxury of seeing me take lessons in the use of the chopsticks. All through China one cannot fail to be impressed with the freedom of intercourse between people of high and low degree, beggars with unwashed faces and disgusting sores, and well-nigh naked bodies stand and discuss my appearance and movements with mandarins of high degree, without the least show of presumption on the one hand or condescension on the other. Fully under the impression that Ki Nyang Fu has now peacefully come and peacefully gone from the pale of my experiences, I follow along awful stone paths next morning, leading across a level, cultivated country for several miles. Before long, however, a country of red clay hills and limited cultivable depressions is reached, where well-worn foot trails over the natural soil afford more or less excellent going. In this particular district the women are observed to be all golden lilies, whereas the proportion of deformed feet in other rural districts has been rather small. Seeing that deformed feet add 50 or 100% to the social and matrimonial value of a Chinese female, one cannot help applauding the enterprise of the people in this district, as compared to the apathy existing on the same subject in some others. The comparative poverty of their clayey undulations has doubtless awakened them to the opportunities of increasing values in other directions. Hence they convert all their female infants into golden lilies, for whom some prospective husband will be willing to pay $100 more than if they were possessed of vulgar extremities as provided by nature. The people hereabout seem unusually timid and alarmed at my strange appearance. It is both laughable and painful to see the women hobble off across the fields, frightened almost out of their wits. At times I can look about me, and within a radius of 500 yards see 20 or 30 females, all with deformed feet, scuttling off toward the villages with painful efforts at speed. One might well imagine them to be a colony of crippled rabbits, alarmed at the approach of a dog, endeavoring to hobble away from his destructive presence. In the villages they seem equally apprehensive of danger, making it somewhat difficult to obtain anything to eat. At one village where I halt for refreshments, the people scurry hastily into their houses at seeing me coming, and peep timidly out again after I have passed. Leaning the bicycle against a wall, I proceed in search of something to eat. A basket of oranges first attracts my attention. They are setting just inside the door of a little shop. The two women in charge look scared nearly out of their wits as I appear at the door and point to the basket. Both of them retreat pell-mell into a rear apartment, and holding the door ajar, peep curiously through to see what I am going to do. While my attention is directed for a moment to something down the street, one daring soul darts out and bears the basket of oranges triumphantly into the back room. For this heroic deed I beg to recommend this brave woman for the Victoria Cross. Among the golden lilies of the Celestial Empire are no doubt many such brave souls, co-equal with Grace Darling or the Maid of Saragossa. Baffled and outgeneraled by this brilliant sortie, I meander down to the other end of the village and invade the premises of an old man engaged in chopping up a piece of pork with a cleaver. The gallant pork butcher gathers up the choicest parts of his meat and carries them into a rear room. With a wary yet determined look in his eye, he then returns and proceeds to mince up the few remaining odds and ends. It is plainly evident that he fancies himself in dangerous company, and is prepared to defend himself desperately with his meat chopper in case he gets cornered up. Finally I discover a really courageous individual in the person of a man presiding over a peanut and treacle cake establishment. This man, while evidently uneasy in his mind, manfully steels his nerves to the task of attending to my wants. Presently the people begin to gather at a respectful distance to watch me eat, and 5 minutes later, by a judicious distribution of a few saucers of peanuts among the youngsters, I gain their entire confidence. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon my road once again brings me to a ferry across the Kan kiang. Just previous to reaching the river I meet on the road 8 men, carrying a sedan containing a hideous black idol about twice as large as a man. A mile back from the ferry is another large walled city with a magnificent pagoda. This city I fondly imagine to be Linjiao. Next on my map an itinerary to Ki Nyang Foo, and I mentally congratulate myself on the excellent time I have been making for the last 2 days. Across the ferry are several official sampans with a number of boys, gaily dressed in red and carrying old battle axes; also a small squad of soldiers with bows and arrows. No sooner does the ferryman land me than the officer in charge of the party, with a wave of his hand in my direction, orders a couple of soldiers to conduct me into the city. His order is given in an offhand manner peculiarly Chinese, as though I were a mere unimportant cipher in the matter, whose wishes it really was not worth while to consult. The soldiers conduct me to the city and into the yamen or official quarter, where I am greeted with extreme courtesy by a pleasant little officer in cloth top boots and a pigtail that touches his heels. He is one of the nicest little fellows I have met in China, all smiles and bustling politeness and condescension. A trifle too much of the latter, perhaps, were we at all on an equality, but quite excusable under the conditions of celestial refinement and civilization on one side, and untutored barbarism on the other. Having duly copied my passport, apropos of the Chinese doing almost everything in a precisely opposite way to ourselves, may be pointed out the fact that instead of attaching visas to the traveller's passport, like European nations, each official copies off the entire document. The little officer, with much bowing and scraping, leads the way back to the ferry. My explanation that I am bound in the other direction elicits sundry additional bobbings of the head and soothing utterances and smiles, but he points reassuringly to the ferry. Arriving at the river, the little officer is dumbfounded to discover that I have no sampan, that I am not traveling by boat, but overland on the bicycle. Such a possibility had never entered his head, nor is it wonderful that it should not, considering the likelihood that nobody, in all his experience, had ever traveled to Kui-kiang from here except by boat. Least of all would he imagine that a stray Fankwae should be traveling otherwise. At the ferry we meet the officer who first ordered the soldiers to take me in charge, and who now accompanies us back to the yamen. Evidently desirous of unfathoming the mystery of my incomprehensible mode of traveling through the country, these two officers spend much of the evening with me in the hittim, smoking and keeping up an animated effort to converse. Notwithstanding my viceregal passport, the superior officer very plainly entertains suspicions as to my motives in undertaking this journey. His superficial politeness no more conceals his suspicions than a glass globe conceals a fish. Before they take their departure, 3 yameni runners are stationed in my room to assume the responsibility for my safe keeping during the night. An hour or so is spent waiting in the yamen next morning, apparently for the gratification of visitors continually arriving. When the yamen is crowded with people, I am provided with a boiled fish and a pair of chopsticks. Witnessing the consumption of this fish by the Fankwae is the finale of the exhibition, and candor compels me to chronicle the fact that it fairly brings down the house. It is a drizzly, disagreeable morning as I trundle out of the city gate over cobblestones, made slippery by the rain. Walking before me is a slim young yameni runner with a short bamboo spear, and on his back a white bull's eye 18 inches in diameter. He is barefooted and bareheaded and bare-legged. In the poverty of his apparel, the all-around contempt of personal appearance and cleanliness, and the total absence of individual ambition, this young person reminds me forcibly of our happy-go-lucky friend Osman in the garden at Herat. In striking contrast to him is the dandified individual who brings up the rear, about 10 paces behind the bicycle. He likewise is a yameni runner, but of higher degree than his compatriot of the advance. Instead of a vulgar and rusty spear, he is armed with an oiled paper parasol, a flaming red article ornamented with blue characters and gilt women. Besides this gay mark of distinction and social superiority, he owns both shoes and hat, carrying the former, however, chiefly in his hand. When fairly away from town, he deliberately turns his red braided jacket inside out to prevent it getting dirty. This transformation brings about a change from the 2 white bull's eyes to big rings of stitching by which these distinguishing appendages are attached. A substantial meal of yams and pork is obtained at a wayside eating-house, after which yet another evidence of the sybaritic tastes of the rear guard comes to light, in the form of a beautiful jadestone opium pipe, with which he regales himself after chow-chow. He is, withal, possessed of more than average intelligence. It is from questioning him that I learn the rather startling fact that instead of having reached Linjiao, I have not yet even come to Ki-nyang Foo. Ta Ho is the name of the city we have just left, and Ki-nyang Foo is whither we are now directly bound. The weather at noon becomes warm, and the luxurious personage at the rear delivers his parasol, and shoes, and jadestone pipe over to the slender and lissome advance guard to carry, to spare himself the weariness of their weight. Tea and tidbit houses are plentiful, and stoppages for refreshing ourselves frequent. The rear guard assumes considerable dignity when in the presence of a crowd of sore-eyed rustics. He chides their ill-bred giggling at my appearance and movements by telling them, no matter how funny I appear to them here, I am a mandarin in my own country. After hearing this, the crowd regard me with even more curiosity, but their inquisitiveness is now heavily freighted with respect. Some of the costumes of the women in this region are very pretty and characteristic, and many of the females are themselves not devoid of beauty, as beauty goes among the Mongols. Particularly do I notice one today, whose tiny doll-like extremities are neatly bound with red, blue, and green ribbon. Her face is a picture of refinement, her headdress a marvel of neatness and skill, and her whole manner and make-up attractive. Unlike her timid and apprehensive sisters of yesterday, she sees nothing in me to be afraid of. On the contrary, she comes and sits beside me on the bench and makes herself at home with the peanuts and sweets I purchase, and laughs merrily when I offer to give her a ride on the bicycle. The sun is sinking behind the mountains to the west when we approach the city of Ki nyang foo, its northern extremity marked by a very ancient pagoda, now rapidly crumbling to decay. The city forms a crescent on the west bank of the Kan kiang, the main street running parallel with the river for something like half a mile before terminating at the walls of the Manchu quarter. The fastidious gentleman at the rear has betrayed symptoms of a very uneasy state of mind during the afternoon, and now, as he halts the procession a moment to turn the bull's-eye side of his coat outward and to put on his shoes, he gives me a puzzled, sorrowful look and shakes his head dolefully. The trickiness of former acquaintances causes me to misinterpret this display of emotion into an hypocritical assumption of sorrow at the near prospect of our parting company, with ulterior designs on the nice long strings of tsin he knows to be in my leathern case. It soon becomes evident, however, that trouble of some kind is anticipated in Ki nyang foo, for he points to my revolver and then to the city and solemnly shakes his head. The crescent waterfront, the broad blue river and white sand, the plain dotted with smiling villages opposite, the tall pagodas, the swarms of sampans with their quaint sails, form the composite parts of a very pretty and striking picture, as seen from the northern tip of the crescent. Near the old ruined pagoda, the rear guard points in an indifferent sort of a way to a substantial brick edifice surmounted by a plain wooden cross. Ah! a Jesuit mission, so help me Pius IX. Now shall I meet some genial old French priest, who will make me comfortable for the night, and enlighten me in regard to my bearings, distances, and other subjects about which I am in a very thick fog. Instead of the 50 miles from Kan chou foo to Ki nyang foo indicated on my map, it has proved to be considerably over 100. The sole occupant of the building, however, is found to be a fat, monkish-looking Chinaman, who knows never a word of either French or pidgin English. He says he knows Latin, but for all the benefit this worthy accomplishment is to me, he might as well know nothing but his own language. He informs me, by an expressive motion of the hand, that the missionaries have departed. Whether gone to their everlasting reward, however, or only on a temporary flight, his pantomimic language fails to record. Subsequently I learn that they were compelled to flee the country, owing to the hostility aroused by the operations of the French in Tonquin. Instead of extending that cordial greeting and consideration one would naturally expect from a converted Chinaman whose Fankwae accomplishments soar to the classic altitude of Latin, the celestial convert seems rather anxious to get rid of me. He is evidently on pins and needles for fear my presence should attract a mob to the place and trouble result therefrom. As we proceed down the street, my appearance seems to stir the population up to a pitch of wild excitement. Merchants dart in and out of their shops, people in rags, people in tags, and people in gorgeous apparel buzz all about me and flit hither and thither like a nest of stirred up wasps. If curiosity has seemed to be rampant in other cities, it passes all the limits of Occidental imagination in Ki nyang foo. Upon seeing me, everybody gives utterance to a peculiar spontaneous squeak of surprise, reminding me very much of the monkey's notes of alarm in the tree tops along the Grand Trunk Road, India. One might easily imagine the very lives of these people dependent upon their success in obtaining a glimpse of my face. Well-dressed citizens rush hastily ahead, stoop down, and peer up into my face as I trundle past, with a determination to satisfy the curiosity that our language is totally inadequate to describe, and which our temperament renders equally difficult for us to understand. By the time we are halfway along the street, the whole city seems in wild tumult. Men rush ahead, peer into my face, deliver themselves of the above-mentioned peculiar squeak, and run hastily down some convergent alleyway. Stall-keepers quickly gather up their wares, and shopkeepers frantically snatch their goods inside, as they hear the tumult and see the mob coming down the street. The excitement grows apace, and the same wanton cries of "Fankwae, Fankwae," that followed me through Kan tchou foo are here repeated, with wild whoops and exultant cries. One would sometimes think that all the devils of Dante's Inferno had gotten into the crowd and set them wild with the spirit of mischief. By this time the Yameni runners are quaking with fear. He of the paper parasol and jadestone pipe walks beside me, convulsively clutching my arm, and with whiningly anxious voice shouts out orders to a subordinate. In response to these orders, the advance guard now and then hurries forward and peeps around certain corners as though expecting some hidden assailants. Thus far, although the symptoms of trouble have been gradually assuming more and more alarming proportions, there has been nothing worse than demoniacal howls. The chief reason of this, however, it now appears, has been the absence of loose stones, for no sooner do we enter an inferior quarter where loose stones and bricks are scattered about, than they come whistling about our ears. The poor Yemeni runners shout deprecatingly at the mob. In return, the mob loudly announce their intention of working destruction upon my unoffending head. Fortunately for me, that head is pretty thoroughly hidden beneath the thick pith thatchwork of my Indian solar topee, otherwise I should have succumbed to the first fusillade of stones at the instance of a cracked pate. Stones that would have knocked me out of time in the first round rattle harmlessly on the 3/4-inch pith helmet, the generous proportions of which effectually protect head and neck from harm. Once, twice, it is knocked off by a stone striking it on the brim, but it never reaches the ground before being recovered and jammed more firmly than ever in its place. Things begin to look pretty desperate as we approach the gate of the Manchu quarter. An immense crowd of people have hurried down back streets and collected at this gate. Fancying they are there for the hostile purpose of heading us off, I come very near dodging into an open doorway with a view of defending myself till the Yemeni runners could summon the authorities. There is no time for second thought, however, precious little time, in fact, for anything but to keep my helmet in its place and hurry along with the bicycle. The Yemeni runners repeatedly warn the crowd that I am armed with the top fanchee revolver. This doubtless prevents them from closing in on us, and keeps their aggressive spirit within certain limits. A moment's respite is happily obtained at the Manchu gate. The crowd gathered there in advance are comparatively peaceful, and the mob, for a moment, seem to hesitate about following us inside. Making the most of this opportunity, we hurry forward toward the yamen, which I afterward learn is still 200 or 300 yards distant. Ere 50 yards are covered, the mob come pouring through the gate, yelling like demons and picking up stones as they hurry after us. A horse, a horse, my kingdom for a horse, or what would suit me equally as well, a short piece of smooth road in lieu of breakneck cobblestones. Again are we overtaken and bombarded vigorously. Ignorant of the distance to the yamen, I again begin looking about for some place in which to retreat for defensive purposes, unwilling to abandon the bicycle to destruction and seek doubtful safety in flight. At this juncture a brick strikes the unfortunate rear guard on the arm, injuring that member severely and quickening the already badly frightened Yameni runners to the urgent necessity of bringing matters to an ending somehow. Pointing forward, they persist in dragging me into a run. Thus far I have been very careful to preserve outward composure, feeling sure that any demonstration of weakness on my part would surely operate to my disadvantage. The runners' appealing cries of "Yameni, Yameni," however, prove that we are almost there, and for 50 or 75 yards we scurry along before the vengeful storm of stones and pursuing mob. As I anticipated, our running only increases the exultation of the mob, and ere we get inside the yamen gate, the foremost of them are upon us. 2 or 3 of the boldest spirit seize the bicycle, though the majority are evidently afraid I might turn loose on them with the top fanchee. We are struggling to get loose from these few determined ruffians when the officials of the yamen, hearing the tumult, come hurrying to our rescue. The only damage done is a couple of spokes broken out of the bicycle, a number of trifling bruises about my body, a badly dented helmet, and the Yameni runner's arm rather severely hurt. When fairly inside and away from danger, the pent-up feelings of the advance guard escape in silent tears, and his superior of the jade-stone pipe sits down and mournfully bemoans his wounded arm. This arm is really badly hurt, probably has sustained a slight fracture of the bone, judging from its unfortunate owner's complaints. End of Section 38. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 39 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 18, Part 3, Down the Kanjiao Valley. The Chassane, as I believe the chief magistrate is titled, greets me while running out with his subordinates, with reassuring cries of "Sisiso, Sisiso, Sisiso, Sisiso," repeated with extraordinary rapidity between shouts of deprecation to the mob. The mob seem half inclined to pursue us even inside the precincts of the yamen, but the authoritative voice of the Chassane restrains their aggressiveness within partly governable measure. Nevertheless, in spite of his presence, showers of stones are hurled into the yamen so long as I remain in sight. As quickly as possible the Chassane ushers me into his own office, where he quickly proves himself a comparatively enlightened individual by arching his eyebrows and propounding the query, "French?" "Ying yun," I reply, feeling the advantage of being English or American rather than French, more appreciably, perhaps, than I have ever done before or since. This question of the Chassane's at once reveals a gleam of explanatory light concerning the hostility of the people. For aught I know to the contrary, it may be but a few days ago since the Jesuit missionaries were compelled to flee for their lives. The mob cannot be expected to distinguish between French and English. To the average Celestial, we of the Western world are indiscriminately known as Fankwaes, or foreign devils. Even to such an enlightened individual as the Chassane himself, these divisions of the Fankwae race are but vaguely understood. After satisfying himself by questioning the Yameni runners that I am without companions or other baggage save the bicycle, the Chassane ferrets out a bottle of samshoo and tenders me a liberal allowance in a teacup. This is evidently administered with the kindly intention of quieting my nerves, which he imagines to be unstrung from the alarmingly rough treatment at the hands of his riotous townmen. Riotous they are beyond a doubt, for even as the Chassane pours out the samshoo, the clamorous howls of "Fankwae, Fankwae" seem louder than ever at the gates. Now and then, as the tumult outside seems to be increasing, the Chassaigne writes big red characters on flat bamboo staves and sends it out by an officer to be read to the mob, and occasionally, as he sits and listens attentively to the clamor, as though gauging the situation by the volume of the noise, he addresses himself to me with a soothing and reassuring "Sissiso, sissiso, sissiso, sisso." Shortly after my arrival the worthy-minded Chassaigne knits his brow for a moment in a profound study, and then, lightening up suddenly, delivers himself of "No savey," a choice morsel of pidgin English that he has somehow acquired. This is the full extent of his knowledge, however, but feeble glimmer of my own mother tongue though it be, it sounds quite cheery amid the wilderness wild of celestial gabble in the office. For although the shackles of authority hold in check the murderous mob, howling for my barbarian gore outside, a constant stream of officials and their friends are admitted to see me and the bicycle. In making an examination of the bicycle, the peculiar Ki ngan foo squeak finds spontaneous expression at every new surprise. A man enters the room, peers wonderingly into my face, squeak, comes closer and looks again, squeak, notices the peculiar cut of my garments, squeak, observes my shoes, squeak, sees helmet on table, squeak, sees the bicycle, squeak, goes and touches it, squeak, finds out that the pedals twirl round, squeak, and thus he continues until he has seen everything and squeaked at everything. He then takes a lingering survey of the room to satisfy himself that nothing has been overlooked, gives a parting squeak, and leaves the room. The Chassaigne provides me with a chicken, boiled whole, head included, for supper, and consumes his own meal at the same time. The difference between the Chassaigne eating little prepared meat balls and rice, with gilded chopsticks, and myself tearing the spraggly looking rooster asunder and gnawing the drumsticks greedily with my teeth, no doubt readily appeals to the interested lookers on as an instructive picture of Chinese civilization and outer barbarism as depicted in our respective modes of eating, side by side. More than once during the evening the tumult at the gate swells into a fierce hubbub, as though pandemonium had broken loose and the bloodthirsty mob were determined to fetch me out. Every minute, at these periodical outbursts, I expect to see them come surging in through the doorway. A sociable young man, whose chief concern is to keep me supplied with pipes and tea, explains, with the aid of a taper, that the crowd are desirous of burning me alive. This cheerful piece of information the sociable young man imparts with a characteristic Chinese chuckle of amusement. The thought of a Fankwae squirming and sizzling in the oil-fed flames touches the chord of his risibilities, and makes him giggle merrily. The Chassaigne himself occasionally goes out and harangues the excited mob, the authoritative tones of his voice being plainly heard above the squabbling and yelling. It must be near about midnight when the excitement is finally subsided, and the mob disperse to their homes. 6 yameni runners then file into the room, paper umbrellas slung at their backs in green cloth cases, and stout bamboo quarter-staves in hand. The Chassaigne gives them their orders and delivers a letter into the hands of the officer in charge. He then bids me prepare to depart, bidding me farewell with much polite bowing and scraping, and sundry memorable chin-chins. A closely covered palanquin is waiting outside the door. Into this I am conducted, and the blinds carefully drawn. A squad of men with flaming torches, the Chassaigne, and several officials lead the way, maintaining great secrecy and quiet. Stout carriers hoist the palanquin to their shoulders and follow on behind. Others bring up the rear carrying the bicycle. Back through the Manchu quarter and out of the gate again our little cavalcade wends its way, the officials immediately about the palanquin addressing one another in undertones. Back part way along the same street, which but a few short hours ago resounded with the hoots and yells of the mischievous mob, down a long flight of steps, and the palanquin is resting at the end of a gangplank, leading aboard a little passenger sampan. The worthy Che hsein bows and scrapes and chin-chins me along this gang-plank, the bicycle is brought aboard, the 6 yemeni runners follow suit, and the boat is poled out into the river. The squad of torch-bearers are seen watching our progress until we are well out into the middle of the stream, and the officer in charge of my little guard stands out and signals them with his lantern, notifying them, I suppose, that all is well. One would imagine from their actions that they were apprehensive of our sampan being pursued or ambushed by some determined party. And yet the scene, as we drift noiselessly along with the current, looks lovely and peaceful as the realms of the blessed, the crescent moon, the shimmering water, and the slowly receding lights of the city. What danger can there possibly be in so quiet and peaceful a scene as this? By daylight we are anchored before another walled city, which I think is Ki Shway, a city of considerable pretensions as to wall, but full of social and moral rottenness and commercial decadence within, judging at least from outward appearances. Few among the crowds that are permitted free access to the yamen here do not betray, in unmistakable measure, the sins of former generations, while as regards trade, half the place is in a ruinous, tumble-down condition. The mandarin here is a fleshy, old-fashioned individual, with thick lips and an expression of great good humor. He provides me with a substantial breakfast of rice and pork, and fetches his wife and children in to enjoy the exhibition of a Fankwae feeding, likewise permitting the crowd to look in through the doors and windows. He is a phlegmatic, easy-going Celestial, and occupies about 2 hours copying my passport and writing a letter. At the end of this time he musters a squad of 12 retainers in faded red uniforms and armed with rusty pikes, who lead the way back to the river, followed by 3 yemeni runners, equipped as usual, each with an umbrella and a small string of tsin to buy their food. The gentlemen with the medieval weapons accompany us to the river and keep the crowd from pressing too closely upon us, until I and the yemeni runners board a Ki Shway sampan that is to convey me to the next down-stream city. It now becomes apparent that my bicycling experiences in China are about ending, and that the authorities have determined upon passing me down the Kan kiang by boat to the Yang tse kiang. I am to be passed on from city to city like a bale of merchandise, delivered and receipted for from day to day. A few miles downstream we overtake a fleet of some 20 war junks, presenting a most novel and interesting sight, crowded as each one is with the gayest of flags and streaming pennants galore. The junks are cumbersome enough in all conscience, as utterly useless for purposes of modern warfare as the same number of floating hogsheads. Yet withal they make a gallant sight, the like of which is to be seen nowhere these days but on the inland waters of China. Each junk is propelled by a crew of 14 oarsmen, dressed in uniforms corresponding in color to the triangular flags that flutter gaily in the breeze at the stern. Not the least interesting part of the spectacle are these same oarsmen as they ply their long unwieldy sweeps in admirable unison. The sleeves of their coats are almost as broad as the body of the garment, and at every sweep of the oar these all flap up and down together in a manner most comical to behold. All day long our modest little sampan keeps company with this gay fleet, giving me an excellent opportunity of witnessing its maneuvers. Said maneuvers and evolutions consist of more or less noisy greetings and demonstrations at every town and village we pass. In the case of a small town, a number of pikemen and officials assemble on the shore, erect a few flags, hammer vigorously on a resonant gong, shout out some sing-song greeting, and shoot off a number of bombs and firecrackers. The foremost vessel of the fleet replies to these noisy compliments by a salute of its one gun, and mayhap throws in 2 or 3 bombs, according to the liberality of the salutation ashore. At the larger towns the amount of gunpowder burned and noise created is something wonderful. Bushels of firecrackers are snapping and rattling away, the while gongs are beating, bombs exploding by the score, and salvos of artillery are making the mountains echo, from every vessel in the fleet. Beneath the walls of a town we pass, soon after noon, are ranged 15 other junks, As the fleet passes, these vessels simultaneously discharge all their guns, while at the same instant there burst upon the startled air detonations from hundreds of bombs, big heaps of firecrackers, and the din of many resonant gongs. Not to be outdone, the fleet of 20 return the compliment in kind, and with cheers from the crews thrown in for interest. The 15 now join the procession, adding volume and picturesqueness to the already wonderfully pretty scene, by their hundreds of brilliant hued banners and theatrically costumed oarsmen. About 4 o'clock, as we are approaching the city of Hat kiang, our destination for the day, there comes to meet the gallant navy a pair of twin vessels, surpassing all the others in the gorgeousness of their flags and the picturesqueness of their costumes. Purple is the prevailing color of both flags and crew. At their splendid appearance our Yameni runners announce in tones of enthusiasm and admiration that these newcomers hail from Lin kiang, a large city down stream, that I fancied, it will be remembered, having reached at Ta ho. The officials are still abed when, in the early morning of the third day, we reach Sin kiang, and repair to the yamen. A large crowd, however, gather and follow us from the market place, swelling gradually by reinforcements to a multitude that surges in and out of the shanty-like office in such swarms that the frail board walls bulge and crack with the pressure. When the crowd overwhelm the place entirely, the officials clear them out by angry gesticulations and moral suasion, sometimes menacingly shaking the end of their own queues at them as though they were wielding black snake whips. Having driven them out, no further notice is taken of them, so they immediately begin swarming in again until the room is again inundated, when they are again driven out. The permitting of this ebbing and flowing of the multitude into the official quarters is something quite incomprehensible to me. The mob is swayed and controlled, as far as they are controlled at all, without any organized effort of those in authority. When the officials commence screaming angrily at them, they begin moving out. When the shouting ceases, they begin swarming back. Thus, in the course of an hour, the room will, perchance, be filled and emptied with angry remonstrance half a dozen times, when, from our own standpoint, a couple of men stationed at the door, with authority to keep them out, would prevent all the bother and annoyance. Sure enough, the Chinaman is a peculiar little cuss, whether seen at home or abroad. If the inhabitants of Ki shway are scrofulous, sore-eyed, and mangy, they are at least an improvement on the disgusting state of the public health at Sin kiang, as revealed in the lamentable condition of the crowd at the yamen and in the markets. Scarcely is it possible to single out a human being of sound and healthful appearance from among them all. Everybody has sore eyes, some have horribly diseased scalps, sores on face and body, and all the horrible array of acquired and hereditary diseases. One's hair stands on end almost at the thought of being among them, to say nothing of eating in their presence, and of their own cooking. Of my new escort from Sin kiang, all 3 have dreadfully sore eyes, and one wretched mortal is as piebald as a circus pony, from head to foot, with the leprosy. Added to these recommendations, they have the manners and instincts of swine rather than of human beings. The same sampan is re-engaged to convey us farther downstream. Beneath the housing of bamboo mats, the rice chaff leaves barely room for us to crowd in and huddle together from the rain and cold prevailing outside. The worst the elements can do, however, is far preferable to personal contact with these vile creatures, and so I don my blanket and gossamer rubbers and sit out in the rain. The rain ceases, and the chilly night air covers everything with a coating of hoar frost, but all this is nothing compared with the horrible associations inside, the reeking fumes of opium and tobacco adding yet another abomination to be remembered. At early morn we land and pursue our way for a few miles across country to Lin kiang, which is situated on a big tributary stream a few miles above its junction with the Kan kiang. Our way leads through a rich strip of low country, sheltered and protected from inundations by an extensive system of dikes. Here we pass through orchards of orange trees bristling with the small blood-red mandarin oranges. We help ourselves freely from the trees, for their great plenteousness makes them of very little value. On the stalls they can be purchased 6 for 1 cent. Like the people in the great peanut producing country below Nam hung, the cheapness and abundance of oranges here seems an inducement for the people to almost subsist thereon. Everybody is either buying, stealing, selling, packing, gathering, carrying, or eating oranges. Coolies are staggering Linqiangward beneath big baskets of newly plucked fruit, and others are conveying them in wheelbarrows. Boats are being loaded for conveyance along the river. Every orange tree is distinguished by white characters painted on its trunk, big enough so that those who run may read the rightful owner's name and take warning accordingly. 3 more wearisome but eventful days, battling against adverse winds, and we come to anchor in a little slough, where a war junk and several fishing vessels are already moored for the night. While supper is preparing, I pass the time promenading back and forth along a little foot trail leading for a short distance round the shore. The crew of the war vessel are engaged in drying fresh-water shrimps, tiny minnows, and other drainings and rakings of the water to store away for future use. One of the younger officers stalks back and forth along the same path as myself, brusquely maintaining the road whenever we meet, evidently bent on showing off his contempt for the boasted prowess of the Fankwaes by compelling me to step to one side. His demeanor is that of a bully stalking about with the traditional chip on his shoulder, daring me to come and knock it off. Considering the circumstances about us, this is a wonderfully courageous performance on his part. Nothing but his ignorance of my Smith & Wesson can explain his temerity in assuming a bellicose attitude with only one man of war at his back. Out of consideration for this ignorance, I studiously avoid interfering with the chip. At length the river voyage comes to an end at Wu chang, on the Poyang Hu, when I am permitted to proceed overland with an escort to Kui kiang. Spending the last night at a village inn, we pursue our way over awful boulder paths next morning for several miles, over a low mountain pass and down the northern slope to a level plain. A towering white pagoda is observable in the distance ahead. This, the Yemeni runner says, is Kui kiang. At a little wayside tea house I find Christmas numbers of the London Graphic pasted on the walls. Yet with all this, so utterly unreliable has my information heretofore been, and so often have my hopes and expectations turned out disappointing, that I am almost afraid to believe the evidence of my own senses. The graphic pictures are of the Christmas pantomimes. The good woman of the tea house points out to me the tremendous noses, the ear-to-ear mouths, and the abnormal growths of chin therein depicted, with much amusement. Fankwae, she says, tee tee, apparently fancying them genuine representations of certain types of that queer people. The paths improve, and soon I see the smoke of a steamer on the Yangtze, than which, it is needless to say, no more welcome sight has greeted my vision the whole world round. Only the smoke is seen rising above the city. It cannot be a steamer, it is too good to be possible. This isn't Kui kiang, this is another wretched disappointment. The smoke is some Chinese house on fire. Not until I get near enough to distinguish flags on the consulates and the crosses on the mission churches do I permit myself fully to believe that I am at last actually looking at Kui kiang, the city that I have begun to think a delusion and a snare, an ignis fatuus that was dancing away faster than I was approaching. The sight of all these unmistakable proofs that I am at last bidding farewell to the hardships, the horrible filth, the soul-harrowing crowds, the abominable paths, and the ever-present danger and want of consideration, that in a little while all these will be a dream of the past, gives wings to my wheel wherever it can be mounted and ridden. The Yemeni runner is left far behind, and I have already engaged a rowboat to cross the little lake in the rear of the city, and the boatman is already pulling me to the Ying yun, when the poor Yemeni runner comes hurrying up and shouts frantically for me to come back and fetch him. Knowing that the man has to take back his receipt, I yield to his request, follow him first to the Kui-kiang yamen, and from thence proceed to the English consulate. Captain McQuinn, of the China Steam Navigation Company's steamer Peking, and the consulate doctor see me riding down the smooth gravelled Bund, followed by a crowd of delighted Celestials. "Hello! Are you from Canton?" they sing out in chorus. "Well, well, well! Nobody expected to ever see anything of you again, and so you got through all safe, eh?" "What's the matter? You look bad about the eyes," says the observant doctor, upon shaking hands. "You look haggard and fagged out." Upon surveying myself in a mirror at the consulate, I can see that the doctor is quite justified in his apprehensions. Hair long, face unshaved for 5 weeks, thin and gaunt looking from daily hunger, worry, and hard dues generally, I look worse than a hunted greyhound. I look far worse, however, than I feel. A few days' rest and wholesome fare will work wonders. An appetizing lunch of cold duck, cheese, and Bass's ale is quickly provided by Mr. Everard, the consul, who seems very pleased that the affair at Ki Ngan Foo ended without serious injury to anybody. The Peking starts for Shanghai in an hour after my arrival. A warm bath, a shave, and a suit of clothes kindly provided by Pilot King brings about something of a transformation in my appearance. Bountiful meals, clean, springy beds, and elegantly fitted cabins form an impressive contrast to my life aboard the sampans on the Kui-kiang. The genii of Aladdin's lamp could scarcely execute any more marvelous change than that from my quarters and fare and surroundings at the village Hittim, where my last night on the road from Canton was spent, and my first night aboard the elegant and luxurious Peking only a day later. A pleasant run down the Yangtze Kiang to Shanghai, and I arrive at that city just 24 hours before the Japanese steamer Yokohama Maru sails for Nagasaki. Taking passage aboard it leaves me but one brief day in the important and interesting city of Shanghai, during which time I have to purchase a new outfit of clothes, see about money matters, and what not. End of Section 39. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 40 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 19, Part 1. Through Japan. An uneventful run of 2 days, and the Yokohama Maru steams into the beautiful harbor of Nagasaki. The change from the filth of a Chinese city to Nagasaki, clean as if it had all just been newly scoured and varnished, is something delightful. One gets a favorable impression of the Japs right away, much more so, doubtless, by coming direct from China than in any other way. 2 days of preparation and looking about leaves almost a pang of regret at having to depart so soon. The American consul here, Mr. B., is a very courteous gentleman. To him and Mr. M., an American gentleman, instructor in the Chinese Navy, I am indebted for an exhibition of the geisha dance and many other courtesies. Having duly supplied myself with Japanese paper money, 10, 5, and 1 yen notes, fractional currency of 50, 20, and 10-sen notes, besides copper sen for tea and fruit at roadside tea houses, on Tuesday morning, November 23rd, I start on my journey of 800 miles through lovely Nippon to Yokohama. Captain F. and Mr. B., the American consul, have come to the hotel to see me off. A showery night has made the roads a trifle muddy. Through the long, neat-looking streets of Nagasaki, into a winding road, past crowded hillside cemeteries adorned with queer stunted trees and quaint designs in flowers, I ride, followed by wondering eyes and a running fire of curious comments from the Japs. Nagasaki lies at the shoreward base of a range of hills, over a pass called the Himitoge, which my road climbs immediately upon leaving the city. A good road is maintained over the pass, and an office established there to collect toll from travellers and people bringing produce into Nagasaki. The aged and polite toll collector smiles and bows at me as I trundle innocently past his sentry box-like office up the steep incline, hoping that I may take the hint and spare him the necessity of telling me the nature of his duty. My inexperience of Japanese tolls and roads, however, renders his politeness inoperative, and, after allowing me to get past, duty compels him to issue forth and explain. A wooden ticket containing Japanese characters is given me in exchange for a few tiny coins. This I fancy to be a passport for another toll place higher up. Subsequently, however, I learn it to be a return ticket, the old toll keeper very naturally thinking I would return, by and by, to Nagasaki. Ponies and buffaloes laden with baskets of rice, fodder, firewood, and various agricultural products are encountered on the pass, in charge of Japanese rustics in broad bamboo hats, red blankets, bare legs, and straw sandals, who lead their charges by long halter ropes. Both horses and buffaloes are shod with shoes of the same unsubstantial material as the men. When the Japanese traveller sets out on a journey, he provides himself with a new pair of straw sandals. These last him for a tramp from 10 to 20 miles, according to the nature of the road. When worn out, his footgear may be readily renewed at any village for a mere song. The same may be said of his horse or buffalo, although several extra shoes are generally carried along in case of need. The summit of the pass is distinguished by a very deep cutting through the ridge rock of the mountain, and a series of successive sharp turns back and forth along narrow terraced gardens and fields bring the road down into a valley of a clear little stream called the Himigawa. Smooth, hard roads follow along this purling rivulet, now and then crossing it on a stone or wooden bridge. A small estuary, reaching inland like a big bite out of a cake, is passed, and the pretty little village of Yagami reached for dinner. The eating house, like nearly all Japanese eating places, is neat and cleanly, the brown woodwork being fairly polished bright from floor to ceiling. Sitting down on the edge of the raised floor, I am approached by the landlady, who kneels down and bows her forehead to the floor. Her politeness is very charming, and her smile would no doubt be more or less winsome were it not for the hideous blackening of the teeth. Blackened teeth is the distinguishing mark between maid and matron in the flowery kingdom of the Mikados. The teeth are stained black at marriage, and henceforth a smile that heretofore displayed rows of small white ivories, and perchance was fairly bewitching, becomes positively repulsive to the Western mind. Fish and rice, sakana and meshi, are the most readily obtainable things to eat at a Japanese hotel, and often form the only bill of fare. Sake, or rice beer, is usually included in the Jap's own meal, but the average European traveller at first prefers limiting his beverage to tea. The sake is served up in big-necked bottles of cheap porcelain holding about a pint. The bottle is set for a few minutes in boiling water to warm the sake, the Japs preferring to drink it warm. Sake is more like spirits than beer, an honest alcoholic production from rice that soon recommends itself to the European palate, though rather offensive at first. Every tea-house along the road is made doubly attractive by prettily dressed attendants, smiling girls who come out and invite passing travellers to rest and buy tea and refreshments. Their solicitations are chiefly winsome smiles and polite bows, and the cheerful greeting, "Ohayo," the Japanese "How do you do?" A tiny teapot, no larger than those the little girls at home play at keeping house with, and shell-like cup to match, is brought on a lacquered tray and placed before one, with charming grace, if a halt is made at one of those tea-houses. Persimmons, sweets, cakes, and various tidbits are temptingly arrayed on the sloping stand in front. The most trifling purchase is rewarded with an exhibition of good nature and politeness worth many times the money. About sunset I roll into the smooth, clean streets of Omura, a good-sized town, and seek the accommodation of a charming yadoya, inn, pointed out by a youth in semi-European clothes, who seems bubbling over with pleasure at the opportunity of rendering me this slight assistance. A room is assigned me upstairs, a mat spread for me to recline on, by a polite damsel who touches her forehead to the floor both when she makes her appearance and her exit. Having got me comfortably settled down with the customary service of tea, sweets, little boxed brazier of live charcoal, spittoon, etc., the proprietor, his wife, and daughter all come up and prostrate themselves after the most approved fashion. After all the salaaming and deferentiality experienced in other Eastern countries, one still cannot help being impressed with the spectacle of several grotesque Japs bowing before one's seated figure, like Hindus prostrating themselves before some idol. With any other people than the Japs, this lowly attitude would seem offensively servile, but these inimitable people leave not the slightest room for thinking their actions obsequious. The Japs are a wonderful race. They seem to be the happiest people going, always smiling and good-natured, always polite and gentle, always bowing and scraping. After a bountiful supper of several fishy preparations and rice, the landlord bobs his head to the floor, sucks his breath through the teeth, after the peculiar manner of the Japs when desirous of being excessively polite, and extends his hands for my passport. This the yadoya proprietor is required to take and have examined at the police station, provided no policeman calls for it at the house. The Japanese government, in its efforts to improve the institutions of the country, has introduced systems of reform from various countries. Commissions were sent to the different Western countries to examine and report upon the methods of education, police, army, navy, postal matters, judiciary, etc. What was believed to be the best of the various systems was then selected as the model of Japan's new departure and adoption of Western civilization. Thus, the police service is modeled from the French, the judiciary from the English, the schools after the American methods, etc. Having inaugurated these improvements, the Japs seem determined to follow their models with the same minute scrupulosity they exhibit in copying material things. There is probably as little use for elaborate police regulations in Japan as in any country under the sun, but having chosen the splendid police service of France to pattern by, they can now boast of having a service that lacks nothing in effectiveness. A very good road with an avenue of fine spreading conifers of some kind leads out of Omura. To the left is the bay of Omura, closely skirted at times by the road. At one place is observed an inland temple, connected with the mainland by a causeway of rough rock. The little island is covered with dark pines and jagged rocks, amid which the Japanese have perched their shrine and erected a temple. Both the Chinese and Japs seem fond of selecting the most romantic spots for their worship and the erection of religious edifices. The day is warm, and a heavy shower during the night has made the road heavy in places, although much of it is clean gravel that is not injured by the rain. Over hill and down dale, the Kuruma road leads to Ureshino, a place celebrated for its mineral springs and bath. On the way, one passes through charming little ravines where tiny cataracts come tumbling down the sides of moss-grown precipices, a country of pretty thatched cottages, temples, groves, and purling rivulets. On the streams are numerous rice hulling machines, operated by the ingenious manipulation of the water. In a little hut is a mortar containing the rice. Attached to a pivot is a long beam having a pestle at one end and a throw at the other. The pestle is made to fall upon the rice in the mortar by the filling and automatic emptying of the trough outside. The trough, filling with water, drops down and empties of its own weight. This causes the opposite end to fall suddenly. This operation repeats itself about every 2 seconds through the day. The gravelly hills about Ureshino are devoted to the cultivation of tea. The green tea gardens, with the undulating, even rows of thick shrubs, looking very beautiful where they slope to the foot of the bare rocky cliffs. Ureshino and the baths are some little distance off the main road to Shimonoseki, so, not caring particularly to go there, I continue on to the village of Takio, where rainy weather compels a halt of several hours. Everything is so delightfully superior as compared with China, that the Japanese village yadoya seems a veritable paradise during these first days of my acquaintance with them. Life at a Chinese village hit him for a week would well nigh unseat the average Anglo-Saxon's reason, whereas he might spend the same time very pleasantly in a Japanese country inn. The region immediately around Takio is not only naturally lovely, but is embellished by little artificial lakes, islands, grottos, and various landscape novelties, such as the Japs alone excel in. An 8-wire telegraph line threads the road from Takio to Ushitsu, passing through numerous villages that almost form a continuous street from one town to the other. As one notices such improvements, and sees the police and telegraph officials in trim European uniforms seated in their neat offices, an American clock invariably on the wall within, and, moreover, notes the uniform friendliness of the people, it is difficult to imagine that 30 years ago one would have been in more danger travelling through here than through China. Passing through the main streets of Ushitsu in search of the best yadoya, I am accosted by a middle-aged woman with, "Hello! You want chi room? Want chi chow chow?" Her mother keeps a yadoya, she tells me, and leads the way thither, chatting gaily in pidgin English all the way. She seems very pleased at the opportunity to exercise her little stock of broken English, and tells me she learned it at Shanghai, where she once resided for a couple of years in an English family. Her name, she says, is Ohana, but her English friends used to call her Hannah, without the prefix. Understanding from experience what I would be most likely to appreciate for supper, she rustles around and prepares a nice fish, plenty of Ureshino tea, sugar, sweet cakes, and slide pomolo. This, together with rice, is the extent of Ushitsu's present gastronomic limits. The following morning opens with a white frost. The road is level and good, and the yadoya people see that I am provided with a substantial breakfast in good season. My boots, I find, have been cleaned even. They were cleaned with a rag, Ohana apologizing for the absence of shoe brushes, and blacking in pidgin English, "Brush no have got." In striking contrast to China, here are gangs of Cantonniers taking care of the road, men in regular blue uniforms with big white bull's eyes, and characters like our celestial friends, the Yameni runners. Troops of school children are passed on the road, going to school with books and tally boards under their arm. They sometimes range themselves in rows alongside the road, and, as I wheel past, bob their heads simultaneously down to the level of their knees and greet me with a polite "Ohayo." The country hereabout is rich and populous, and the people seemingly well-to-do. The tea-houses, farm-houses, and even the little ricks of rice seem built with an eye to artistic effect. One sees here the gradual encroachment of Western mechanical improvements. The first two-handled plough I have seen since leaving Europe is encountered this morning, but alongside it are men using the clumsy Japanese digging tool of their ancestors, and both men and women, stripped to the waist, hulling rice by pounding it in mortars with long-headed pestles. It is merely a question of a few years, however, until the intelligent Japs will discard all their old clumsy methods and introduce the latest agricultural improvements of the West into their country. Passing through a mile or more of Saga's smooth and continuously rideable streets, past big schoolhouses where hundreds of children are reciting aloud in chorus, past the big bronze Buddha for which Saga is locally famous, the road continues through a somewhat undulating country, rideable, generally speaking, the whole way. Long cedar or cryptomerian avenues sometimes characterize the way. Strings of peasants are encountered, leading pack ponies and bullocks. The former seem to be vicious little wretches, rather masters, on the whole, than servants of their leaders. The Japanese horse objects to a tight girth, objects to being overloaded, and to various other indignities that his relations of other countries meekly endure. To suit his fastidious requirements, he is allowed to meander carelessly along at the end of a 20-foot string, and he is decorated all over with gay and fanciful trappings. A very peculiar trait of his character is that of showing fight at anything he doesn't like the looks of, instead of scaring at it after the orthodox method of horseflesh in other countries. This peculiarity sometimes makes it extremely interesting for myself. Their usual manner of taking exception to me and the bicycle is to rear up on the hind feet and squeal and paw the air, at the same time evincing a disposition to come on and chew me up. This necessitates continual wariness on my part when passing a company of peasants, for the men never seem to think it worthwhile to restrain their horses until the actions of the latter render it absolutely necessary. Jinrikishas now become quite frequent, pulled by sturdy-limbed men who, naked almost as the day they were born, trot along between the shafts of their two-wheeled vehicles at the rate of 6 miles an hour. Men are also met, pulling heavy hand-carts, loaded with tiles, from country factories to the city. Most of the heaviest labor seems to be performed by human beings, though not to the same extent as in China. In every town and village one is struck with the various imitations of European goods. Ludicrous mistakes are everywhere met with, where the serio-comical people have attempted to imitate name, trademark, and everything complete. In one portion of the eating house where lunch is obtained today are a number of umbrella makers manufacturing gingham umbrellas. On every umbrella is stamped the firm name John Douglas, Manchester. Cigarettes, nicely made and equal in every respect to those of other countries, are boldly labeled cigars. Thus do these curious imitators make mistakes. Had Shakespeare seen the Japs, one could better understand his "all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." For most other nations life is a serious enough problem. The Japs alone seem to be merely playing at making a livelihood. They always impress me as happy-go-lucky harlequins, to whom this whole business of coming into the world and getting a living for a few years is nothing more or less than a huge joke. The happiest state of affairs seem to exist among all classes and conditions of people in Japan. One passes schoolhouses and sees the classes out on the well-kept grounds, going through various exercises, such as one would never expect to see in the East. Today I pause a while before the public school in Nakabairu, watching the interesting exercises going on. Under the supervision of teachers in black frock coats and derby hats, a class of girls are ranged in 2 rows, throwing and catching pillows, all together back and forth at the word of command. Classes of boys are manipulating wooden dumbbells and exercising their muscles by various systematic exercises. The youngsters are enjoying it hugely, and the whole affair looks so thoroughly suggestive of the best elements of Occidental school life that it is difficult to believe the evidence of one's own eyes. I suspect the Japanese children are about the only children in the wide, wide world who really enjoy studying their lessons and going to school. One of the teachers comes to the gate and greets me with a polite bow. I address him in English, but he doesn't know a word. End of section 40. Section 41 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 19, Part 2, Through Japan. The wooden houses of Japan seem frail and temporary, but they look new and bright mostly in the country. The government buildings, police offices, post offices, schools, etc., all look new and bright and artistic, as though but lately finished. The roads, too, are sometimes laid out straight and trim, suggestive of an attempt to imitate the roads of France. Then, again, one traverses for miles the counterpart of the green lanes of merry England, narrow, winding, and romantic. The Japanese roads are mainly about 10 or 12 feet wide, giving ample room for two jinrikishas to pass, these being the only wheeled vehicles on the roads. Rustic bridges frequently span lovely little babbling brooks, and waterfalls abound this afternoon as I approach, at early eve, Fuchishi. Rain necessitates a layover of a day at Fuchishi, but there is nothing unendurable about it. The proprietor of the house is a blind man who plays the samosan, and makes the girls sing and dance the geisha for my edification. Beef and chicken are both forthcoming at Fuchishi, and the fish, as in almost all Japanese towns, are very excellent. The weather opens clear and frosty after the rain, and the road to Fukuoko is most excellent wheeling. The country continues charming, and every day the people seem to get more and more polite and agreeable. A novel sight of the morning's ride is a big gang of convicts working the roads. They are fastened together with light chains, wear neat brown uniforms, and seem to regard the unconvicted world of humans outside their own company with an expression of apology. To look in their serio-comic faces, it is difficult to imagine them capable of doing anything wrong, except in fun. They look, in fact, as if their being chained together and closely attended by guards was of itself anything but a serious affair. Cavalry officers, small, smart-looking, and soldierly, in yellow braided uniforms, are seen in Fukuoko, looking as un-Asiatic in make-up as the schools, policemen, and telegraph operators. A collision with a jinrikisha that treats me to a header, and another with a diminutive Jap that bowls him over like a ninepin, and a third with a bob-tailed cat that damages nothing but pussy's dignity, enter into my reminiscences of Fukuoko. The numbers of jinrikishas and the peculiar habits of the people necessitate lynx-eyed vigilance to prevent collisions every hour of the day. The average Jap leaves the door of a house backward, and bows and scrapes his way clear out into the middle of the street, in bidding adieu to the friends he has been calling upon, or even the shopkeeper he has been patronizing. Scarcely a village is passed through but some person waltzes backward out of a door and right in front of the bicycle. A curious sight one frequently sees along the road is an acre or two of ground covered with paper parasols, set out in the sun to dry after being pasted, glued, and painted, ready for market. Umbrellas and paper lanterns are as much a part of the Japanese traveller's outfit as his clothes. These latter, nowadays, are sometimes a very grotesque mixture of native and European costume. The craze for foreign innovations pervades all ranks of society, and every village dandy aspires to some article of European clothing. The result is that one frequently encounters men on the road wearing a derby hat, a red blanket, tight-fitting white drawers, and straw sandals. The villager who sports a European hat or coat comes round to my yadoya, wearing an amusing expression of self-satisfaction, as though filled with an inward consciousness of approval of the same. Whereas every European traveller deprecates the change from their native costume to their own. Following for some distance along the bank of a large canal, I reached the village of Hakama for the night. The yadoya here is simply spotless from top to bottom. However the Japanese hotel keeper manages to transact business and preserve such immaculate apartments is more of a puzzle every day. The regulation custom at a yadoya is for the newly arrived guest to take a scalding hot bath, and then squat beside a little brazier of coals and smoke and chat till supper time. The Japanese are more addicted to hot water bathing than the people of any other country. They souse themselves in water that has been heated to 140 degrees Fahrenheit, a temperature that is quite unbearable to the Ingurisu jin, or America jin, until he becomes gradually hardened and accustomed to it. Both men and women bathe regularly in hot water every evening. The Japs have not yet imbibed any great quantity of mauvaise honte from their association with Europeans, so the sexes frequent the bathtub indiscriminately, taking no more notice of one another than if they were all little children. Venus disporting in the waves of a bathtub is a regular feature of life at a Japanese inn. Nor can they quite understand why the European tourist should object to the proprietor, his wife and children, chambermaids, tea-girls, guests and visitors crowding around to see him undress and waltz into the tub. Bless their innocent Japanese souls, why should he object? They are only attracted out of curiosity to see the whiteness of his skin, to note his peculiar manner of undressing, and to satisfy general inquisitiveness concerning his corporeal possibilities. They have no squeamishness whatever about his watching their own natatorial duties. Why then should he shrink within himself and wave them off? The regular hotel meals consist of rice, fish in various forms, little slices of crisp raw turnip, pickles, and a ketchup-like sauce. Meat is rarely forthcoming, unless specially ordered, when, of course, extra charges are made. Sake also has to be purchased separately. After supper, one is supplied with a teapot of tea and a brazier of coals. Passing the following night at Hakama, I pull out next morning for Shimonoseki. Traversing for some miles a hilly country covered with pine forest, my road brings me into Ashiya, situated on a small estuary. Here at Ashiya I indulge in my first simon pure Japanese shave, patronizing the village barber while dodging a passing shower. The Japanese tonsorial artist shaves without the aid of soap, merely wetting the face by dipping his fingers in a bowl of warm water. During the operation of shaving he hones the razor frequently on an oil stone. He shaves the entire face and neck, not omitting even the lobes of the ear, the forehead, and nose. If the European traveller didn't keep his senses about him, while in the barber chair of a Japanese village, he would find himself with every particle of fuzz scraped off his face and neck, save, of course, his regular whiskers or moustache, and with eyebrows considerably curtailed. From Ashiya my road follows up alongside a small tidal canal to Hakamatsu, travelling a lowland country devoted entirely to the cultivation of rice. Scores of coal barges are floating along the canal, propelled solely by the flowing of the tide. I can imagine them floating along until the tide changes, then tying up and waiting patiently until it ebbs and flows again. From long experience they, no doubt, have come to calculate upon 1, 2, or 3 tides, as the case may be, floating their barges up to certain landings or villages. The streets of Hakamatsu present a lively and picturesque scene, swarming with country people in the gayest of costumes. The stalls are fairly groaning beneath big piles of tempting eatables, toys, clothing, lanterns, tissue paper, flowers, and every imaginable Japanese thing. Street men are attracting small crowds about them by displaying curiosities. One old fellow I pause a while to look at is selling tiny rolls of colored paper which, when cast into a bowl of water, unfold into flowers, boats, houses, birds, or animals. In explanation of the holiday making, a young man in a custom house uniform, who knows a few words of English, explains, "Japan God." It is some religious festival these smiling, chatting, bowing, and comical-looking crowds are keeping with such evident relish. From Hakamatsu to Kokura the country is hilly and broken. From Kokura one can look across the narrow strait and see Shimonoseki on the mainland of Japan. Thus far we have been traversing the island of Kyushu, separated from the main island by a strait but a few hundred yards wide at Shimonoseki. From Kokura the jinrikisha road leads a couple of ri farther to Dairi. Thence footpaths traverse hills and wax tree groves for another 2 miles (a ri is something over 2 English miles) to the village of Moji. Here I obtain passage on a little ferry boat across to Shimonoseki, arriving there about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A 24 hours halt is made at Shimonoseki in deference to rainy weather. The landlady of the yadoya understands enough about European cookery to prepare me a very decent beefsteak and a pot of coffee. Shimonoseki is full of European goods, and clever imitations of the same. A stroll of an hour through the streets reveals the extent of the Jap's appreciation of foreign things. Every other shop, almost, seems devoted to the goods that come from other countries, or their counterfeits. Not content with merely copying an imported article, the Japanese artisan generally endeavors to make some improvement on the original. For instance, after making an exact imitation of a petroleum lamp, the Jap workman constructs a neat little lacquer cabinet to set it in when not in use. The coffee pot in which the coffee served at my yadoya is prepared is an ingenious contrivance with 3 chambers, evidently a reproduction of Yankee ingenuity. A big Shinto temple occupies the crest of a little hill nearby, and flags of stone steps lead up to the entrance. At the foot of the steps, and repeated at several stages up the slope, are the peculiar torii, or bird perches, that form the distinctive mark of a Shinto temple. Numerous shrines occupy the courtyard of the temple. The shrines are built of wood mostly, and contain representations of the various gods to whose particular worship they are dedicated. Before each shrine is a barred receptacle for coins. The Japanese devotee poses for a minute before the shrine, bowing his head and smiting together the palms of his hands. He then tosses a diminutive coin or 2 into the barred treasury, and passes on round to the next shrine he wishes to pay his respects to. In the main building are numerous pictures, bows, arrows, swords, and various articles, evidently votive offerings. The shrine of the deity that presides over the destiny of fishermen is distinguished by a huge silver paper fish and numerous 3-pronged fish spears. Among other queer objects whose meaning defies the penetration of the traveller unversed in Japanese mythology is a monstrous human face, with a nose at least 3 feet long, and altogether out of proportion. Strolling about to while away a rainy forenoon, I pass big schoolhouses full of children reciting aloud. Their wooden clogs and paper umbrellas are stowed away in racks, provided for the purpose, at the door. The cheerfulness with which they shout out their exercises proves plainly enough that they are only keeping make-believe school. Female vegetable and fruit vendors, neat and comely as Normandy dairy maids, are walking about, chatting and smiling and bowing, playing at selling vegetables. While I pause a moment to inspect the stock of a curio dealer, the proprietor, seated over a brazier of coals, smoking, bows politely and points, with a chuckle of amusement, at the fierce-looking effigy of a daimyo in armor. There is not the slightest hint of a mercenary thought about his actions. Plainly enough, he hasn't the remotest wish to sell me anything. He merely wants to call my attention to the grotesqueness of this particular figure. He is only playing curio dealer, he doesn't try to sell anything, but would do so out of the abundance of his good nature if requested to, no doubt. A pair of little old-fashioned fire engines repose carelessly against the side of a municipal building. They have grown tired of playing at extinguishing fires and have thrown aside their toys. I wander to the waterfront and try to locate my hotel from that point of observation. Watermen are lounging about in wisteria waterproof coats. They want me to ride to my destination in one of their boats, very evidently, from their manner, only for the fun of the thing. Everybody is smiling and urbane, nobody looks serious, no careworn faces are seen, no pinched poverty. Wonderful people, they come nearer solving the problem of living happily than any other nation. Even the professional mendicants seem to be amused at their own poverty, as if life to them was a mere humorous experiment, scarcely deserving of a serious thought. The weather clears up at noon, and in the face of a strong northern breeze I bid farewell to Shimonoseki. The road follows for some miles along the shore, a smooth, level road that winds about the bases of the hills, that here slope down to toy and dally with the restless surf of the famous inland sea. Following the shore in a general sense, the road now and then leads inland for a mile or two, for the purpose of linking together the numerous towns and villages that dot the little alluvial valleys between the hills. Passing through one large village, my attention is attracted by the sign "English Books" over a bookshop. Desirous of purchasing some kind of a guide for the road to Kobe, I enter the establishment, expecting at least to find someone capable of understanding English. The young man in charge knows never a word of English, and his stock of "English books" consists of primers, spelling books, etc., for the use of school children. The architecture of the villages above Shimonoseki is strikingly artistic. The quaint gabled houses are painted a snowy white and are roofed with brown glazed tiles of curious pattern, also rimmed with white. About the houses are hedges grotesquely clipped and trained in imitation of storks, animals, or fishes, miniature orange and persimmon trees, pretty flower gardens, and little landscape vanities peculiar to the Japanese. Circling round through little valleys, over small promontories, and along smooth, gravelly stretches of seashore road for 30 miles, brings me to anchor for the night in a good-sized village. Among my visitors for the evening is a young gentleman arrayed in shiny top boots, tight-fitting corduroy trousers, and jockey cap. In his general make-up he is the horsiest individual I have seen for many a day. One could readily imagine him to be a professional jockey. The probability is, however, that he has never mounted a horse in his life. In all likelihood he has become infatuated with this style of Western clothes from studying a copy of the London Graphic, has gone to great trouble and expense to procure the garments from Yokohama, and now blossoms forth upon the dazed provincials of his native town in a make-up that stamps him as the swellest of the swell. He affects great interest in the bicycle, much more so than the average Jap, from which I infer that he has actually imbibed certain notions of Western sport, and is desirous of posing before his uninitiated and, consequently, unappreciative countrymen as an exponent of athletics. Altogether, the horsey young gentleman is the most startling representative of New Japan I have yet encountered. A cold drizzle ushers in the commencement of my next day's journey. One is loath to exchange the next yadoya, with everything within so spotless and so pleasant, the tiny garden, not over 10 yards square, but containing a miniature lake, grottos, quaint stone lanterns, bronze storks, flowers, and stunted trees, for the road. Disagreeable weather has followed me, however, from Nagasaki like an avenging fate, bent on preventing the consummation of my tour from being too agreeable. Even with rain and mud and consequent delays, my first few days in Japan have seemed the very paradise after my Chinese experiences. What, then, would have been my impressions of country and people amid sunshine and favourable conditions of weather and road, when the novelty of it all first burst upon my Chinese disgusted senses? The country round about is mountainous, snow lying upon the summits of a few of the higher peaks. The road, though hilly at times, manages to twist and wind its way along from one little valley to another without any very long hills. Peasants from the mountains are met with, leading ponies loaded with firewood and rice. Their old Japanese aboriginal costumes of wisteria raincoats, broad bamboo hats, and rude straw sandals make a conspicuous contrast to their countrymen of New Japan in derby hats or jockey suits. Notwithstanding the rapid Europeanizing of the city-bred Japs, the government's progressive policy, the blue-coated gendarmerie, and the general revolutionizing of the country at large, many a day will come and go ere these mountaineers forsake the ways and methods and grotesque costumes of their ancestors. For decades Japan will present an interesting study of mountaineer conservatism and ultra-liberal city life. One party will be wearing foreign clothes, aping foreign manners, adopting foreign ways of doing everything. The other will be clinging tenaciously to the wisteria garments, bamboo sieve hats, straw sandals, and the traditions of old Japan. Most farmhouses are now thatched with straw. One need hardly add that they are prettily and neatly thatched, and that they are embellished by various unique contrivances. Some of them, I notice, are surrounded by a broad, thick hedge of dark-green shrubbery. The hedge is trimmed so that the upper edge appears to be a continuation of the brown thatch, which merely changes its colour and slopes at the same steep gradient to the ground. This device produces a very charming effect, particularly when a few neatly trimmed young pines soar above the hedge like green sentinels about the dwelling. One inimitable piece of botanical architecture observed today is a thick shrub trimmed into an imitation of a mountain, with trees growing on the slopes and a temple standing in a grove. Before many of the houses one sees curious tree roots or rocks that have been brought many a mile down from the mountains and preserved on account of some fanciful resemblance to bird, reptile, or animal. Artificial lakes, islands, waterfalls, bridges, temples, and groves abound, and at occasional intervals a large figure of the Buddha squats serenely on a pedestal, smiling in happy contemplation of the peace, happiness, prosperity, and beauty of everything and everybody around. Happy people, happy country. Are the Japs acting wisely, or are they acting foolishly in permitting European notions of life to creep in and revolutionize it all? Who can tell? Time alone will prove. They will get richer, more powerful, and more enterprising because of the necessity of waking themselves up to keep abreast of the times. But wealth and power, and the buzz and rattle of machinery and commerce, do not always mean happiness. End of section 41. Section 42 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 20, Part 1. The Homestretch. During the afternoon, the narrow Kuruma road merges into a broad, newly made macadam, as fine a piece of road as I have seen the whole world round. Wonderful work has been done in grading it from the low-lying rice fields up, by the most gentle and even gradient, to where it seemingly terminates, far ahead between high rocky cliffs. The picture of charming houses and beautiful terraced gardens, climbing to the very upper stories of the mountains here, beggars description. One no longer marvels at what he has seen in the way of terraced mountains in China. New sensations of astonishment await me as the upper portion of the smooth boulevard is reached, and I find myself at the entrance to a tunnel about 500 yards long and 30 feet wide. The tunnel is lit up by means of big reflectors in the middle, shining through the gloom as one enters like locomotive headlights. It is difficult to imagine the Japs going to all this trouble and expense for mere jinrikisha and pedestrian travel, yet such is the case, for no other vehicular traffic exists in the country. It is the only country in which I have found a tunnel constructed for the ordinary roadway, although there may be similar improvements that have not happened to come to my notice or ear. One would at least expect to find a toll-keeper in such a place, especially as a person has to be employed to maintain the lights, but there is nothing of the kind. A few miles beyond the tunnel, the broad road terminates in a good-sized seaport, whence I encounter some little difficulty in finding my way along zigzag field paths to my proper road for the north. The rain has fallen at intervals throughout the day, but the roads have averaged good. 50 miles or thereabout must have been reeled off when, at early eventide, I pull up at a village yadoya. Before settling myself down for rest and supper, I take a stroll through the village in quest of possible interesting things. Not far from the yadoya, my attention is arrested by a prominent sign in italics, European Eating Kameya House. Entertaining happy visions of beefsteak and Bass ale for supper, I enter the establishment and ask the young man in charge whether the place is a hotel. He smiles, bows, and intimates his woeful ignorance of what I am saying. The following morning is frosty, and low, scudding clouds denote unsettled weather, as I resume my journey. Much of the time my road practically follows the shore, and sometimes simply follows the windings and curvatures of the gravelly beach. Most of the lowland near the shore appears to be reclaimed from the sea, low, flat-looking mud fields, protected from overflow by miles and miles of stout dikes and rock-ribbed walls. Fishing villages abound along the shore, and for long distances a recent typhoon has driven the sea inland and washed away the road. Thousands of men and women are engaged in repairing the damages, with the abundance of material ready to hand on the sloping granite shale hills around the foot of which the roadway winds. Fish are cheaper and more plentiful here than anything else, and the old dame at the yadoya of a fishing village cooks me a big skate for supper, which makes first-rate eating, in spite of the black, malodorous sauce she uses so liberally in the cooking. In this room is a wonderful brass-bound cabinet, suggestive of soul-satisfying household idols and comfortable private worship. During the evening I venture to open and take a peep in this cabinet to satisfy a pardonable curiosity as to its contents. My trespass reveals a little wax idol seated amid a wealth of cheap tinsel ornaments and bits of inscribed paper. Before him sets an offering of rice, sake, and dried fish in tiny porcelain bowls. Clear and frosty opens the following morning. The road is good, the country gradually improves, and by 9 o'clock I am engaged in looking at the military exercises of troops quartered in the populous city of Hiroshima. The exercises are conducted within a large square, enclosed with a low bank of earth and a ditch. Crowds of curious civilians are watching the efforts of raw cavalry recruits to ride stout little horses that buck, kick, bite, and paw the air. Every time a soldier gets thrown, the onlookers chuckle with delight. Both men and horses are undersized, but look stocky and serviceable withal. The uniform of the cavalry is blue, with yellow trimmings. The artillery looks trim and efficient, and the horses, although rather small, are powerful and wiry, just the horses one would select for the rough work of a campaign. North of Hiroshima, the country assumes a hilly character, the road following up one mountain stream and down another. In this mountainous region one meets mail carriers, the counterpart almost of the fleet-footed postman of Bengal. The Japanese postman improves upon nature by the addition of a waistcloth and a scant shirt of white and blue cotton check. His leather pouch is fastened to a bamboo staff. As he bounds along with springy stride, he warns people to clear the way by shouting in a musical voice, "Honk, honk." This cry resembles in a very striking degree the utterances of an old veteran brant or wild goose when speeding northward in the spring to escape a warm wave from the south. Among these mountains one is filled with amazement at the tremendous work the industrious Japs have done to secure a few acres of cultivable land. Dikes have been thrown up to narrow the channels of the streams, so that the remaining width of the bed may be converted into fields and gardens. The streams have been literally turned out of their beds for the sake of a few acres of alluvial soil. Among the mountains, chiefly between the mountains and the shore, are level areas of a few square miles supporting a population that seems largely out of proportion to the size of the land. Many of these seashore people, however, get their livelihood from the blue waters of the inland sea, fish sharing the honors with rice in being the staple food of provincial Japan. The weather changes to quite a disagreeable degree of cold by the time I reach the end of today's ride. This introduces me promptly into the mysteries of how the Japanese manage to keep themselves warm in their flimsy houses of wooden ribs and semi-transparent paper in cold weather. An opening in the floor accommodates a brazier of coals. Over this stands an open woodwork frame. Quilts covered over the frame retain the heat. The modus operandi of keeping warm is to insert the body beneath this frame, wrapping the covering about the shoulders, snugly, to prevent the escape of the warm air within. The advantage of this unique arrangement is that the head can be kept cool, while, if desirable, the body can be subjected to a regular hot air bath. The following day is chilly and raw, with occasional skits of snow. People are humped up and blue-nosed and seemingly miserable. Yet, withal, they seem to be only humorously miserable, and not by any means seriously displeased with the rawness and the snow. Straw windbreaks are set up on the windward side of the tea-houses, and there is much stopping among pedestrians to gather around the tea-house braziers and gossip and smoke. Everybody in Japan smokes, both men and women. The universal pipe of the country is a small brass tube about 6 inches long, with the end turned up and widened to form the bowl. This bowl holds the merest pinch of tobacco, a couple of whiffs, a smart rap on the edge of the brazier to knock out the residue, and the pipe is filled again and again until the smoker feels satisfied. The girls that wait on one at the yadoyas and tea-houses carry their tobacco in the capacious sleeve pockets of their dress, and their pipes sometimes thrust in the sash or girdle, and sometimes stuck in the back of the hair. Many of the Buddhas presiding over the crossroads and village entrances along my route today are provided with calico bibs, the object of which it is impossible for me to determine, owing to my ignorance of the vernacular. The bibs are, no doubt, significant of some particular season of religious observance. The important city of Yokohama provides abundant food for observation. The clean, smooth streets, the wealth of European goods in the shops, and the swarms of ever-interesting people, as I wheel leisurely through it on Saturday, December 4th. No human being save Japs has so far crossed my path since leaving Nagasaki, nor am I expecting to meet anybody here. An agreeable surprise, however, awaits me, for at the corner of one of the principal business thoroughfares a couple of American missionaries appear upon the scene. Introducing themselves as Mr. Carey and Mr. Cowland, they inform me that 3 families of missionaries reside together here, and extend a cordial invitation to remain over Sunday. I am very glad indeed to accept their hospitality for tomorrow, as well as to avail myself of an opportunity to get my proper bearings. Nothing in the way of a reliable map or itinerary of the road I have been traversing from Shimonoseki was to be obtained at Nagasaki, and I have travelled with but the vaguest idea of my whereabouts from day to day. Only from them do I learn that the city we meet in is Okoyama, and that I am now within 100 miles of Kobe, north of which place Murray's Handbook will prove of material assistance in guiding me aright. The little missionary colony is charmingly situated on a pine-clad hill overlooking the city from the east. Several lady missionaries are visiting from other points, all Americans, making a pleasant party for one to meet in such an unexpected manner. On Sunday morning I accompany Mr. Carey to see his native congregation in the nice new church which he says they have erected from their own means at a cost of 2,000 yen. This letter is a very gratifying statement, not to say surprisingly so, for it savours of something like sincerity on the part of the converts. In most countries the converts seem to be brought to a knowledge of their evil ways, and to perceive the beauties of the Christian religion through the medium of material assistance provided from the mission. Instead of spending money themselves for the cause they profess to embrace, they expect to receive something from it of a tangible earthly nature. Here, however, we find the converts themselves building their own meeting house, and bidding fair ere long to support the mission without outside aid. This is encouraging from the standpoint of those who believe in converting the heathen from their own religion to ours, and gratifying to the student of Japanese character. About 500 people congregate in the church, seating themselves quietly and orderly on the mat-covered floor. They embrace all classes, from the samurai lawyer or gentleman to the humblest citizen, and from grey-haired old men and women to shock-headed youngsters, who merely come with their mothers. Many of these same mothers have been persuaded by the missionaries to cease the heathenish practice of blackening their teeth, and so appear at the meeting in even rows of becoming white ivories like their unmarried sisters. Numbers of curious outsiders congregate about the open doors and peep in and stand and listen to the sermon of Mr. Carey and the singing. The hymns are sung to the same tunes as in America, the words being translated into Japanese. Everybody seems to enjoy the singing, and they listen intently to the sermon. After the sermon, several prominent members of the congregation stand up and address their countrymen and women in convincing words and gestures. Mr. Carey tells me that any ordinary Jap seems capable of delivering a fluent, off-hand exposition of his views in public without special effort or embarrassment. Altogether, the Japanese Christian congregation, gathered here in its own church, sitting on the floor, singing, sermonizing, and looking happy, is a novel and interesting sight to see. One can imagine missionary life among the genial Japs as being very pleasant. Saturday and Sunday pass pleasantly away, and, with happy memories of the little missionary colony, I wheel away from Yokohama on Monday morning, passing through a country of rich rice fields and numerous villages for some miles. The scene then changes into a beautiful country of small lakes and pine-covered hills, reminding me very much of portions of the Berkshire Hills, Massachusetts. The weather is cool and clear, and the road splendid, although in places somewhat hilly. 53 miles are duly scored when, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrive at the city of Himeji. The yadoya here is a superior sort of a place, and Himeji numbers among its productions European pan, bread, steak, and bottled beer. The Japs are themselves rapidly coming to an appreciation of this latter article, and even to manufacture it, a big brewery being already established somewhere near Tokyo. A couple of young dandies of New Japan drop in during the evening, send out for bottles of beer, and seem to take particular delight in showing off their appreciation of the newly introduced beverage before their countrymen of the ancient regime. Beyond Himeji one leaves behind the mountains, emerging upon a broad, level, rice-producing plain, which extends eastward to Kobe and the seashore. The fine level road traversing the plain passes through numerous towns and villages, and for the latter half of the distance skirts the shore. Old dismantled stone forts, tea-houses, eating stalls, fishermen's huts, houseboats, and swarms of jinrikishas and pedestrians make their seashore road lively and interesting. The single artery through which the life of all the southern tributary country ebbs and flows to trade at the busiest treaty port in Japan, this road is constantly swarming with people. Over the Minatogawa River by an elevated bridge, and one finds himself in a broad street leading through Hyogo to Kobe. These two cities are practically joined together, although bearing different names. Like many of the rivers of Japan, the bed of the Minatogawa is elevated considerably above the surrounding plain. Confined between artificial banks to prevent the flooding of the adjacent fields in spring, the debris brought down from year to year has gradually raised the bed, and necessitated continuing raising also of the levees. These operations have very naturally ended in raising the whole affair to an elevation that leaves even the bottom of the stream several feet higher than the fields around. Kobe is one of the treaty ports of Japan, and nowadays is reputed to do more foreign trade than any of the others. One can imagine Kobe being a very pleasant and desirable place to live. The foreign settlement is quite extensive, the surroundings attractive, and the climate mild and healthful. Pleasant days are spent at Kobe and Osaka. 27 miles of level road from the latter city, following the course of the Yodogawa, a broad shallow stream that flows from Lake Biwa to the sea, brings me to Kyoto. From the 8th century until 1868, Kyoto was the capital of the Japanese Empire, and is generally referred to as the old capital of the country. The present population is about 250,000, about half of what it was supposed to be in the heyday of its ancient glory as the seat of empire. Living at Kyoto is Mr. B, an American ex-naval officer, who several years ago forsook old Neptune's service to embark in the more peaceful pursuit of teaching the ideas of youthful Japs to shoot. The occasion was auspicious, for the whole country was fired with enthusiasm for learning English. English was introduced into the public schools as a regular study. Mr. B is settled at Kyoto, and now instructs a large and interesting class of boys in the mysteries of his mother tongue. Taking a letter of introduction, he makes me comfortable for the afternoon and night at his pleasant residence on the banks of the Yodogawa. Under the pilotage of his private jinrikisha man, I spend a portion of the afternoon in making a flying visit to various places of interest. A party of American tourists are unexpectedly met in the first temple we visit, that of Nishi Hongwan-ji. The paintings and decorations of this temple, one of the ladies says with something akin to enthusiasm, are quite equal to those of the great temple at Nikko. The lady appears to be a missionary resident, or, at all events, a person well versed in Japanese temples and things. Her companions are fleeting tourists who listen to her explanations with respect, but, like myself, know nothing more when they leave the temple than when they entered. Japanese mythology, religion, temples, politics, history, and titles seem to me to be the worst mixed up and the most difficult for off-hand comprehension of anything I have yet undertaken to peep into. The multitudinous gods of the Hindus, with their no less multitudinous functions, seem to me to be easily understood in comparison with the weird legends and mazy mythology of the Flowery Kingdom. Near this temple is a lovely little garden that gives much more satisfaction to the casual visitor than the temples. It is always a pleasure to visit a Japanese garden, and, in addition to its landscape attractions, historical interest lends to this one additional charm. The artificial lake is stocked with tame carp, which come crowding to the side when visitors clap their hands, in the expectation of being fed. A pair of unhappy-looking geese are imprisoned beneath an iron grating within the garden. They are kept there in commemoration of some historical incident. What the incident is, however, even the well-informed lady of the party doesn't seem to know. Neither does Murray's voluminous guidebook condescend to explain. A small palace, with interior decorations of the usual conventional subjects, storks, flying geese, rising moons, bamboo shoots, etc., together with a small, round, thatched summer-house, where, 500 years ago, Ashikaga Yoshimitsu, the shogun monk, was wont to pass the time in meditation, form the remaining sole attractions of the garden. The one place I have been anticipating some real pleasure in visiting is the Shugaku Inn Gardens, one of the most famous gardens in this country, where, above all others, gardening is pursued as a fine art. This, however, is not accessible today, and wearied already of temples, gods, and shaven-pated priests, I give the jinrikisha coolie orders to return home. A mile or two through the smooth and level streets, and the hopeful and sanguine rickshaw man dumps me out at another temple. Fancying that, perchance, he might have brought me to something extraordinary, I follow him wearily in. A graduate in the Shinto religion would no doubt find something different about these temples, but to the ordinary, everyday human, to see one is to see them all. My man, however, seems determined to give me a surfeit of temples, and hurries me off to yet another one, ere awakening to the fact that I am trying to get him to return to Mr. B's. The third one I positively refuse to have anything to do with. At Mr. B's I find awaiting my coming an interesting deputation, consisting of the assistant superintendent of the young ladies' seminary, together with 3 of his most interesting pupils. They have been reading about my tour in the native papers, and, in the assistant superintendent's own words, are very curious at seeing so famous a traveller. The 3 young ladies stand in a row, like the veritable 3 little maids from school in The Mikado, and giggle their approval of the teacher's explanation. They are 3 very pretty girls, and 2 of them have their hair banged after the most approved American style. Sweet cakes and tea are indulged in by the visitors, and before they leave an agreement is entered into, by which I am to visit their school in the morning before leaving, and hear them sing Bonnie Boon and The Firefly's Light, in return for riding the bicycle in the schoolhouse grounds. The Firefly's Light is sung to the tune of Auld Lang Syne, the Japanese words of which commemorate a legend of the tea district of Uji near Lake Biwa. The legend states that certain learned men repaired to a secluded spot near Uji to pursue their studies. On one occasion, being out of oil and unable to procure the means of lighting their apartment, myriads of fireflies came and illuminated the place with their tiny lamps sufficient for their purpose. My compact with the 3 little maids from school takes me down into the city on something of a detour from my nearest road out next morning. The detour is well repaid, however. Besides the singing and organ playing promised, the many departments of industrial study into which the school is divided are very interesting. Laces and embroidery for the Tokyo market, dresses for themselves and to sell, are made by the girls, the proceeds going towards the maintenance of the institution. One of the most curious scholarships of the place is the teaching of what is known as the Japanese ceremony. It seems to be a perpetuation of some old court ceremony of making tea for the Mikado. Expressing a wish to see the ceremony, I am conducted to a small room divided off by the usual sliding paper panels. A class of girls are kneeling in a row, confronting a very neat-looking old lady who sits beside a small brazier of coals. The old lady is the teacher. When she claps her hands, one of the paper screens slides gently aside, and one of the scholars enters, bearing a small lacquer tray with tiny teapot and cups, a canister of tea, and various other paraphernalia. There is really very little to the ceremony, the graceful motions of the tea maker being by far the more interesting part of the performance. The tea used is finely powdered and comes from Uji, where it is grown especially for the use of the Mikado's household. The tea dust is mixed with hot water by means of a curiously splintered bamboo mixer that looks very much like a shaving brush. The result is a very aromatic cup of tea, delicious to the nostrils, but hardly acceptable to the European palate. My jinrikisha man of yesterday precedes me through the streets, shouting the honk, honk, honk of the mail runners to clear the way. To see him cleave a way through the multitudes for me to follow, keeping up a 6-mile pace the while, swinging his arms like a windmill, one might well imagine me a real daimyo on wheels, with faithful samurai runner ahead, warning away the common herd from my path. End of section 42. Section 43 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 20, Part 2, The Homestretch. At Kyoto begins the Tokaido, the most famous highway of Japan, a road that is said to have been the same great highway for travel that it is today for many centuries. It extends from Kyoto to Tokyo, a distance of 325 miles. Another road, called the Nakasendo, the road of the Central Mountains, in contradistinction to the Tokaido, the road of the Eastern Sea, also connects the old capital with the new, but, besides being somewhat longer, the Nakasendo is a hillier road and less interesting than the Tokaido. After leaving the city, the Tokaido leads over a low pass through the hills to Otsu, on the lovely sheet of water known as Biwa Lake. This lake is of about the same dimensions as Lake Geneva, and fairly rivals that Switzer gem in transcendental beauty. The Japs, with all their keen appreciation of the beauties of nature, go into raptures over Biwa Lake. Much talk is made of the 8 beauties of Biwa. These 8 beauties are the autumn moon from Ishiyama, the evening snow on Hirayama, the blaze of evening at Seta, the evening bell of Miidera, the boats sailing back from Yabase, a bright sky with a breeze at Avatsu, Bane by night at Karasaki, and the wild geese alighting at Katara. All the places mentioned are points about the lake. All sorts of legends and romantic stories are associated with the waters of Lake Biwa. Its origin is said to be due to an earthquake that took place several centuries before the Christian era. The legend states that Fuji rose to its majestic height from the plain of Suruga at the same moment the lake was formed. Temples and shrines abound, and pilgrims galore come from far-off places to worship and see its beauties. One object of special curiosity to tourists is a remarkable pine tree, whose branches have been trained in horizontal courses over upright posts, until it forms a broad shelter over several hundred square yards. A smaller imitation of the large tree is also spreading to ambitious proportions on the Tokaido side. Snow has fallen and rests on the upper slopes of the mountains overlooking the lake. Little steamers and numerous sailing craft are plying on the smooth waters, and wild geese are flying about. With these beauties on the left and tea gardens on the right, the Tokaido leads through rows of stately pines and past numerous villages along the lake shore. The Nakasendo branches off to the left at the village of Kusatsu, celebrated for the manufacture of riding whips. Through Ishibe and beyond to where it crosses the Yokotagawa, the Tokaido continues level and good. Near the crossing of this stream is a curious stone monument, displaying the carved figures of 3 monkeys covering up their eyes, mouth, and ears, to indicate that they will neither see, hear, nor say any evil thing. All through here the country is devoted chiefly to growing tea. Very pretty the undulating ridges and rolling slopes of the broken foothills look, set out in thick, bushy, well-defined rows and clumps of dark, shiny tea plants. Down a very steep declivity, by sharp zigzags, the Tokaido suddenly dips into the little valley of the Yasozegawa. At the foot of the hill is a curious shrine cave, containing several rude idols, a trough with tame goldfish, and one of the crudest Buddhas I ever saw. The aim of the ambitious sculptor of Buddhas is to produce a personification of great tranquillity. The figure in the valley of Yasozegawa is certainly something of a masterpiece in this direction. Nothing could well be more tranquil than an oblong boulder with the faintest chiseling of a mouth and nose, poised on the top of an upright slab of stone, rudely chipped into a dim semblance of the human form. A mile or two farther, and my day's ride of 46 miles terminates at the village of Sakanoshita. A comfortable yadoya awaits me here, no better nor worse, however, than almost every Jap village affords. But on the Tokaido the innkeepers are more accustomed to European guests than they are south of Kobe. Every summer many European and American tourists journey between Yokohama and Kobe by jinrikisha. At this yadoya I first become acquainted with that peculiar institution of Japan, the blind shampooer. Seated in my little room, my attention is attracted by a man who approaches on hands and knees, and butts his shaven pate accidentally against the corner of the open panel that forms my door. He halts at the entrance and indulges in the pantomime of pinching and kneading his person. His mission is to find out whether I desire his services. For a small gratuity, the blind shampooer of Japan will rub, knead, and press one into a pleasant sensation from head to foot. This office is relegated to sightless individuals or ugly women. Many Japs indulge in their services after a warm bath, finding the treatment very pleasant and beneficial, so they say. One of the most amusing illustrations of Jap imitativeness is displayed in the number of American clocks one sees adorning the walls of the yadoyas in nearly every village. The amusing feature of the thing is that the owners of these timepieces seem to have the vaguest idea of what they are for. One clock on the wall of my yadoya indicates 11 o'clock, another 9:30, and a third 7:15, as I pull out in the morning. Other clocks through the village street vary in similar degree. Watching out for these widely varying clocks as I wheel through the villages has come to be one of the diversions of the day's ride. The road average is good, although somewhat hilly in places, from Sakano through lovely valleys and pine-clad mountains to Yokkaichi. Yokkaichi is a small seaport, whence most travellers along the Tokaido take passage to Miya in the steam passenger launches plying between these points. The Kuruma road, however, continues good to the Kuwana 10 miles farther, whence, to Miya, one has to traverse narrower paths through a flat section of rice fields, dikes, canals, and sloughs. A ri beyond Okabe and the pass of Utsunoya necessitates a mile or two of trundling. Here occurs a tunnel some 600 feet in length and 12 wide. A glimmer of sunshine or daylight is cast into the tunnel by a system of simple reflectors at either entrance. These are merely glass mirrors set in an angle to reflect the rays of light into the tunnel. Descending this little pass, the Tokaido traverses a level rice field plain, crosses the Abegawa, and approaches the seacoast at Shizuoka, a city of 30,000 inhabitants. The view of Fuji, now but a short distance ahead, is extremely beautiful. The smooth road sweeps around the gravelly beach, almost licked by the waves. The breakers approach and recede, keeping time to the inimitable music of the surf. Vessels are dotting the blue expanse. Villages and tea-houses are seen resting along the crescent sweep of the shore for many a mile ahead, where Fuji slopes so gracefully down from its majestic snow-crowned summit to the sea. It is indeed a glorious ride around the Crescent Bay through the seashore villages of Okitsu, Yui, Kambara, and Iwabuchi to Yoshiwara, a little town on the footstool of the big, gracefully sweeping cone. The stretch of shore hereabout is celebrated in Japanese poetry as Taga no Ura, from the peculiarly beautiful view of Fuji obtained from it. This remarkable mountain is the highest in Japan, and is probably the finest specimen of a conical mountain in existence. Native legends surround it with a halo of romance. Its origin is reputed to be simultaneous with the formation of Biwa Lake, near Kyoto, both mountain and lake being formed in a single night, one rising from the plain 12,800 feet, the other sinking till its bed reached the level of the sea. The summit of Fuji is a place of pilgrimage for Japanese ascetics who are desirous of attaining perfect peace by imitating Shitta Taishi, the Japanese Buddha, who climbed to the summit of a mountain in search of nirvana, calm. Orthodox Japs believe that the grains of sand brought down on the sandals of the pilgrims ascend to the summit again of their own accord during the night. Tradition is furthermore responsible for the belief that snow disappears entirely from the mountain for a few hours on the 15th day of the 6th moon, and begins to fall again during the following night. Formerly an active volcano, Fuji even now emits steam from sundry crevices near the summit, and will some day probably fill the good people at Yoshiwara and adjacent villages with a lively sense of its power. Fuji is the special pride of the Japs, its loveliness appealing strongly to the national sense of landscape beauty. Of it their poet sings: "Great Fujiyama, towering to the sky, a treasure art thou, given to mortal man, a god protector watching o'er Japan. On thee forever let me feast mine eye." Fuji is passed and left behind, and 16 miles reeled off from Yoshiwara, when Mishima, my destination for the night, is reached. A festival in honor of Oyama Tsumi no Kami, the god of mountains in general, is being held here. For behold, today is November 15th, the middle day of the bird, one of the several festivals held in his honor every year. The big temple grounds are swarming with people, and peddlers, stalls, jugglers, and all sorts of attractions give the place the appearance of a country fair. Leaving the bicycle outside, I wander in and stroll about among the crowds. Sacred ponds on either side of the footway are swarming with sacred fish. An ancient dame is doing a roaring trade, in a small way, in feathery bread puffs, which the people buy and throw to the fish, for the fun of seeing them swarm around and eat. Interested groups are gathered around veritable facsimiles of the Yankee "street men," selling to credulous villagers little boxes of powder for "coating things with silver." Others are selling songbooks, attracting customers by the novel and interesting performances of a quartet of pretty girls, who sing song after song in succession. Here also are little travelling peep shows, containing photographic scenes of famous temples and places in distant parts of the country. Among the various shrines in this temple is one dedicated to an ancient woodcutter, who used to work and spend his wages on drink for his aged father, who was now too old to earn money for the purpose himself. At his father's demise, the son was rewarded for his filial devotion by the discovery of a cascade of pure sake. A gaily decorated car and a closed tumbril that looks very much like an old ammunition wagon have been wheeled out of their enclosures for the occasion. Strings of little bells are suspended on these. Mothers hold their little ones up and allow them to strike these bells, toss a coin into the contribution box, and pass on. The vehicles probably contain relics of the gods. A wooden horse, painted red, stands in solemn and lonely state behind the wooden bars of his stall, but I have almost registered a vow against temples and their belongings in Japan, so inexplicable are most of the things to be seen. A person who has delved into the mysteries of Japanese mythology would no doubt derive much satisfaction from a visit to the Oyama Tsumi no Kami temple, but the average reader would weary of it all after seeing others. What to ordinary mortals signify such hideous mythological monsters as Sarutora Hebi, Monkey Tiger Serpent, or the 24 paragons of filial piety on the architrave. Yet of such as these is the ornamentation of all Japanese temples. Some few there are that are admirable as works of art, but most of them are hideous daubs and representations more than passing rude. Down the street near my yadoya, within a boarded enclosure, a dozen wrestlers are giving an entertainment for a crowd of people who have paid 2 sen apiece entrance fee. The wrestlers of Japan form a distinct class or caste, separated from the ordinary society of the country by long custom that prejudices them against marrying other than the daughter of one of their own profession. As the biggest and more muscular men have always been numbered in the ranks of the wrestlers, the result of this exclusiveness and non-admixture with physical inferiors is a class of people as distinct from their fellows as if of another race. The Japanese wrestler stands head and shoulders above the average of his countrymen, and weighs half as much more. As a class they form an interesting illustration of what might be accomplished in the physical improvement of mankind by certain Malthusian schemes that have been at times advocated. Within a 12-foot arena the sturdy athletes struggle for the mastery, bringing to bear all their strength and skill. No hippodroming here. Stripped to the skin, the muscles on their brown bodies standing out in irregular knots, they fling one another about in the liveliest manner. The master of ceremonies, stiff and important, in a faultless grey garment bearing a samurai crest, stands by and wields the fiddle-shaped lacquered insignia of his high office, and utter his orders and decisions in an authoritative voice. The wrestlers squat around the ring and shiver, for the evening is cold, until called out by the master of ceremonies. The 2 selected take a small handful of salt from baskets of that ingredient suspended on posts, and fling toward each other. They then advance into the arena, and furthermore challenge and defy their opponent by stamping their bare feet on the ground, in a manner to display their superior muscularity. Another order from the gentleman wielding the fiddle-shaped insignia, and they rush violently together, engage in a catch-as-catch-can scuffle, which, in less than half a minute usually, results in a decisive victory for one or the other. The master of ceremonies waves them out of the ring, straightens himself up, assumes a very haughty expression until he looks like the very important personage he feels himself to be, and announces the name of the victor to the spectators. The one portion of the Tokaido impassable with a wheel commences at Mishima, the famous Hakone Pass, which for 16 miles offers a steep surface of rough boulder-paved paths. Coolies at Mishima make their livelihood by carrying goods and passengers over the pass on kagoa, the Japanese palanquin. Obtaining a couple of men to carry the bicycle, the chilly weather proves an inducement for following them afoot, rather than occupy a kago myself. The block road is broad enough for a wagon, being constructed, no doubt, with a view to military transport service. The long steep slopes are literally carpeted in places with the worn-out straw shoes of men and horses. The country observed from the elevation of the Hakone Pass is extremely beautiful, the white-tipped cone of the magnificent Fuji towering over all like a presiding genius. Near the hamlet of Yamanaka is a famous point called Fuji Mitaira, terrace for looking at Fuji. Big cryptomerias shade the broad stony path along much of its southern slope to Hakone village and lake. Hakone is a very lovely and interesting region, nowadays a favorite summer resort of the European residents of Tokyo and Yokohama. From the latter place, Hakone Lake is but about 50 miles distant, and by jinrikisha and kago may be reached in one day. The lake is a most charming little body of water, a regular mountain gem, reflecting in its clear crystal depths the pine-clad slopes that encompass it round about, as though its surface were a mirror. Japanese mythology peopled the region round with supernatural beings in the early days of the country's history, when all about were impenetrable thickets and pathless woods. Until the revolution of 1868, when all these old feudal customs were ruthlessly swept away, the Tokaido here was obstructed with one of the barriers, past which nobody might go without a passport. These barriers were established on the boundaries of feudal territories, usually at points where the traveller had no alternate route to choose. A magnificent avenue of cryptomeria shades the Tokaido for a short distance out of Hakone village. On the left is passed the large government sanitarium, one of those splendid modern-looking structures that speak so eloquently of the present Mikado's progressive and enlightened policy. The road then turns up the steep mountain slopes, fringed with impenetrable thickets of bamboo. Fuji, from here, presents a grand and curious sight. The wind has risen, and the summit of the cone is almost hidden behind clouds of drifting snow, which at a distance might almost be mistaken for a steamy eruption of the volcano. Close by, too, the spirit of the wind moves through the bamboo breaks, rubbing the myriad frost-dried flags together and causing a peculiar rustling noise, the whispering of the spirits of the mountains. The summit reached, the Tokaido now leads through glorious pine woods, descending toward the valley of the Sakawagawa by a series of breakneck zigzags. The region is picturesque in the extreme. A small mountain stream tumbles along through a deep ravine on the left, mountains tower aloft on the other side, and here and there give birth to a cataract that tumbles and splashes down from a height of several hundred feet. By 1 p.m. Yomoto and the recommencement of the jinrikisha road is reached. A broiled fish and a bottle of native beer are consumed for lunch, and the kago coolies dismissed. The road from Yomoto is a gradual descent, for 4 miles, to Odawara, a town of some 13,000 inhabitants, on the coast. The road now becomes level and broader than heretofore. Vehicles drawn by horses mingle with the swarms of jinrikishas and pedestrians. Both horses and drivers of the former seem sleepy, woebegone, and careless, as though overcome with the consciousness of being out of place. Gangs of men are dragging stout hand-carts, loaded with material for the construction of the Tokaido Railway, now rapidly being pushed forward. Every mile of the road is swarming with life, the strangely interesting life of Japan. 30 miles from Yomoto and Totsuka provides me a comfortable yadoya, where the people quickly show their knowledge of the foreigner's requirements by cooking a beefsteak with onions, also in the morning by charging the first really exorbitant price I have been confronted with along the Tokaido. Totsuka is within the treaty limits of Yokohama. A mile or so toward Yokohama I pass, in the morning, the White Horse Tavern, kept in European style as a sort of roadhouse for foreigners driving out from that city or Tokyo. A fierce wind blowing from the south fairly wafts me along the last 11 miles of the Tokaido, from Totsuka to Yokohama. The wind indeed has been generally favourable since the rainstorm at Okabe, but it fairly whistles this morning. It calls to mind the Kansas wheelman who claimed to have once spread his coat-tails to the breeze and coasted from Lawrence to Kansas City in 3 hours. Unfortunately, I am wearing a coat the pattern of which does not admit of using the tails for sails, otherwise the home stretch of the tour around the world might have provided one of the most unique incidents of the many I have encountered on the journey. A battery of field artillery, the smartest seen since leaving Germany, is encountered in the streets of Kanagawa, at which point the road to Yokohama branches off from the Tokaido. The great imperial highway, along which I have travelled from the old capital almost to the new, continues on to the latter, 17 miles farther. Since the completion of the railway between Tokyo and Kanagawa, travellers journeying from the capital down to the Tokaido usually ride on the train to Kanagawa, so that the jinrikisha journey proper nowadays commences at the latter city. Kanagawa is practically a suburban part of Yokohama. One Japanese-owned clock observed here points to the hour of 8, another to 11, and a third to 9:30, but the clock at the Club Hotel, on the Yokohama Bund, is owned by an Englishman, and is just about striking 10, when the last vault from the saddle of the bicycle that has carried me through so many countries is made. And so the bicycle part of the tour around the world, which was begun April 22nd, 1884, at San Francisco, California, ends December 17, 1886, at Yokohama. At this port I board the Pacific mail steamer City of Peking, which in 17 days lands me in San Francisco. Of the enthusiastic reception accorded me by the San Francisco Bicycle Club, the Bay City Wheelmen, and by various clubs throughout the United States, the daily press of the time contains ample record. Here I beg leave, to hope that the courtesies then so warmly extended may find an echoing response in this long record of the adventures that had their beginning and ending at the Golden Gate. End of section 43. Section 44 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Itinerary. Giving the name and date of each sleeping point on the bicycle tour around the world. Volume 1, United States, California, 1884, April 23, San Francisco, House in the Tuiles. 24, Elmira. 25, Sacramento. 26, near Rockland. 27 through 28, Clipper Gap. 29, Blue Cannon. 30, Summit House. Nevada. May. 1, Verde. 2, Ranch on Truckee River. 3, Hot Springs. 4, Lovelocks. 5, Mill City. 6, Winnemucca. 7, Stonehouse. 8, Ranch on Humboldt. 9, Palisade. 10, Carlin. 11, Halleck. 12, CP Section House. Utah. May. 13, Tacoma. 14, Matlin. 15, Salt House. 16, near Corinne. 17, Willard City. 18, Ogden. 19, Echo City. 20, Castle Rocks. Wyoming Territory. May. 21, Evanston. 22, Hilliard. 23, in abandoned freight wagon. 24, Carter Station. 25, near Granger. 26, Rock Springs. 27, Ranch. 28 through 29, Rawlings. 30, Carbon. 31, Lookout. June. 1 through 2, Laramie City. 3, Cheyenne. Nebraska. June. 4, Pine Bluffs. 5, Potter Station. 6, Lodge Pole. 7, Ranch on Platte. 8, Ogallala. 9, In a Dugout. 10, Brady Island. 11, Plum Creek. 12, Kearney Junction. 13, Grand Island. 14, Duncan. 15, North Bend. 16, Fremont. 17 through 18, Omaha. Iowa. June. 19, Farm near Nishnipotin. 20, Farm near Griswold. 21, Farm near Menlo. 22, Farm near DeSoto. 22, Farm near DeSoto. 23, Altoona. 24, Kellogg. 25, Victor. 26, Tiffin. 27, Moscow, Illinois. 28, Rock Island. 29, Atkinson. 30, Lamoille. July. 1, Yorkville. 2, Naperville. 3, Lyons. 4 through 11th, Chicago. Indiana. July. 12, Miller Station. 13, Beneath the Wheat Shock. 14, Goshen. 15, Farm. Ohio. July. 16, Ridgeville. 17, Empire House. 18, Bellevue. 19, Village near Cleveland. 20, Madison. Pennsylvania. July. 21, Roadside Hotel near Erie. New York. July. 22, Angola. 23, Buffalo. 24, Leroy. 25, Farm near Canandaigua. 26, Marcells. 27, East Syracuse. 28, Erie Canal Inn. 29, Indian Castle. 30, Crane's Village. 31, West Falls Inn. Massachusetts. August. 1, Otis. 2, Palmer. 3, Worcester. 4, Boston. Europe, England. 1885, Liverpool. May, 2, Warrington. 3, Stone. 4, Coventry. 5, Fenny Stratford. 6, Great Berkhamsted. 7 through 8, London. 9, Croydon. 10, British Channel steamer. France, via Dieppe. May, 11, Elbeuf. 20, Mantes. 13 through 15, Paris. 16, Cézanne. 17, Bar-le-Duc. 18, Trouville. 19, Nancy. Germany, May. 20, Pfalzburg via Strasbourg. 21, Oberkirch. 22, Rottenburg. 23, Blauburen. 24, Augsburg. 25 through 26, Munich. 27, Altötting. Austria-Hungary, May. 28, Haag. 29, Strenberg. 30, Neulenkbach. 31, Vienna. June, 1 through 4, Altenburg. 5, Nezhmeli. 6 through 7, Budapest. 8, Dunapentele. 9, Szekshart. 10, Dunashekeso. 11 through 12, Eschek. 13, Sarengrad. 14, Neusatz. 15, Batawitz. Serbia, Bulgaria, and Turkey. June 16 through 17, Belgrade. 18, Jagodina. 19, Niš. 20 to 21, Bela Palanka. 22, Sofia. 23, Ichtiman. 24, near Tartar Bazarjic. 25, Kohem. 26, near Adrianople. 27 through 28, Eskibaba. 29, small village. 30, Chorlu. July, 1, camped out. 2, Constantinople. 6,000 miles wheeled from San Francisco. Asia. Asia Minor. August. 10, Izmit. 11, Geve. 12, Terekli. 13, beyond Torbali. 14, Nalikan. 15, Bey-Bazar. 16 through 17, Angora. 18, village. 19, camped out. 20, Kurdish camp. 21, Yozgat. 22, camped out. 23, village. 24 through 25, Sivas. 26, Zara. 27, Armenian village. 28, camp in a cave. 29, Meriserif. 30, Erzingan. 31, Husenbeck Khan. September. 1, village in Euphrates Valley. 2 through 6, Ezerum. 7, Hassan Kaleh. 8, De la Baba. 9, Malosman. 10, Subogvanis Monastery. Persia, September. 11, Ovajik. 12, Kurdish camp. 13, Peri. 14, Koi. 15, village near Lake Urumia. 16, village near Tabriz. 17 through 20, Tabriz. 21, Haji Aga. 22, Turkomanchai. 23, Miana. 24, Kurdish camp. 25 through 26, Zenjan. 27, Hiya. 28, Kazvin. 29, Yang Imam. 30, Teheran. Volume 2, 1886, March. 10, Khatum Abad. 11, Ivan Ikaif. 12, Aradan. 13 through 15, Lasgirt. 16, Semnoon. 17, Gushe. 18, Demolla. 19 through 20, Sharut. 21, Mijamit. 22, Miandasht. 23 through 24, Mazinan. 25, Zubzovar. 26, Wayside Caravanserai. 27, Shiirab. 28, Garamga. 29, Wayside Caravanserai. March 30 through April 6, Meshet. April 7, Sharifabad. 8, Caravanserai. 9, Torbet-i Haidorai. 10, Camp on Gunabad Desert. 11, Kak. 12, Nukab. 13, Small Hamlet. 14, Birjand. 15, Aliabad. 16, Darmian. 17, Tabas. 18, Huts on Desert Edge. Afghanistan, April. 19, Camp on Desert of Despair. 20, Nomad Camp. 21, Village Oharut. 22, Galakua. 23, Nomad Camp. 24 through 25, Furali, arrested by Afghans. 26, Nomad Camp. 27, Zubzovar. 28, Nomad Camp. 29, Camp Out. April 30 through May 9, Herat. May 10, Village. 11, Roadside Umbar. 12, Camp in Hairy Root Jungle. Persia, May. 13, Karize, released by Afghans. 14, Nomad Camp. 15, Furiman. 16 through 18, Meshet. 19, Caravanserai. 20, near Nishapur. 21, Lafaram. 22, Wayside Umbar. 23, Matsinan. 24, near Caravanserai. 25, Camp Out. 26 through 27, Sharut. 28, Camp Out. 29, Asterabad. 30, Bundergus. Russian steamer to Baku, rail to Batum, steamer to Constantinople and India. Renewed bicycle tour. India, Lahore. August. 1, Amritsar. 2, Beas River. 3, Julunder. 4, Police Chowki. 5 through 6, Umballa. 7, Pipli. 8, Paniput. 9, Police Chowki. 10 through 14, Delhi. 15, Dak Bungalow. 16, Bungalow. 17, Matra. 18 through 19, Agra. 20, Mainipur. 21, Miranserai. 22 through 26, Kanpur. 27, Caravanserai. 28, Caravanserai. 29 through 30, Allahabad. 31. Roadside hut. September 1 through 2. Benares. 3. Mughal Serai. 4. Caravanserai. 5. Delhi. 6. Sheagoti. 7. Duck Bungalow. 8. Duck Bungalow. 9. Burva. 10. Ranuegunj. 11. Burdwan. 12. Hooghly. 13 through 17. Calcutta steamer to Canton. China. October. 7 through 12. Canton. 13. Chungkong-hee. 14. Lo Po. 15. Chinyen. 16. Bamboo thicket. 17 through 20. Aboard sampan. 21. Shu-chu-fu. 22. Small village. 23. Small village. 24. Nam Hung. 25 through 28. Nam Gan. 29. Aboard sampan. 30. Large village. 31. Large village near Kanchu-yu. November. 1. Small mountain hamlet. 2. Walled garrison city. 3. Taho. 4. Ninggang-fu, under arrest. 5 through 15. Under arrest on sampan. 16. In near Kuikyang. 17. Yangtze-kiang steamer. 18. Shanghai. 19 through 20. Japanese steamer. Japan. November. 21 to 22. Nagasaki. 23. Omura. 24. Ushitsa. 25 through 26. Fuchishi. 27. Hakama. 28. Shimonoseki. 29. Village. 30. Village. December. 1. A small fishing hamlet. 2. A small fishing hamlet. 3. A small fishing hamlet. 4 through 5. Okoyama. 6. Himeji. 7 through 8. Kobe. 9. Osaka. 10. Kyoto. 11. Sakanoshita. 12. Miya. 13. Hamamatsu. 14. Roadside Inn. 15. Mishima. 16. Totsuka. 17. Yokohama. Distance actually wheeled, about 13,500 miles. End of section 44. End of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, From Teheran to Yokohama, by Thomas Stevens.